Growing up is when you go from using drugs for fun to using them just to function like a normal human being. Food for thought. Nikolai. All right, Jean-Luc, you know what to do, I said telepathically to my spotter. Jean-Luc hit the lights, and the entire surrounding area went dark. I blinked, and then suddenly I was seeing in shades of red, green, blue, yellow, and orange. There's a man in the back room, left corner, gun. There's a man on the right side of the front room in front of the television, gun on the table. One more on the back porch smoking a cigarette, no gun, I relayed to my men who were surrounding the building. 10-4 was echoed amongst them, and I started to creep forward on my hands and knees. I had no clue what kind of security they had out here, but with my ability to control my body temperature, I hoped that whatever infrared thermal cameras they had out here would be rendered useless with all the power I was expending. Slowly, we all converged at once, moving stealthily through the long grass. Perdita was overhead, circling closer and closer, looking at her own version of a thermal heat camera. Perdita could do wonderful things, but one of the best things was her ability to manipulate her energy. She could appear hot, cold, or even dead. Whatever she wanted you to see is what you saw. I also had that gift. It was a gift that not even my older brother, the badass king of the dragon riders, had. I could sense heat like dragon. My bonded dragon, Perdita, was very unique and from all places across the pond, as she put it. She was from Ireland and over 800 years old. She'd never bonded to anyone but me, something that was the same for most dragons and their bonded dragon riders. I had not understood the depth of Perdita's powers until we'd been bonded for over 4 years. She'd given me short lessons on how to harness the powers that she'd passed on to me, but I'd not been able to do so at first. Mostly because I'd bonded with her at the young age of 19 instead of 21. I'd still been a boy and hadn't really understood the enormity of our connection until my brother had sat me down and explained that not even he had bonded until he was 21. So it had been a wake-up call to realize that Perdita hadn't been completely honest with me until I'd accidentally used her gift on her. Perdita was the queen of illusions and was excellent at appearing harmless. And apparently, so had I. I'd finally gotten sick of how she'd been treating me and had thrown her so far into an illusion that I didn't know how to get her back out, mostly because I wasn't sure how to get her out of it, and partly because I was still mad at her. After she managed to get out of it herself, she'd apologized and then had explained that I'd shown her her worst nightmare, something in which to this day she still hadn't told me about. Something inside of me stilled, and all my warning receptors started to clang at the same time. Ford, Alaric, Jean-Luc, Ian, and Dorian stopped when I hissed out a warning the second I saw the first tripwire. "There are explosives. Be vigilant," I ordered. "Do you want me to disable them, boss?" Ian asked. "Negative. If we have to leave in a hurry, I don't want them to be able to come for us at a quick pace. It's best if they think they're all inactive." "It might prove useful later," I explained to the men. 10-4, Ian confirmed. So we kept moving until we had about 4 feet in between us and the house. "All right, Perdita. Do your thing." "Yes, sire. You've got about 10 minutes until I will no longer be able to hold it," Perdita expounded. Perdita was so good. All Perdita, or me for that matter, had to do was send out what was similar to a movie toward the men in the house. However, she was more selective than I was. When I wanted to play the mind games, everyone within my immediate area saw the same thing. The only ones immune were my brothers. And they didn't even realize things were different before or after Perdita and I played our mind games. I wasn't sure what she was showing them, but not one of them reacted as I moved into the house like I owned the place. My limited telekinetic abilities enabled me to open the doors without breaking anything, then walk straight up to the first man and take him out with a sleeper hold. He never even realized I was there, nor that I was choking off his air supply. He stayed pliant in my arms until he passed out from lack of oxygen. Then, with the utmost care, I dropped him to the floor at my feet. With the first man taken care of, I moved into the main room and started looking around. After taking care of 2 more men, I came to the room where Brooklyn was being held and immediately started to get queasy at the horrid condition she was in. She looked like death warmed over, and I wasn't sure she'd even be alive long enough for Kiefer's mate to see her best friend again with the shape she was in. Her hair was in dark clumps of brown around her dirty face. She was in a bra and bike shorts that accentuated how skinny she'd gotten since she and Blythe had graduated from nursing school only a few weeks before. Bruises ran the length of her arms and legs. A cut above her eye looked like it could have used stitches when she'd received it. Now the only thing that would fix it was plastic surgery of some sort. The icing on the cake, however, was the tear streaks that ran the length of her cheeks. None of that stopped me from picking her up as carefully as I could into my arms and walking with her out of the house. "Let's go," I murmured quietly once I reached the front door. "You want me to take her?" Alaric asked softly. I shook my head, trying to fight down the irrational surge of rage that shot through me at the mere mention of him taking this woman from my arms. "Alaric and Jean-Luc, follow us home. The rest of you need to stay to make sure we make a clean exit. If I don't get her to my sister soon, she won't make it," I ordered hurriedly as Perdita hovered above us. The moment Perdita and I made it a mile away, they would no longer be under her spell. And that could possibly spell trouble for us getting away, unless the rest of them stayed to make sure we weren't followed. 7 days later. She had something in her stomach. I watched as Skylar held the USB drive out to Kiefer, a sick ball of fear knotting my stomach. Taking it, like it was a poisonous snake about to attack, Kiefer plugged it into the computer and winced when a file popped up. "Fuck," he hissed, clicking on it. It was a sound file. Short, sweet, and to the point. "I know you, Visago. I know you better than you know me. I knew you'd come for her. You can't resist helping the innocent." Joseph grinned maniacally on the screen, "Which was why I put a GPS tracker in her. You've doomed yourself with your big old heart." Fear clogged my throat as I looked at the woman on the exam table. The beaten and broken girl that would never have a normal life again. "Find the GPS," Kiefer ordered Skylar. "I'm going to be with my wife." I looked over at him, then back to the computer screen as I repeated the video file. "Which was why I put a GPS tracker in her. God damn it, why had I not thought of that?" I forced myself to watch as Skylar started to x-ray Brooklyn's body, searching for the elusive GPS tracker. "You'll need to leave. I think I've found it," Skylar said 30 minutes later. "Where is it?" I asked, coming closer to the table. I wouldn't comment yet about how all of her injuries had healed so fast, or why my body ached in the very same places she'd been bruised in earlier. I also wouldn't comment on the itching on my side, where I could see faint lines and swirls appearing. Something was off here. I felt something for Brooklyn, a woman I barely knew. A woman that was just that, a woman. I'd met her a week ago when I'd saved her from that hellhole and hadn't even spoken to her yet. I had an irrational fear, though. I didn't want anyone to get close to her. I hated being away from her. It drove me nuts when Carrick, the night nurse who worked alongside Skylar, was responsible for her. And I was just plain agitated by everything. "Right here," Skylar said, pointing to a spot just above Brooklyn's hip. I moved closer, trying to see if I could find any scars, but there were none. "What are you going to have to do?" I asked worriedly. Skylar glanced at me with concern. "Hopefully a small incision. Why?" Her head tilted as she snapped on gloves. I shook my head. "You mind if I stay?" I questioned. She shook her head. "No," she added, "but you'll need to not go all gray in the face when you see the blood." I hated that she was right. But I had a phobia of blood. My blood. Kiefer's blood, anybody's blood, and I was close to losing it. It was a deep urge inside of me that pushed at me any time I saw it. It wasn't so much as getting sick as much as my body craved it, and not in the "I want to drink it" kind of way, more like "I want to touch it" kind of way, which freaked me the fuck out and explained the grayness to my face as I thought about how much I wanted to touch it. But Skylar didn't know that, nor did Kiefer. They just thought I had a phobia, a nice, normal phobia. Oh, how wrong they were. "I'll be fine," I hedged. And I was, all the way up until she removed the tracking device. The moment it was removed, my hand found Brooklyn's unconsciously, and I willed the wound to seal. I hated seeing her in pain, even if she wasn't actually feeling it. And before my eyes, it did heal. My hip, though, burned, and I hissed in response, jerking slightly and pulling my shirt up. Skylar had frozen at my inhalation, and she watched in awe as blood started to drip down my hip, with a precise incision in the exact same spot as Brooklyn's had been only moments before. Then, as if it were magic, the wound sealed, and the tattoo fully appeared. Not just on me, but on Brooklyn, too. Chapter 1. Vegetarians live up to 10 years longer than the rest of the world. 10 long, horrible, baconless years. Nikolai's secret thoughts. Nikolai. "I need you to stay back, watch the sanctuary, and Brooklyn," my brother Kiefer said to me. I blinked. So let me get this straight, I said, turning around in my computer chair to face him. You're taking not just you, but your pregnant mate, our mother, sister, and entire fucking sanctuary sans two people. Me and Brooklyn. The girl who had a fucking transmitter pulled out of her stomach that probably told the entire fucking world where we were located. Do I have that correct? I replied carefully. My brother gave me a blank stare. Yeah, that's what I fucking said, he answered tightly. I pinched the bridge of my nose with my fingers as I said, And what if something happens to Brooklyn? What am I supposed to do with her? I'm not a fucking doctor. She'll be fine. I've told you over and over again that there's not a thing wrong with her. I think she's just sleeping to sleep, like her body is keeping her in a dream state because her mind's so traumatized. My sister, Skylar, offered her 2 cents. I rolled my eyes. She'd told me that before, but I didn't believe her. Nobody stayed in a coma for over 2 months just because they needed to recover. I was fairly sure there was something else going on, but the two of them wouldn't listen to me. Apparently, medical science outranked my gut feeling. Fine, I snapped. It's not like I can really stop you now, can I? Was I pulling off the nonchalant attitude like I was intending to? I sure as fuck hope so. Kiefer grinned. It'll be fun if you'd at least try. Kiefer was officially the king of dragons as of less than 24 hours ago. Used to be, he was a prince just like me. However, that all changed when he met his mate, Blythe. Blythe started a chain reaction that all boiled down to Brooklyn's uncle and the man that killed our father actively trying to assassinate not just my brother, but the entire Dragon Rider race that served directly under Kiefer. Although he was unsuccessful, we'd lost 6 Dragon Riders and 3 dragons. Immortal dragons. We were still trying to figure out just what the man had that made the dragon's link to the Meridian rendered invalid. The Meridian was what gave dragons their life force and also gave them their ability to be almost immortal. As long as they stayed within 200 square miles of one of the 6 hearts of the Meridian, then they'd thrive. But if they moved too far away for too long of a period, then they'd slowly lose their immortality and age just like any other living being. But when we were attacked, it was like the Meridian ceased to exist, and the laws of magic I'd grown up with didn't exist either. Are you even listening to me? Kiefer growled in frustration. I stood up, careful to keep my shirt down, and turned to face Kiefer. Yeah, I fucking heard you. You're leaving, I'm to stay here and take care of the sanctuary. You're taking everyone. I'm all alone and the sole provider for our unconscious house guest that shouldn't even be here, and I need to keep an eye out for any bad people, right? I was sure the sarcastic edge to my words came out nice and clear if Kiefer's face was anything to go by. I'm not leaving you alone, and not for long, he grunted. I raised a brow at him. If you weren't leaving me for a long time, why take everyone? I countered. He sighed. I can't risk everyone. We're going up to Anchorage for 2 months only. That should be enough time to figure out if whatever threat we had was actually a threat or not. He sighed. And I need to read up on dragon history. Now's as good of a time as any, I suppose. I nodded. But you can risk me, I drawled dryly. He turned his head up to study the ceiling. It was true, especially with the newest Prince of Dragons pending arrival, although we did have another few months before that happened. Your girl's calling out for you again, Perdita's silky, smooth, husky voice said in my mind. I know, I replied back to her. I'll be there as soon as I can. 2 months ago, we'd brought Brooklyn into the sanctuary, and that had been the day my life changed forever. I'll be back in a little bit, Kiefer growled. Blythe's puking again. I didn't say anything as he left the room, actually somewhat thankful that he was leaving without me having to make up an excuse. I walked to my closet and picked another shirt up off the shelf where I had a large pile of them. Shucking the one I was wearing off over my head by the back of the collar, I placed it on the shelf and shrugged into a new shirt of the same exact color. Then I hurried out of the room with the old t-shirt held firmly in my hand. I made it to the infirmary in record time. I'd started timing myself since I came down here so much. You really should tell Kiefer what's going on, Skylar, my big sister, suggested. I turned my head to study her for a quick second, before moving my gaze to the small, broken woman lying in the hospital bed along the far wall. Although all the other beds were occupied as well, my eyes were only for her, for Brooklyn. I still couldn't explain it. It happened the moment I touched her as I was helping her out of the small, cramped cell I'd found her in. It had been terrible, something I never wanted to see again in my life. I laid the t-shirt down over Brooklyn's restless body, and instantly she stilled. It was my scent that calmed her, though. The scent of a mate, Perdita said with annoyance. I ignored her. I was trying valiantly to ignore the fact that Brooklyn was my destined mate. I knew the moment I had her in my hands as I was carrying her out of that hellhole, but there wasn't a single fucking thing I could do about it, seeing as Brooklyn refused to wake up. There was no longer anything physically wrong with her body. She'd healed in a matter of moments thanks to our mate bond. A bond that wasn't supposed to be possible without us first being together, in the biblical sense. But what I'd learned from a book my father wrote to his sons about mate bonding, a book I'd had given to me by my brother, it was possible for the mate bond to pop into place under extreme physical duress. Although that was only assumed by my father because his mate bond had not formed like that. He'd only heard about it. Everything about the bond I shared with Brooklyn was completely foreign and new to me. I was learning as I went along, and I couldn't share it with her because she wouldn't wake the hell up. My side started to itch, and I raised it up to study the tattoo that had started to appear once I'd gotten Brooklyn to safety. It was a big one. It started at my right pectoral muscle and traveled all the way down my side to my right hip bone. It was a mass of swirls, runes, and dark lines. And Brooklyn shared the same one on her body. That had been how my sister had found out about our mate bond. She'd been stunned by the revelation, but luckily had held my confidence as I waited for answers. Answers that wouldn't come if she didn't wake up. I sent that telepathically to her, but as usual, she didn't even twitch. Sighing, I took a seat beside the bed and propped my feet up on the side of it. I laid my head back and got what little sleep I could, which inevitably wasn't much because Brooklyn's terror and pain flooded my mind each and every time I got any REMs.
Chapter 2. I remember a time when I could get out of bed without making sound effects. Brooklyn's secret thoughts. Brooklyn. 3 months ago. What did I say, Brooklyn? I told you to stay away from that trash, but you had to keep around her, and look where it got you. My Uncle Joseph brought the whip down again. I closed my eyes and prayed it would end soon. When I first started what the Amish called Rumspringa, I knew I would never return to my parents' Holden. From the ripe young age of 7, I'd realized that the world that I'd grown up in wasn't what I wanted to live for the rest of my life. I'd met a girl in nursing school, and she changed my life for the better. Introduced me to a whole new world that I had no idea even existed. We became best friends, Blythe and me. At 16, I left my parents' home for Rumspringa, and I'd taken everything I'd owned with me. Then I'd filed emancipation papers with the state, and I was officially on my own. Well, sort of. I'd accidentally stolen some money from my father to help smooth my way. Luckily or unluckily, depending on how you looked at it. My father thought it was my Uncle Joseph, which was why I thought my uncle was taking it out on me a little harder than he should have been. "Why are you doing this?" I sobbed brokenly, when one brutal lash ripped into my left thigh. Another, even more vicious one followed it up just under my belly button, and I cried out in pain. The only thing holding me up now were the metal chains attached to manacles around my wrists. My legs weren't strapped down, but I was effectively immobile, and had been for going on 2 hours now. I didn't even know how long I'd been in this hellhole. I knew, though, that I would survive. Someone, I called her my new friend, kept talking to me. She was probably imaginary, but that was okay. Anything to take me away from the pain now was good enough for me. "I'm not a figment of your imagination. Hold on just a little while longer, and he'll come get you," my new friend said. "Who'll come get me?" I asked my imaginary friend. "Call me that again, child, and I'll tell Nikolai that you like the opera." "I do not," I screamed in my head. I hated the opera, detested it really, especially when I had to listen when Joseph blared it for hours on end. If I never heard another opera singer again in my life, it'd be too soon. A particularly sick sound wrenched me away from my inner turmoil and back into reality. My head dropped, and I looked down at the huge gash on my stomach and vomited all over myself. At least I couldn't see my abdominal muscles anymore, I thought grotesquely. "You'll be fine. I thought you were a nurse. How can something like that upset you?" my friend said to distract me. I loved my new friend. Had I said that yet? She fought with me to get my mind off of the things that were being done to me. Things I wasn't aware were being done half the time. "Perfect," Uncle Joseph crowed, picking up the water hose off the floor and hosing me down once again. I couldn't figure out if I was grateful or not. On one hand, I was happy I no longer had blood and vomit on myself. but it was also cold as a motherfucker in here. Adding a wet bra, shorts, and panties to the mix didn't help matters any. Fire laced down my stomach as Joseph's fingers started to dig into my flayed open stomach. I looked down in time to see him shove something small into the wound, followed by what looked distinctively like a flash drive before he started to sew me up. "This should get nice and infected by the time they show up for you," Joseph said, as he took his time sewing me up. "And they'll find it, and I'll find them in turn."
Nikolai. I was wrenched awake by my brother calling my name. "I didn't say you had to sleep in here, dumbass. I just said keep an eye on her," Kiefer growled with impatience. I wiped my eyes with the back of my hands and said what I felt like saying. "How about you go fuck yourself with that hot fire poker you're always threatening to beat me with?" I asked. My voice lacked its usual loudness, so I wasn't sure Kiefer heard me when he didn't reply for a few seconds. I reluctantly opened my eyes to see his face not filled with amusement. "You know I'm the king now. I could totally have you kicked out of my kingdom," he countered. I laughed. "Yeah, fucking right. You wouldn't figure out how to work the shields. Then you'd forget your email password and need me to come unblock it for you. And you'd be shit out of luck because I'd be in the Bahamas somewhere enjoying life instead of worrying about your stupid ass," I shot back. An amused-sounding snort came from my brother, and he sighed before taking a seat. "We're leaving in an hour, as soon as Blythe wakes up," Kiefer informed me. I raised a brow at him. "Okay, I'm not leaving you by yourself. I've decided to leave the triplets here. They've gotten very good at hiding in plain sight, and they're a damn sight better at scouting than any trained bodyguard," Kiefer continued. I groaned. The triplets, as he called them, were actually 3 small ice dragons we'd saved from the Anchorage sanctuary a few months ago. They were cute as hell, but they were also demanding and unpredictable. "You don't want to take them because they can't fly long enough for the trip," I gathered. Kiefer winced. "Yes and no," he replied. "They're going to slow us down, yes, but I also feel that they'll be of help to you." I didn't comment on that. I didn't feel the same way, but it didn't matter. Kiefer would do what he thought was best, and safest. And if that meant not taking 3 of his favorite dragons, then that's what he would do, even if it upset his new wife. Kiefer's eyes went far away for a few long moments before his eyes snapped back to mine. "Gotta go," he muttered darkly. "She's fucking puking again. Then we're leaving once she's done. The others have already left. We'll be the last." I didn't wait for him to leave before I turned back to Brooklyn. Speaking of wanting to puke, I wanted to right then. Reliving Brooklyn's suffering had really fucked with my head and my ability to hold down food. I didn't know Brooklyn all that well. Didn't know much of anything about her other than she was best friends with Blythe, had her nursing degree, and used to be Amish. Shouldn't someone know his mate before they were actually mated? "You sound like a whiny little girl who didn't get her favorite Barbie doll at the store," Perdita's thoughts whispered through my brain. I mentally flipped her off. "Shut it." She snorted delicately, in that way that only females could. "She's going to wake soon, and then you'll be lost because she'll be too much for you to handle." I highly doubted that she'd be too much for me to handle. But I'd yet to have a steady girlfriend, so maybe Perdita wasn't too far off. My world wasn't for the faint of heart. Most people in Dallas, Texas, knew of the dragons that called it home, yet a lot of them had never been anywhere near one. I was a dragon rider. I rode dragons like most people drove a car. Perdita was such a huge part of my life that I would be lost without her. Not to mention that they were endangered, and it was up to me and the rest of the dragon riders to protect them from all who would see harm come to them. I didn't have a safe life. In fact, the last month had proven just how unsafe my life really was. A woman, especially one who had suffered the atrocities that Brooklyn had, shouldn't be expected to live the life she would now be living. A soft moan from the bed had me turning to the woman in question. She looked good, almost better today. Her coloring looked almost like she'd gotten some sun, and if I didn't know better, I'd say she was almost smiling. Then her eyes opened and she screamed. Guess that wasn't what I'd expected when she first woke up. Maybe a thank you or a where am I was what I'd expected, not a scream. When she finally ran out of breath, I raised my brows at her. "You finished?" I asked. She narrowed her eyes, then took a deep breath, and I closed my eyes and waited. But it never came. I opened my eyes to see her screaming, but I couldn't hear a thing. Then I laughed. Why hadn't I thought of that? She'd used some of my other powers to make herself a force field of sorts. I wasn't sure how she'd done it, but it must have been a defensive reaction because I hadn't learned how to do that until Perdita had felt it necessary that I learn. And only then because I complained that she never taught me anything new. I studied her while she screamed. Was it sadistic of me to find her sexy while she screamed? I thought possibly so. So I tried to will my dick to stop tenting up the front of my soccer shorts. I crossed my leg over my knee and crossed my arms over my chest, leaning back with my eyes closed. I stayed that way for a while. Maybe 5 minutes or so, until I could feel her stare. "Who are you?" she asked. My eyes slowly opened, and I smiled my most disarming smile. The one that got my mom to make the chocolate cake that was my favorite, rather than the apple pie that was Kiefer's favorite, or the peach cobbler that was Skylar's. "My name is Nikolai Vasago," I said telepathically. Her eyes widened until they resembled saucers. "Your lips didn't move," she hissed. I bobbed my head up and down. "No, they didn't," I said aloud. "What are you?" she asked, leaning forward in the bed. The new position put her closer to me, and I let my hands rest on top of my very sizable erection. "I'm a dragon rider," I answered. Her eyes widened. "Holy shit!" I shrugged. I was used to that reaction. Normally, I didn't go around telling people what and who I was, but this was my mate, even if she didn't realize it yet. "What am I doing with you?" she asked. My stomach nodded. "What was the last thing you can remember?" I asked carefully. She didn't seem worried that she was somewhere she didn't remember coming to, so I decided to feel her out and see just what exactly she remembered. "I remember walking into the college where we graduated. I was donating my old scrubs to the school for someone that needed them." She concentrated, and as she did, 3 little lines ran between her eyebrows. "I was walking out of class when everything goes blank." I nodded. "Your Uncle Joseph had you," I said, testing the waters a bit. Her eyebrows rose. "Really?" I nodded again. "What?" she moaned. "Oh, no." I leaned forward. "What?" I asked. "You're related to Blythe's dragon rider, aren't you?" she moaned. I blinked. "I'm nothing like my brother." She snorted, then thought better of it when she raised her hand up to her head. A phantom pain started to trickle through my own head, but I pushed it away. I was good at ignoring pain. I almost had to be to have Kiefer as my brother. Kiefer was always bigger and stronger, so I retaliated by being able to take more. More punches, more magic thrown my way, more emotional trauma. Although my older brother, Pharaoh, who was also a dragon rider, didn't have anything on Kiefer, and I guess, technically, I should be thanking my older brother. He made me into who I was today. Although I would much rather be parking my ass in front of a computer screen or a book, I could hold my own against the King of Dragons, which meant I had a pretty solid shot at standing up against almost anybody. "I knew it," she crowed. This time I didn't feel any of her pain. This time I felt excitement through our bond. A bond which she didn't even realize was there. I'd clamped down on my end of the bond, so the only thing she'd feel from me if it came to it was extreme pain. And hopefully she'd not ever feel that from my end. Because if I was in extreme pain, that meant she was fucked right along with me. "So what else do you know?" I asked with deceptive calm. In reality, my heart was speeding up. I was excited that she was awake. "I know I need to pee," she said. I raised a brow at her. "You have a catheter in," I informed her. She lifted up the cover, spread her legs, and said, "By God, I do." I snorted. "If you're ready to get up, I'll help you do that. I can remove the catheter for you, but I want to say that you can accomplish that feat yourself, Ms. Nurse," I teased. She narrowed her eyes at me. "How do you know so much about me?" she challenged. "Are you a nurse? Or a doctor?" I shook my head. "I've been at your side for weeks now. My sister and Blythe took turns taking care of you. I've just been observing," I told her. I wasn't sure she was ready to hear anything more yet. I'd give her a few days to get used to it, and me, before I broached the topic of our mating and what that meant for the rest of our lives. She started to shuck her blankets, albeit feebly, and I stood to help her disentangle herself from the covers. "Go ahead and give me the syringe," she ordered once I had her sitting up beside the bed. I went to the far wall and found the syringe she'd need inside a shelf-like contraption that held all the medical supplies before I walked back to her. I handed the syringe to her and helped her stand. When I bent down and picked up the bag that was holding her urine, she blushed scarlet. "Give me that," she hissed, holding out her hand. She made a feeble attempt to reach for it, but started to fall. I caught her before her knees could buckle, and picked her up like one would a child, carrying her into the bathroom and setting her down directly on the toilet. You've been in bed for over 2 months. I suggest you not try to do too much before you know what you're capable of, I recommended. She narrowed her eyes, and I smiled as I left the bathroom, closing the door softly behind me.
Chapter 3. I will wake up early tomorrow, work out, eat a healthy breakfast, and look presentable. Brooklyn, sleeping on a throne of lies. Brooklyn. I felt like a newborn foal trying to find her legs as I fumbled with the huge t-shirt that was covering my body. I didn't know what to think. My head was a huge mess of emotions as well, and that all centered around the dark stranger with the beautiful brown-black hair, sparkling green eyes, and a sexy mouth. He sounded like he spoke in an octave that wasn't even registered yet. It was so low that tingles slid down my spine whenever he spoke. And my God, like the man needed any help making him sexy. With the looks, the body, and the voice, he was the complete package of alpha male perfection. And, on top of it all, he was a dragon rider that left me feeling almost giddy. I made quick work with the catheter, having taken them out so many times that I could do them in my sleep, or my weakness, in this case. Of course, I'd never done it on myself before, but there was always a first time for everything. I made slow, painful work of shuffling to the shower that was in the corner of the room, not even caring about the fact that there weren't any towels or a shower curtain. I looked down at my body, kind of excited to see that I had lost a few pounds. I'd had a good 30 pounds around my hips, belly, and ass that were nearly impossible to lose. But apparently, I showed that fat just who was boss, because it was gone. And I had a new tattoo that went down my side. When I'd gotten that, I didn't know. It could have happened at any time. My mind was so blurry at the moment that I just couldn't quite find the ability to care at this point. I wondered idly as I turned on the water whether they had many guests in this hospital. But they did have shampoo and conditioner, the exact ones that I used. I used the shampoo to soap my body since I didn't see the soap, and by the time I was done, I couldn't even lift my hands anymore. I was seriously questioning my decision to shower when strong arms reached forward and turned off the water, followed moments later by a warm, fluffy towel wrapped around my body. He picked me up much the same way as he'd done earlier and carried me back into the little room where I'd been staying. But instead of taking me to the bed that I now saw was stripped bare, he carried me out of the room and into a long hallway. "Where are we?" I asked him. "This is our house. It's the sanctuary for the dragons in the heart of Dallas," Nikolai explained. "Is that supposed to mean something to me?" I asked with confusion. He chuckled as he turned around, pressing his back against a closed door to open it. Then we were in what appeared to be a large mansion. Whatever we were just in wasn't a hospital, but a medical wing of the main house. We were in a huge living room about the size of my entire apartment. Then my stomach plummeted. "My cat!" I cried. He put me down on the couch in the middle of the room, held up his finger, then disappeared for a few minutes before he came back with Elbow, my cat, in tow. Elbow was a big girl. She was a hefty 35 pounds and probably could have survived had she not been fed for over 2 months, but I would never make my girl suffer. She and I were like 2 peas in a pod. I'd found her when I'd left my parents, and she'd been with me ever since. "Oh, my baby," I cooed as Nikolai placed her in my arms. I wrapped her in tightly and smothered her with kisses, all the while she tried valiantly to get away from me. "I don't think she likes that," Nikolai said dryly. I raised a brow at him. "How would you know? Do you speak cat?" I snapped, pulling her pudgy little body into my face while I smothered her with more kisses. She pushed away from my face, but I held on, much to her consternation. I'd admit, she probably didn't like it when I did that, but I just loved her so much. "I can't believe you brought me here around a bunch of dragons. I'm surprised she hasn't freaked out," I said, mystified. The sexy man called Nikolai sat down on the table in front of the couch he deposited me on and watched as I scratched Elbow's happy spot behind her ears. "I have a tattoo," I said to him. Outwardly, he didn't react, but I felt a surge of adrenaline in my veins. Hope, want, need. Not one of those things did I see on his face, but I knew he felt them. I didn't know how, but he was feeling all those emotions wrapped up in a small ball that seemed to simmer underneath his calm outer appearance. "You didn't have it before you got hurt?" Nikolai asked carefully. I felt like I was missing something, and I narrowed my eyes at the man that I really had no proof was who he said he was. That's about when I started to get nervous. Before I'd realized that I was in a compromising position, I couldn't leave. I still couldn't leave. I wasn't strong enough. And who was to say that this man didn't know Joseph? Wasn't working with Joseph? My heart started to pound, and adrenaline started to pour through my veins. But I couldn't run. I'd have to play it safe. I'd have to get more answers. Find out where I was. Could I use a phone? Would he let me? "Can I use your phone?" I asked casually. He reached into his pocket and immediately withdrew his phone. "I never found yours when I got you from Joseph's. I got everything from your apartment, though. It's in a room on the second floor, which was where I put all of your cat's belongings as well. The rest of your things, like your pots and pans, as well as the things you wouldn't be needing here, like your bed and bathroom towels, are in the basement with Blythe's old things," Nikolai said, handing me his phone with zero hesitation. I took the phone, narrowing my eyes at him. "You gave up my lease?" I gasped in outrage. He stared at me unblinkingly. "Your Uncle Joseph was willing to beat you for God knows how long, and there are others in his organization that would be willing to do the same because they know you are important to us. You're best friends with Kiefer's mate, and you are family to the man that just went all sacrificial lamb for the greater good of humankind," Nikolai said dryly. "You'd be like a trophy to them right now. So yes, I did give up your lease, and before you leave this place, you're going to be 100%, and able to fight off anything and everything that comes your way." My outrage fled just as fast as it was there. "Shit," I said, exhaling in defeat. "My family sucks," Nikolai snorted. "You don't get to have a say in who your family is." I looked down at the phone in my hands and swiped the screen to open it. The first thing I saw was a picture of Blythe scrunching Nikolai's face with her hands while she laughed. And a jolt of anger and jealousy shot through me, completely surprising the ever-loving shit out of me at seeing her hands on my man. My man? What the hell? Where did that come from? How was spending 10 minutes awake in his presence enough to make him my man? But the more I examined the feelings, the more concrete they became. He was my man. End of story. Now, I just had to figure out why the hell I felt that way.
Chapter 4. When she says pull out, the respectable thing to say is yes, ma'am, not you'd look good as a single mother. Things to never say to a woman. Nikolai. I woke up the next morning refreshed and bright-eyed. I hadn't slept this good since... I shot up in the bed, tripping over the sheets that were tangled around my legs, and made a mad dash out of the door, completely unaware of my near-nakedness until I hit the mouth of my room and ended up in the living space shared by all the quarters. And there, on the bright red poofy couch that Kiefer called an eyesore, sat Brooklyn. She had a mug of coffee in one hand and a bag of powdered donuts in the other. She froze, with the mug inches from her mouth, and stared at me. I stared back, letting my heart rate return to normal as I took her in. She looked like she was fine. She didn't look like she'd spent the past couple of months in a coma. In fact, she looked almost healthy today. "You forgot to put your pants on when you left your room," Brooklyn waved a half-eaten donut in my direction. I blinked, looking down at my boxers, then turned right around and returned to my room. Guess I was lucky to have anything on. Normally, I slept completely naked. The first thing I did was take a quick shower, washing as quickly as possible before I got out. I may or may not have gotten lost in the feel of the towel on my erection while I was drying off, and before I knew it, I was slowly working my cock up and down until I was ready to blow. And when I did, it was to images of Brooklyn taking my cock down her pretty throat. Embarrassed beyond belief that I'd blown my load like some 15-year-old boy, I threw the soiled towel into the linen hamper and walked into my room, naked as the day I was born. Had I known that a certain little brown-headed woman was standing in my door, I wouldn't have. Eek! Brooklyn squealed, covering her eyes with both hands. Shit! I hissed, walking to my drawers and pulling out a pair of boxer briefs, followed by a pair of soccer shorts. Once they were on, I turned back to Brooklyn. I'm decent. I cleared my throat, crossing my arms over my chest. She slowly moved her fingers apart to survey me before she removed them completely. I'm sorry, she apologized. A beautiful blush stole up the front of her, going all the way up her neck, past her cheeks to disappear into her hairline. For what? I asked. I actually kind of liked having her know what I looked like naked. I scared women when I first presented my cock to them. It wasn't freakishly large, like Guinness Book of World Records big, but it was on the larger side of large. With her knowing what I looked like before we ever got started, let her have the chance to know what she was getting into. And from what I could tell, she wasn't averse to the package. I thought you called my name, she hesitated, sneaking a peek down at my crotch once more. No, I swear you called my name. I would have never come back here had I known. She trailed off, and I was left wanting to laugh my ass off. Tell her, Perdita urged. No, I snapped. She's not ready. Fool boy. I mentally flipped Perdita off. And I was sent back a mental picture of me jacking off only moments before. Don't you dare, I shot back. Brooklyn's eyes went wide and surprised, and I knew seconds later that Perdita felt it her God-given womanly duty to protect all womankind, which was why she'd shared it with Brooklyn. I sometimes thought that Perdita didn't really want me as a dragon rider. Sometimes I felt that she secretly hated me at times. I don't hate you. I just think sometimes it's good for you to come down a few pegs, she said reassuringly. Thanks, I muttered. Brooklyn jumped, then her eyes went back to my dick once more before she turned around. Do you want pancakes? She asked as she walked away. I followed behind her slowly, studying her gait. She looked like she hadn't been lying in bed for days and days upon end. Her ass was tight from what little I could see of it, her legs trim and toned. She was wearing my gray shirt that I could have sworn I'd thrown in the wash last night, as well as a pair of pants I'd unearthed from a box in her suite where I'd stowed all her belongings. They were about 2 inches too long. Even the small size seemed to bag on her ass, which meant that my t-shirt swamped her. Later this afternoon, I planned on taking her into the city to find her clothes that fit, something that I really, really didn't want to do. I didn't do shopping. In fact, the last time I'd stepped foot in a mall, willingly, was when I was 14 and wanted a cookie from the cookie factory in the mall's food court. I was what one would call a loner. I didn't do big events. I didn't do movies. I didn't do dates. I really didn't do malls. But I would go for Brooklyn, even if it'd give me hives to do so. Yeah, I said, following closely behind her into the kitchen. I could go for some pancakes, but how about you let me make them? My suggestion was met with a glare from her part. I think you've done quite enough for me the last couple of days, and I feel fine, so you just sit and watch the master work, she ordered. Needless to say, I sat. Then I watched as she pulled a covered bowl out of the fridge and walked to the skillet that was surprisingly already hot. Just how long had she been waiting for me to get up? There was something crawling along the ledge of my window this morning around 5, she said once she placed the first round circle of batter on the skillet in front of her. I blinked. That would probably be one of the terrible trio, I guessed. She tilted her head slightly and looked at me over her shoulder. I jerked my eyes away from my contemplation of her ass and gave her my attention. A blue dragon? She confirmed. I nodded. She shook her head. No, it wasn't them. I looked for them, thinking it was them too. But I found the 3 of them by the pool, each lying on their own lawn chair. I pursed my lips, then got up to look outside. Our kitchen had a sliding glass door that faced the back patio, and I could see the whole yard clearly. The pool was centered in the middle of the back 2 wings. The left side belonged to Kiefer, and the right side belonged to me. I looked to the right side of the house and studied what was Brooklyn's window. The longer I looked, the more I could make out tiny claw marks on the outside, the likes of which would only belong to a tiny dragon such as the 3 innocent-looking dragons that were lying on the steps that led down to the yard. I'm fairly positive it was one of them. They're pretty good at fooling us when they want you to come play with them. If they ever do that again, let me know, and I'll throw up a ward on your window that'll keep them away, I said over my shoulder. She blinked, then turned back to her pancakes. Once she flipped them, she turned back to me. What's a ward? She asked. I grimaced. If I told her too much, then she'd get into the semantics of my abilities, and I didn't want to tell her all of that yet. A ward is a sort of protection. I designed them, then programmed them myself. I hesitated. It's more like an imaginary line that animals or humans can't cross. You know that feeling when you don't want to go somewhere and your mind's screaming at you not to go near it? It's kind of like that. I have one over this entire property. In reality, I had managed to sync my ability to weave illusions into a computer program. Together with Perdita, I offered a full protection of the estate and the area surrounding the estate for about 50 miles. The only drawback of using the program was that anyone that wasn't a blood relation or bonded to the original Visago family in some way couldn't pass through the barrier. When Kiefer had asked me to figure out how to reconfigure it the day he found out he could possibly be mated to Blythe, I'd been hard-pressed to figure out how to open it to allow her through. I'd been just about to pull it all the way down when I'd felt Kiefer pass through the ward. I'd held my breath, terrified that Blythe would die, but minutes later Kiefer had landed on the back lawn with Declan, his dragon, and Blythe, none the worse for wear. I'd not told him that I hadn't gotten the ward down. I'd decided that bitch fit hadn't been worth the hassle of worrying him. But I'd spent day and night since then honing my skills with the design of the ward and working with Perdita to get the ward under my complete control. And we'd accomplished it, so there was no reason to worry Kiefer, right? That was pretty nifty, actually, Brooklyn broke into my thoughts. So you like computers? I shrugged. I guess so. My brother owns Visago Motors. You know that, right? She nodded, so I continued. I never really wanted to be a part of the hands-on business end. Although I know my way around a car just like Kiefer does, I don't enjoy it in the least. It's more of a chore than a passion, like it is for him, I told her, sitting down at the bar across from where she was currently flipping pancakes. So I started making myself useful to him elsewhere, and I found that I was much more suited for the computer end than the transmission end. She smiled. You would laugh if you saw me trying to change my oil the first time, she snickered, looking up. The light in her eyes had me wanting to bring those lips to mine, but I refrained from moving, happy to see her happy. Why didn't you just take it to an oil lube place? I asked. She shrugged. Money, mostly. It was $40 to get my oil changed by them, and $20 to buy the bottles and do it myself, she explained. I snorted. How'd that work? I asked. I wasn't really prepared. I watched a YouTube video on how to change my car's oil in the library at school, she explained, going behind her to reach above the counter for a couple of plates before returning and piling on pancakes. So I go out there armed with a couple old milk jugs, a funnel, and a monkey wrench. A smile lit my face. Oh, I laughed softly to myself. She nodded back. Yeah, that's about how it went for me. I put the funnel in the milk jug, unscrewed that little bolt at the bottom of the oil pan, and was promptly drenched with oil. I could imagine. So from then on, I flirted with the boys at school to get them to do it for me. Worked out splendidly, and haven't changed my own oil since, she confirmed. Irrational irritation started to pour through me, and I growled. I'll do it for you from now on, I informed her. Her brows rose. Oh? She slid the pancakes in front of me, handed me a fork in the syrup, and then turned the burners off. She rounded the island with her own plate and took up the position beside me. We ate in silence, neither one of us commenting on the fact that I'd practically taken her off the market with that one comment. Long minutes later, with my belly full, I turned to watch her shovel the last of her 2 pancakes into her mouth. I have to get a little bit of work done today. Will you be all right if I leave you alone for a few hours? I asked. She nodded, standing up while still chewing her last piece, then placed her plate gently into the sink. I'll be fine, she said once she'd chewed and swallowed, but I wanted to call Blythe today, and one of these days you need to take me to get some clothes like you promised. I realize that you're busy, but I can't live in your clothes forever. Brooklyn had tried to call Blythe yesterday, but Kiefer had answered for her, saying that Blythe was too busy puking to come to the phone and to try again tomorrow. I doubted that he'd even given Blythe the message that Brooklyn was awake. He was a nice guy like that. That's fine. You can use the house phone. I indicated the old rotary phone on the wall. Or you can come to my office and use my cell phone, whichever one you want to do. She nodded, biting her lip. Do you mind if I... Explore? She asked hesitantly. I shrugged. Fine with me, but it's a big place. It'll take you days to see everything. Her eyes slowly slid down my chest, and it was only then that I realized that I was shirtless, showing off the tattoo that had just recently shown up. Her eyes brightened, and her hand slowly slid up her ribcage. But when she made to open her mouth to question me, I bolted. I'll be in the room right next to the one you slept in last night, I called over my shoulder. I then cursed myself because she knew where my room was. She'd seen me naked in it earlier. She glared at my retreating back, and I had to say that I wasn't surprised that she didn't look all too happy to see me avoid the topic. And I knew I'd get the 4th degree later once I was done, or she worked up the courage, which was why I avoided her until late that night when I knew she'd be asleep. Yep. I know, I'm a coward. So sue me.
Chapter 5. I don't think I'd be good in a threesome. I can't even pet 2 dragons at the same time. Brooklyn's secret thoughts. Brooklyn. I can't believe you're okay. Are you sure you're okay? I can't come home, but I need to know you're okay, Blythe babbled. I narrowed my eyes at the hallway I was walking down. I'm okay, Blythe, I promise. Now, go take a nap or something, and for God's sake, stop crying. You're making me want to cry, too, I ordered my best friend. Is he treating you all right? Blythe continued, ignoring what I had to say. Yes, he's treating me fine, I promise. Now go to sleep, I repeated once again. Blythe sighed. You're treating me almost as annoyingly as Kiefer is, she grumbled. Bye, I said loudly, then hung up, easing carefully around the next corner. I was lost, horribly and terribly lost. It had been a little over 3 days since I'd woken from the coma I'd been in, and in those 3 days, I'd thought I'd gotten pretty used to my surroundings. Except now that I was on my own looking for the kitchen, I realized that my grasp on where exactly I wasn't as good as I'd thought. Finally, I came to a door that led to outside, and I pushed it open. Maybe if I could walk around the outside, I would be able to find the kitchen faster, rather than to continue to walk around hallway after hallway with no idea where I was. It was a sound idea, too, except I didn't take into account the fences. And once I'd walked out the door, I'd realized that it locked behind me. Wonderful, I muttered to myself, looking up at the overcast sky in contemplation. I was in a side yard of sorts. It was separated from the front and back by huge brick walls that spanned at least 8 feet in height all the way around. So I sat down, exhausted to my very bones. I crossed my legs underneath me and contemplated my situation. Brooklyn? I squeezed my eyes shut, my tired brain going on overdrive. I'd not heard Nikolai in my head since I'd woken from my coma, and I just started to chalk it up to my overactive imagination. But alas, Nikolai shattered that stupid notion within seconds of me going outside. Why did you go outside? The dastardly man asked in my head. I thought it'd be a nice day for a stroll, I thought to myself. Or maybe to him, I didn't know. The moment the words were out of my mouth, the sky above me started to rumble. Then, moments later, the bottom of the sky opened up, and rain started to pour down. I'm not really sure why I did what I did. One second I was staring at the water as it drenched me, and the next I was in a bubble. A literal bubble, like one of those plastic ball-act things that hamsters run in when they aren't in their cage. It surrounded me perfectly, and I watched in avid fascination as the rain curved around my bubble and fell to the ground at my sides. I'm in a bubble. It's called a shield, an amused female's voice said dryly. My first reaction was to look at my sides as I tried to find the owner of that voice, and when I didn't see anyone at my sides, only then did I look up, and up, and up, and up. There was a beautiful white dragon, the color of a pearl. She had blue eyes, blue spikes down her back, and a blue war club-type thing on her tail that reminded me of a mace I'd seen once at a museum. She was lying on the roof, almost like she was sunning herself. Could the roof hold that much weight without collapsing? She looked like she'd done it before. Are you talking to me? I asked the dragon. That had to be the stupidest thing to ever come out of my mouth. Literally, out of all the things I could have said to a dragon, I had to ask her if she was talking to me. Damn it, Brooklyn, are you stupid? I asked, leaning up, watching the dragon warily. My head popped out of my bubble, but the rest of me remained in the bubble, protected and dry. Yes, I'm talking to you, the dragon informed me with a regality that made me want to bow at her feet. Was that allowed? Do humans bow to dragons? No, you do not have to bow to me, child. If you'll concentrate on the shield around your head, it should appear without much effort on your part. The back door behind me opened, but I concentrated on making a bubble around my face, eyes widening, as I felt it pop back in place. Wow, I breathed. What was going on? Was I manifesting powers because I was in a dragon rider's home? Did one get powers just from being around dragons? Would I be like Superman, the Hulk, Captain America? I chanced to look back at Nikolai, and he stood there, frozen, staring at me like I'd done something he hadn't expected me to do. "Shit," he breathed. I blinked. "You know why I'm doing this, don't you?" I accused, pointing a finger at him. "Lucy," the dragon teased in a Spanish accent. "You got some splaining to do." Nikolai glared at something over my shoulder, and I whipped around, because, hello, there was a dragon at my back. My bubble disintegrated. Whatever control I'd had over the bubble-like thing around me was gone, and I was no longer being protected from the rain. I'd never seen a dragon this close before. Of course, everyone in Dallas had seen one a time or two in the air, but it was a rare treat that one saw them from this close. Dragons, from what I'd been told, were solitary by nature. They didn't like large crowds, small crowds, or medium crowds. You get the picture. They didn't like people much, period. And they certainly didn't spend time with humans that didn't have dragon rider blood. Mostly because you never knew who you could trust. Hell, I was a pretty normal woman. A new nurse. A 26-year-old, nearly virgin. Well, that probably wasn't so normal, but you catch my drift. I was an everyday run-of-the-mill female American. I must have been really special for the dragon to talk to me. That, or maybe screwed in the head. "Stop putting yourself down, you're completely fine," Nikolai snapped. I narrowed my eyes. He needed to stop reading my mind, if he didn't like what went through it. "I need answers, and not the vague answers you've been giving me the last couple of days," I ordered darkly. Nikolai sighed, sitting down on the edge of the door, allowing his feet to extend out into the rain. He was wearing a pair of black basketball shorts. "I don't think you're ready for the answers you seek yet," he said evasively, opening the door with a fucking key and waving me inside. I narrowed my eyes, but nonetheless followed him inside, looking only once over my shoulder at the dragon that was no longer there. "Who are you to tell me I'm not ready? I'm tired of being treated like I'm a child," I snarled. My fear must have finally made itself known to him, and he dropped his head to his hands before he exploded in a flurry of movement. He groaned and stood up, ripping his wet t-shirt off over his chest. And it was then that I saw the tattoo again. It looked like an exact replica of mine, and I'd been telling myself for the past 24 hours that maybe I'd been dreaming when I saw the tattoo yesterday after breakfast. Almost as if we'd hugged and my tattoo had rubbed off on him where our skin had met. My mouth fell open, and I stared in shock. "You have my tattoo," I accused smartly. He nodded. "Why?" I asked. He shook his head. "I don't know. Well, I do know, but I don't know why." I scrunched my nose up in confusion. "What does that even mean?" I asked. He sighed and started forward, offering me his hand. "Follow me. I have something you can read, and once you're done, if you have any questions, I'll answer them," he said, leading me through the maze of hallways. I realized, as if in a daze, that I'd turned right instead of left, which would have taken me to the kitchen, instead of the copious amount of hallways that I'd taken instead. "You need one of those maps that malls put up that says, 'You are here on each corner,'" I mumbled distractedly. I was distracted because I could feel the body heat emanating off of the man. He felt like a ball of fire in the middle of a blizzard. I wanted to wrap myself around him and rub my face against his pecs. Maybe wrap my legs around his face. Okay, I needed to quit. I was clearly getting out of hand. Nikolai didn't seem to notice my wayward thoughts, only kept trudging forward without a care. Luckily, I managed to shake it off once I reached what I realized was his own personal office. The room itself had a wall of computer monitors mounted above a massive desk on the far wall. Bookshelves surrounded us, climbing to the ceiling on either side of us. On the opposite wall, through the doorway, was a massive bed about twice the size of a normal-sized king. And I idly wondered why he had such a large bed. I had vaguely noticed it when I was in there earlier, but now all I could see was the bed. Both rooms were black. Black walls, black computers, black curtains, black sheets. The only thing not black were the wood floors, and those were such a dark brown that they could have passed for black. "What the fuck?" I asked. "What's with all the black?" He let my hand go and walked to the bank of computer monitors, picking up a leather-bound book from about 15 books that were lined against the back of the desk, and turned to me. "Sit down." He gestured towards his bed. My brows rose, but I followed directions and walked to his bed, raising a knee once I reached the huge thing, and slid along the slick sheets until I was safely ensconced in the very middle. When I finally looked at him expectantly, it was to see Nikolai's eyes dilated, and his breathing picked up. I hid my smile as I held out my hands. "Gimme," I ordered. He handed me the book so fast, it looked like he'd been cattle prodded. I took it from him and watched as he walked to the other room. I could see him at the computer monitors, where he took a seat, then immersed himself in the World Wide Web, or whatever it was. I wasn't sure. The computer had one of those black screens on it that didn't allow anyone but him to see what he was doing, and I wondered idly why he had that. Was he that private that he had to hide what was on his computer screen? After I studied his profile for long moments, I finally cracked open the book that he'd given me. Mating. All dragon riders have a predestined mate. Some riders will never find that mate and will forever stay single, never to marry or fall in love. Others, though, will find their mate, and their mate will become immortal, matching in lifespans with their rider. My heart started to pound, and I looked up at Nikolai, studying him avidly. "We're mated?" I squeaked. He turned only his head to survey me, and narrowed his eyes. "I told you to read it all. Once you're done, I'll answer your questions." Duly chastised, I looked down at the book and continued reading. With the first touch of mates, skin to skin, the process begins. It takes up to 3 full days for the process to be complete, and the two mates will be forever bound, unconditionally and irrevocably. My mind started to whirl. Had he been the one to save me, to rescue me from my uncle's harming hands? Page after page I read, and the more I read, the more I started to understand. Was I afraid? No, not even a little bit. The female is fed by the male's connection to the dragon. The two mates will forever have to be within the vicinity of the other, or they start to grow weak, and eventually die if the separation goes on too long. Never stay apart for more than 24 hours. Trust me, it doesn't go away. I know. Was I now immortal? Was that what he was trying to tell me? The last words on the page were a dedication of sorts, and I looked up with a burning question on the tip of my tongue. "Who wrote this?" I whispered, finally looking up from the book. He was facing me, and had been for a while, studying my face as I read, gauging my reaction to the words on the page. "My father." I blinked. "Your father's dead?" I gulped. He nodded. "He died hours after writing that." He indicated the book. My eyes started to well with hot tears. "He really loved you," I whispered. "You will forever live on in my heart." I quoted from the last page. He smiled sadly. "I think that was for my mother, although she's never read it to this day." "Your mother's still alive?" I asked worriedly. "But there was a page in there talking about the mate losing the ability to talk once." He nodded. "My father breathed his last breath down my mother's throat, just like the book says," he admitted. "She hasn't said a word since the day my father died." A ball of sadness formed in the pit of my belly. "That sounds so awful that I want to cry. And I don't even know them," I whispered. Nikolai shrugged. "So, do you have any more questions?" he asked softly, placing both of his elbows on his knees and leaning forward. "Were you the one to save me? Were you the one who brought me here?" I whispered. Nikolai nodded. "Yes, Perdita and I brought you here," he confirmed. "It says the minute a dragon rider touches his mate's skin, that the bond starts forming." I hesitated. But I wasn't awake for that part, which I assume is what happened. I licked my lips. Can you tell me how? He nodded. I will start from the beginning and tell you everything, okay? He offered. At my nod, he started to tell me how he came to find me. Did I look bad? I asked hoarsely once he got to how he'd found me. He nodded. No sugarcoating for Nikolai. Was I wearing clothes? I asked. It was something I'd meant to ask, yet couldn't find the courage until now. I didn't really want to hear the answer, although I knew I needed to know, if only for my peace of mind. Yes, Skylar, my sister, said that you had no internal injuries. She looked when I was out of the room, he said hastily, when my eyes went wide. I nodded. She also said that your injuries were life-threatening, and you probably wouldn't make it through the night, he said softly. My eyes widened even further. Then how am I alive right now? I asked bluntly. He turned to the side, then pointed down at the tattoo. Our bond, he said simply. So our bond has healing abilities? I asked carefully. He shrugged. I guess. I don't really know. He hesitated. All I know is what you know from that book in your hands. There are a few things I learned from Kiefer, but to be honest, he's just about as clueless in that department as I am. No one even realized this was possible until he mated with Blythe. I took a deep breath, then let it out slowly. So, we're mated for life? I asked. He nodded. And there's no way to break this bond. That last question was met with a narrowing of his eyes. Death, he barked. I held my hands up. Whoa there, Dragon Slayer. I was only wondering. You know, you wondered the same thing. You've had 2 months longer than me to come to terms with this. I've had a little over an hour, I growled. He looked down at his hand, opening and closing it into a tight fist. When he didn't say anything more, I continued on to my list of questions. It also said that I would share your powers, I said. He nodded. You do. I do? I asked. Which ones? He grinned. I have a little bit of telepathy. I can make some damn fine illusions. He ticked the numbers off on his fingers. I can detect heat by infrared. I can move things with a thought of my mind. And there are times that I can channel another dragon's powers if I am touching a bonded dragon rider or dragon. Make zones of protection around myself, just different things. I blinked. That's it? I asked. What else were you expecting? He challenged. I held my hands up. I just mean, I thought you might have super strength, or control fire, I teased. His face relaxed. I can do that if I'm touching my brother's dragon Declan, he said. But a dragon rider gets their powers from their dragon, and Perdita is a shadow dragon. She is originally from the caves that line a certain mountain ridge in the old world. She does her best stuff in the dark, which is where I excel, he continued to explain. Whereas Declan, Kiefer's bonded dragon, is a fire dragon. He does the more obvious things that you would expect a dragon to do, such as breathe fire. And you think I'll be able to control these powers? I bit my lip. He nodded. You already exhibited the bubble, as Kiefer likes to call it, when you were out in the rain. It's pretty good for protection. Sound protection or protection against arrows? I asked. He laughed. Arrows, he snorted. I nodded. Y'all don't get shot with arrows? He shook his head. Not for a very long time, if ever. I haven't. Perdita might have, though. He paused thoughtfully. I have. I don't like arrows, and no, the shield doesn't protect against them, Perdita offered lightly. I smiled at Nikolai. So, what now? I asked, once it'd been silent in the room for a couple of long minutes. Nikolai sat back in his chair. I guess we date, he finally offered. I nodded. How long are we supposed to date? I asked curiously. He raised a brow at me. I guess until you decide it's time to move to the next step, he supplied. My brows lowered. And when will I know what that is? He snorted. "You'll know. And when you know, you'll let me know," he quipped cryptically, offering me his hand. I took it, and he led me to the shower, turning the knobs until it was at a good temperature. "Now, get in here and get dried off before I have to call my sister and ask her what I'm supposed to do for someone that has pneumonia," he ordered. I was cold now that he mentioned it. It was fairly close to freezing outside, but in all this time, I hadn't felt one single shiver until he'd mentioned it. "I guess your mind is on other things." He left the room without another word, and I slipped my still slightly damp clothes off and traveled into the massive bathroom that looked like it was fit for a king. Or a prince, I thought to myself. He hadn't said he was, but he hadn't said he wasn't either. Perdita had let it slip during one of the many back-and-forth conversations I'd had with her that day, and I knew that Nikolai had heard every word said between the two of us. But he hasn't said a word, and I had to wonder why. That would be one of the many questions I'd asked him about once I got out. And I had every intention of asking him. But the moment I got out of the shower, my eyes lit on the cotton t-shirt that I'd seen him wearing earlier in the day. He must have put it there for me to slip on. And I did. But the moment I had it over my shoulders, all the tension that had built up in my body from the moment I'd realized we were mates slipped away, as if it had never been. In its place was a sort of peace. I was surrounded by his scent. And the moment I sat down on his bed, a strange sort of lethargy poured through my body, and I laid down completely on the bed. My head hit the pillow, and I took an even deeper breath, filling my lungs with all that was Nikolai. And, unsurprisingly, I fell asleep. I was gifted like that. Chapter 6. If a woman pulls out a knife during an argument, it is not recommended to pull out some bread, mayo, and cheese. Why? Because she will fucking kill you, not make you a goddamn sandwich. Word to the wise. Brooklyn. I don't know why I never expected Nikolai to be able to fight. He had the muscles, he worked out, he was aware. But he never struck me as fierce. I wasn't thinking that anymore, though, as I watched him beat the ever-loving shit out of his opponent. He never used a single one of his powers to accomplish it either. He did it all with sheer strength, force of will, and knowledge. He was divine. All we were supposed to be doing was buying some supplies for the house. It had been over 2 months since I'd woken from my coma, 6 weeks since he told me I was his mate, and even longer since the housekeeper had stocked the kitchens. I'd never been so happy to leave the confines of a house. I would have been happy with going in a plain old car, but today, Nikolai had taken me on a motorcycle of all things. I'd always wanted to ride on one, but had never had the courage to ask for a ride. Today, though, I'd practically begged Nikolai for us to take it. He'd argued that a truck would hold more groceries, but I'd been adamant. I didn't even know why either. Just the thought of being in the open air, outside the confines of the sanctuary, turned me into a giggling mass of excitement, and I was sure that nothing would ruin this day. But I'd been wrong. Since I was now watching my man get ganged up on by 5 men. My uncle's cronies could ruin my day, as evidenced by the stupid goon trying to slash Nikolai's face off with a fucking saber sword. I'd at first tried to help Nikolai, but his insistence that I back up and stay the hell out of it had been loud and clear, even when he hadn't actually said any of those words out loud. But he'd been awesome at screaming them inside my head like I was a disobeying 3-year-old, rather than a 26-year-old grown-ass adult who knew how to wipe her own butt. I watched with the brick wall of a convenience store at my back. Nikolai's bike was on its side where he'd dumped it. My arm was scratched, and a strange throbbing sensation was going on with my ribs. Funny enough, I hadn't remembered ever hitting my ribs. Nikolai had been extremely careful about laying his bike down as we slid. He'd also made me wear protective clothing, such as a brand new pair of motorcycle boots, a leather jacket with padding in the elbows and back, as well as a pair of pants that were supposedly flame-proof. I was glad he'd forced me to wear them now. But a scant hour before, as I'd been getting dressed. I'd been reluctant. "Duck!" Nikolai screamed. Then I was seeing nothing but black. Everything around me was black. "Nikolai!" I whispered frantically. "I can't see." Strong arms, the arms that I was coming to care for in the short few days that we'd officially started to date, wrapped around me. "Shh," he breathed, so low that I couldn't be sure that he said anything at all. "Grab the bike," he whispered through my brain. I moved my arms forward and grabbed onto the bike, feeling him shift as he got on. Then he pulled me on behind him, and a loud roar sounded as he turned over the engine. "Hold on," he rushed. I held on. It felt like we'd been released from a slingshot as he blasted forward. 1 second everything was dark, and the next, I could see again. "Eek!" I said as I watched the end of an alley loom ahead of us. "There's a turn. It'll be tight, though. Steady yourself," Nikolai ordered. I steadied myself as best as I could, mostly by wrapping my arms so tight around his waist that I knew it had to be uncomfortable. He didn't complain, though. The turn was tight, and I hadn't even realized there was one there until we were taking it. We moved down an alley behind buildings that was so narrow that I could easily reach out and touch the 2 buildings that were back to back. Nikolai didn't seem to notice or care, because he just kept riding forward so fast that I could barely breathe. We made it to the end of the alleyway and pulled straight into traffic, cutting off a white police car in our efforts. "Oh, shit," I breathed. He pushed us forward even faster, completely ignoring the police car's red and blue lights, instead weaving in and out of traffic like his life depended on it. And maybe it did. I didn't know. I turned to see if I could spot anyone behind us, but saw nothing but the red and blue lights, and the traffic trying to part for the police officer to get through. "You're gonna have to go faster if you want to get away from that cop," I said. I couldn't believe those words had left my lips, but desperate times called for desperate measures. "Hold on to your titties," he called over the roar of the wind and the engine. I looked forward, wondering how he was going to get out of the traffic jam I saw in front of us, but once again my vision went warped, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Traffic was moving. There was no police car behind us. Everything felt normal. But it wasn't, because I could still feel my hair flying backwards, could still feel the adrenaline as it coursed through my veins. Everything was still the same, but it wasn't. "Don't you think you could warn me when you're going to just throw me into an illusion?" I yelled. I felt the rumble of Nikolai's chest as it vibrated through his rough chuckle. "I did," he informed me. I snorted. "Hold on to your titties," I said, "isn't a warning." "Tomato, tomato," he drawled. I snickered and leaned my head against his back, enjoying the ride as much as I could. He rode for what felt like forever, but ended up being mere minutes. He stopped abruptly when we pulled in beneath an overpass. We went from about 60 miles per hour to a full stop in less than 100 feet. "That was fun," I lied, trying to catch my breath as we stayed huddled underneath the bridge. Nikolai turned his face towards me. "I knew I should have had Skylar check your head for brain damage." I pinched his side, causing him to squirm out of my touch. "Now what?" I asked him. He sighed, slumping forward slightly on his handlebars. "Go home. I thought if this turned out okay and nobody saw us, we could do this more often. But it's more than apparent that without the patrols in the city to keep us safe from the hunters, we're not going to be able to leave the house," he admitted softly. A dark shape made itself visible from the shadows, and I gasped, shrinking back. "About time you got here, damn it," Nikolai grumbled. "Sorry, Charlie. I couldn't help but stay back and see where they went," Perdita said. She sounded so good when she was being bad. If I'd said something similar, I would have sounded like I was being sarcastic. Perdita, though, sounded like she was being as courteous as she could be. Nikolai sighed. "Where'd they go?" he asked. "A warehouse just east of the city. They didn't even try to follow you." "Fucking wonderful. I need to change my license plate now, and get us new helmets. And you can never wear those clothes out again. Motherfucker, I have a headache, Nikolai said, slumping forward with his head in his hands. I felt like a shithead. I asked him repeatedly to go out, and I never once realized that there would be danger. I just wanted something to do, a place to think that wasn't the house that felt like a freaking cage. And I'd endangered us. But he'd never said anything. He didn't want to make you feel trapped, Perdita said smoothly, her large head turning to look at me. I slumped into Nikolai's back, wondering if he'd heard what I just said. He didn't seem to notice, though. His eyes were focused on the traffic passing us, and it was only then that I realized that we were hidden in the shadows. The cars were passing us as if there wasn't a massive damn dragon right beside the road. Can you teach me how to do this shadow bend thing? I asked the two of them. I plan to start teaching you as soon as you ask, so yes, you can learn as much or as little as you like. I just didn't want to overwhelm you with too much information in such a small period of time, Nikolai informed me. I smiled into the leather of his jacket. Cool, I whispered. Nikolai jumped up suddenly, and I gasped, but it was only so he could start his motorcycle back up. I laughed nervously at the smile he tossed over his shoulder, satisfied that he'd scared me. Gonna go back into the illusion until we hit the road to the sanctuary, so don't be afraid, he yelled. Then we were gone, or my mind was. My physical body was still pressed up against Nikolai's back. It was an odd type of feeling, that was for sure. The ride was long, and there was a ton of traffic I could feel whizzing past us, but at least Nikolai was able to give me the illusion of a nice, traffic-free ride. I knew the moment we got within the protection of the sanctuary, because suddenly I had the ability to use all 5 of my senses once again. My eyes took in the long drive that led up to the house. It was a blacktop asphalt and felt so smooth as we moved up it, taking turn after turn. Sporadically, trees dotted the large, sprawling lawn. Some pine, others oak. But my favorite was the weeping willows that we had to drive under just as we reached the carport of the house. Perdita flew over the house, not stopping, and I turned just in time to see the terrible 3 come flying at us like they were tracking down prey. I closed my eyes, but before they could hit me and knock me off the back of Nikolai's bike, I was suddenly hauled off by 2 strong arms and placed none too gently on my feet nearly 10 feet away. I turned in time to see Nikolai go down. "No ice!" he yelled. I wondered what he meant by the "no ice" comment, but saw what he meant seconds later. Each and every place the triplets licked, yes, they were like a bunch of happy dogs, there was a trail of ice in their tongues' wake. "Oh," I said, looking down at my own arms. Reddened lines in the shapes of slithery snake tongues showed up on my arms, and I looked at the back of my hands, only then seeing the bloodied cuts. "What?" I said, looking up at Nikolai as he pushed to his feet. "What's going on with my hands? How had I missed hurting them?" Nikolai frowned. "I thought I explained that to you," he said. "When either one of us gets hurt, the other displays the same cuts on their own bodies." I blinked. "No," I said. "I would have remembered that discussion." He held his shirt up and showed me his side, and I gasped when I saw my scar from my time in my uncle's captivity on his own body. "Holy," I breathed. "Holy shit!" He grinned. "Creepy, huh?" I let my hand trail down to the dragon at my feet and slowly stroked his leathery wings. He was about the size of a small Shetland pony, so he reached to just about my mid-thigh. "What makes Perdita yours?" I asked. Nikolai looked up at me in surprise. "You mean, how am I bonded to her?" he clarified. I nodded. "Yes." He walked around the side of the house, and I followed, waiting patiently for him to explain. I followed behind him, watching him. "I was standing right," he stopped, "here, when I bonded to Perdita." I looked at where he was standing, and then up at the house. He was standing under what I thought to be his window. "How old were you?" I asked. He looked up at the sky, completely ignoring the 3 dragons that kept jumping up to nip at his fingers. They were like a mixture of a dog and a cat, playful like a dog, but lithe and graceful like a cat. It was the eve of my 19th birthday, he explained, and I was sneaking out my window to go to a party with some new friends I'd just met earlier in the day. I blinked. You snuck out? I asked in surprise. For real? He nodded. I was in the rebellious stage of my teenage years. My father had just died about a year before, and my mother hadn't said a word in the same amount of time. I went from having total iron control of my senses to absolutely none. My father was my best friend, besides Kiefer. When he was no longer there, I didn't have the same outlook on life, he explained. He started walking again. And that night, I'd planned to try drugs for the first time. I had a pocket full of weed to share, and I was ready to get lost. He pointed. I was looking over that tree right there, when the first jolt of power hit me, bringing me to my knees. I was listening intently, waiting for him to continue. And when he did, my heart broke. I laid there for nearly 2 hours before Perdita finally showed, he said. Normally the dragon finds you well before the change, drawn to you by your scent. And what happened that Perdita didn't find you that fast? I asked. He sat down on the cool grass, then laid down until he could see the sky above him. Perdita didn't want to come, he said. Why? I gasped. I wasn't in a good place. I was an asshole to the 10th degree. I was rude, offensive, and hated everyone. And she saw that. Saw how I treated people. Didn't want to come to me, but the pull was too strong. And in the end, she did come, even though she didn't want to, he said to the sky. I looked down at him, but he was completely oblivious to my gaze, instead staring at the sky, contemplating memories that I couldn't see. That's sad, I admitted, taking a seat beside him. I ran my hand down the leathery feeling wings of the closest dragon and laughed when he started to make a sound that was perilously close to a purr. We sat like that in silence for a few long minutes while he watched the clouds pass overhead. Perdita got over it, but she didn't give all her tricks to me at first, refused to teach me almost all of it. I had to work on it all on my own, and I'm still not convinced that she isn't keeping things from me, he admitted. Haven't you proven yourself trustworthy yet? I asked. He sighed. She said, in the beginning, that I'd have to earn every piece of information she had. And apparently I'm not done earning it yet. I'm 20-fucking-8, and I still feel like I'm that 19-year-old shithead who was so lost he could never be found. He closed his eyes. Seems like you've turned your life around. From what I've learned from Blythe, she loves you. Your brothers love you. Your sisters well. I don't hear much about your mother, but I'm sure I will eventually. You're an amazing computer whiz, and I haven't seen a day that has gone by that you haven't come out here and spent time with the little terrors. What is there to find? I asked. He shrugged. Me. I still feel like I'm paying for sins that I committed 10 years ago. Perdita and my family never let me forget that I used to be a fuck-up, but he placed his hands under his head. Seems Perdita's finally happy that I chose correctly for once. I cocked my head slightly to the side. Chose correctly? I asked. His eyes opened, and those beautiful green orbs stared through my soul. You. I chose you correctly, he said. Confusion clouded my features. But I thought you didn't choose me. I didn't, you're right. But according to her, I have the correct attitude when it comes to you. And apparently, letting you choose the pace is the right way to go about having a relationship, such as the one we have, he informed me. Oh, I said, so you letting me call all the shots made Perdita happy. Got it. That first week that I came into my powers were a nightmare. Kiefer didn't help me either. It was like I was all alone. I never saw Perdita again for another 6 months, although I always felt her close, he said. It was torture. I read about the Meridian and how dragons had to be around it to keep their eternal life. Is that the same with you and her? I asked. Do you have to be around her or you'll die? He shook his head. No, but it's uncomfortable. It's like I have this well of knowledge with no way to tap into it. She centers me, and I center her. It was a little bit of torture for us both when she stayed away that long. I leaned down until I was leaning on his strong washboard abs and stared at him until he opened his eyes. You're a good man, Nikolai. You've proved that to me for months now, the majority of which I wasn't even awake. You've protected me, sheltered me, saved me. In my book, it doesn't matter what you used to be. All that matters is what you are now, I said. You know, I used to be Amish, right? He nodded. I hated my life. Not that it was a bad life per se, but it wasn't something I could see myself doing for the rest of my life, I said. I woke up the day of my 16th birthday and knew I wouldn't be able to stay there anymore. Technically, I still had time to spread my wings, so to speak, and then be baptized. However, after my first ever movie, I realized I wasn't going to be able to do it anymore. I went wild, did some questionable things that I can't really remember. Went to movies, parties, drinking, things I'm not very proud of anymore. But I turned my life around, became who I wanted to be. And it looks like you've done the same, I said softly. His eyes melted. Thank you, he said. I smiled down at him, then leaned forward until my lips hovered over his. You made the right decision, I whispered softly. My breath brushed over his lips, and he inhaled deeply, almost as if he could pull me that little bit closer so that my lips would touch. But it wasn't to be, sadly. 3 dragons chose that moment to ambush the both of us at once. I rolled with the attack, crying out in mock terror. Nikolai did the same, but he was obviously the larger target, because soon I was left by the lone one who'd taken me down, and all 3 worked on Nikolai, nipping, throwing their bodies around, and growling. It continued for long minutes, until Nikolai was too tired to play any longer, causing him to flop back on his back, lungs heaving for air. You're good with them, I said, moving closer until our hips touched, him facing one way, me the other. I breathed deeply, letting my feet tangle in the grass. I'd lost my boots sometime during the altercation, and the grass felt cool against my bare toes. Nikolai moved his head until it rested against my foot, and I pinched his hair between 2 toes. Ow! He said, jerking slightly. I grinned. So how long are Kiefer and Blythe going to be gone? I asked. He shrugged, making the dragon on his chest grumble at him for having his bed moved. I guess as soon as they find what they're searching for, he finally said. Apparently, they'd found what they were searching for. Chapter 7. Nikolai is a weird combination of he's so sweet my parents love him and don't ever fuck with that guy, he's a crazy motherfucker. Brooklyn Secret Thoughts. Brooklyn. I opened my eyes to darkness, and a solid, massive male, who wasn't Nikolai, standing over me. And I might, or might not have, reacted badly. Out of sheer instinct, I launched myself off the bed, then hovered there in the corner. Then imagined myself being protected by Nikolai, and suddenly, I was. Nikolai appeared, as if out of thin air, and he was spittin' mad. He launched himself at my unwanted intruder. The 2 of them went down in a pile of big limbs, strong punches, and bellowing roars. What the fuck is going on here? The man that looked like death reincarnated screamed. Nikolai didn't talk, only kept attacking. Except the more I looked, the less and less real it seemed. Because Nikolai wasn't doing much more than distracting the intruder, stepping in front of him, knocking him down. It wasn't anything like the fight I'd seen last night. What the fuck was going on indeed? From the corner of my eye, I saw movement in the doorway, and looked to see a crowd huddled there, Nikolai in the very front. He was looking at the scene with an impressed air about him, and suddenly, I wasn't scared any longer. Which meant the illusion I'd unwittingly created dissipated in a cloud of smoke. What are you doing out there? I asked Nikolai in confusion. Then, understanding dawned as he grinned and watched Kiefer stand up and brush off his shirt before turning to me. Why he was hovering in the doorway in a dark room scaring the ever-loving crap out of me while I was sleeping was beyond me. It wasn't Nikolai who answered. "I was letting your cat back inside. She wouldn't shut up," Kiefer explained. "Ah," I said. "How'd she get outside?" Nikolai shook his head and finally breached the room, walking to the bed, and taking a seat like there weren't 15 people in the room. Well, more like 5, but who was counting? He was wearing exactly what he'd had on last night when we'd gotten into bed, which wasn't much of anything, corroborating his story. The night before, Nikolai and I had fallen asleep in his bed, talking about this and that. Or at least, I'd had a great time. We'd stayed up until the wee hours of the morning, talking about dragon riders, my life with my parents, Nikolai's life before he'd come into his powers, what I wanted to do with my life. And sometime between my explanation and his offer, I'd fallen asleep, only to be woken up so rudely by the behemoth standing at the end of the bed, glaring down at me like I'd outsmarted him, and I was an interesting new toy. "Hi," I said, waving. "You have a mating tattoo," the man said. "That's very observant of you, Kiefer," Nikolai said dryly. Kiefer turned his glare to his brother. "How long has this been going on?" he challenged. Nikolai grinned. "Since you left." Blythe, who'd been standing in the doorway, gasped. "And you didn't tell me?" Blythe said accusingly. I held up my hands. "I was just trying not to freak out. He said to give it time, so I did that by not talking about it at all." Blythe's lips tightened, and she turned to regard Kiefer, revealing a small bump that I hadn't seen before. "You're pregnant?" I screeched. Blythe blushed. "You're accusing me of not talking to you, and you have something this huge, and you didn't tell me?" I yelled, standing now. "I'm not huge," Blythe screeched back. I rolled my eyes up to the ceiling. "That's not what I said, and you know it," I stated. She furrowed her nose at me. "So, how was the sex?" Blythe asked. Nikolai coughed. I hesitated. "We haven't, had sex yet." Blythe's mouth dropped open. Then how? You have his mark." She pointed at the tattoo. I looked down, only now realizing that I was practically naked, only in a bra and a pair of panties. "Shit," I said, standing up and reaching for the blanket that was on the bed. "Why are y'all still in here while I'm naked?" "You're not naked," Kiefer argued. Nikolai grabbed his brother in a chokehold and took him out of the room, leaving only me and Blythe. "You're my sister for real now," Blythe said, jumping on the bed and rolling until she was lying on the maid's side of the bed. I blinked, laughing under my breath as I realized that Nikolai had made the bed around me instead of waking me up. "I haven't decided to actually accept the maiden yet," I hedged. Blythe gave me an eye roll. "If you're bearing the mark, something I'm still not sure how you're doing if you haven't had sex, then you're his, and he's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. Trust me on this. You can't run," she said. Then she did something with her fingers, and all of a sudden a fireball formed in her hands. I gasped. "Your hand's on fire!" I screeched. Apparently, screeching was the only octave I could handle this morning. She looked at me curiously. "You made my mate fight a figment of his imagination, and you're saying something about me holding a ball of fire?" she asked. I blinked. Now that she put it like that, it did sound odd that I would question her use of a magical ability. "I don't even know how I did that," I said. Blythe smiled. "The first night I started exhibiting powers, I caught my panties on fire," she said. I waited for the punchline, but there wasn't one. "You're what?" I asked in confusion. She nodded as if I was in on some insider scoop. "I really did, but I didn't burn my skin. But I've miraculously never had to shave again since I burned off the hair. It's been rather interesting. The major thing is that I can hear other people's thoughts when I want to," she added quickly when she saw the worried look on my face. I visibly relaxed. Good, I said. Do you think you can make it so I didn't have to shave anymore? She gave me a droll look. You're weird, she said. Tell me how you and Nikolai got mated without actually fucking. I curled my lip at her. Don't say fucking, it's crude, I said. As for the maiden part of our mating, which I'm still not sure about, apparently the tattoo can appear without actual intercourse. Mine appeared after he touched me. When his sister was working on me, apparently I became very near death. And the mating was forced to save my life. I drew a monumental amount of energy from Nikolai that was able to heal me physically. Mentally, it took a little bit longer, or so I'm told. She said. Do you want to fuck him? I glared at her, and she held up her hands. Sorry, she said. Kiefer has a dirty mouth. I sighed and finally sat down, letting the sheet I'd grabbed in my haste to cover up drop as I did. I reached for the shirt Nikolai had taken off the night before and shrugged it on before lying down next to her. I want to, I said. Then why don't you? She asked. I shrugged. I'm nervous. I want to be with him, but to have it forced upon us makes me feel like it's wrong. What if he resents me? What if I resent him? Trust me on this, she said. You won't resent each other. Everything you're feeling now will all be clear after, and you'll feel even more deeply and strongly for each other. I sighed. I'm hungry, I said. She jumped up. Me too, she said, clapping her hands. Then she jumped forward, tossed me a pair of sweatpants that were on the floor, and said, Get them on. Needless to say, I got them on. They were too big. They were, of course, made for a man that was 6'3" and 220 pounds. Not me at 5'6" and 135 pounds. Well, 135 pounds when I was still working out. There was no telling what I weighed now. Blythe walked with me to the kitchen, seemingly having no problem navigating the hallways like I had. We were almost there when we heard a commotion that had us both running. Fuck! Came the booming bellow of Kiefer. We were in the kitchen within moments, and I froze when I saw Kiefer as pale as a white sheet. What's going on? I cried, seeing Nikolai not in much better of a position. He was leaning heavily on the counter, Kiefer's hand wrapped around his bicep. He had his head leaning against the cool granite countertop as something was exchanged between them. Hurry, put your hand on him. Blythe dragged me to Kiefer. Except my mind was all on Nikolai, as worry poured through me. Was he okay? The moment I touched the skin of Kiefer's arm, lightning jumped from him to me. My skin seemed to pulse at whatever power communication between the two males poured into me as well. My skin felt hot, and my eyes burned like they did at the end of a long day of working outside under the sun. My breathing came in short, ragged gasps, and my eyes inadvertently closed as I, too, slumped onto the counter. It was like when I was 16 and accidentally touched an exposed wire from a box fan I had plugged into the wall. It was a distinct buzz of energy that jolted up my arm and shot straight to my heart, only multiplied times 1,000. I could feel my residual aches and pains flowing away. My hearing and vision became sharper as my knees grew weaker. Pictures started to flow through my brain of a tow-headed boy running after a much larger man that was carrying a cane. Then another where two teenagers fought, ones that looked impressively like much younger versions of Kiefer and Nikolai. Then there was the moment Nikolai first laid eyes on Perdita. The moment he realized that he needed to change his life to be a better man. Then more of Nikolai excelling at using his powers, fighting more with his brothers, swinging his sister around in his arms, cooking with his mother, throwing the football to a bunch of smaller dragons. And finally, the first time he saw me. How he felt when he first laid eyes on my broken body. How tenderly he'd held me when he'd finally gotten me away from there. How he'd cared for me day in and day out. The moment that the tattoo appeared on both of our bodies. How he'd take his shirt off after a long day of wearing it and carried it down for me to wear. The moment he placed the shirt next to my face, I'd calm instantly. And I finally knew. He was mine, and I was his. I opened my eyes full of wonder, as I stared at the man at my side. "What was that?" I breathed. He grimaced. "What was what?" he asked, standing up like an old man. "All of that," I said. My brain wasn't working right. Little zips of power went into my fingers where I still touched him, causing me to twitch every now and then. I watched him now, not as the man I was stuck with, even though I wanted to be stuck with him, but as a different man. A man that I was in love with. And I never knew it had happened. Sometime in the last couple of days, he'd wormed himself into my heart, digging in deep and making a spot for himself there, permanently. I studied his face, the scar that ran across the bridge of his nose, knowing exactly how he'd gotten it, even though I'd never worked up the courage to ask. I saw the beautiful, silky brown hair, the olive green eyes that had a smidge of honey brown encircling his irises, the beautiful lips that were a stunning shade of red, the slightly pointed-out ears, the beautifully defined chest, his tattoo that matched mine, the abs that looked like they should be illegal in 49 states, the way he had deep ridges that formed a V to his bottom half. And I fell in love. I fell in love so deep and hard that I would never be able to dig my way out. He was mine, and I was his. And I saw the moment he saw me realize it, because those beautiful greenish-brown eyes of his flared, his pupils dilating until they took up the majority of his eyes. His arms tensed, abs flexed. "That was my life," he said quietly. "I know," I said back just as quietly. "What happened?" "Someone came into power. Kiefer is king of the Dragon Riders. When a Dragon Rider does come into their powers, he feels it. All the excess energy that's given off the Dragon Rider can't handle is shot back to him by some cosmic wave in the universe. He then distributes that power, first himself, and each person he's bonded to, either by blood or blood bond," he said. "I didn't realize, though, that I could pass it on to my mate, seeing as you're not directly bonded to him in any way. This mating business is still new to us." "Yeah," Kiefer said, picking himself off the ground. "I've only gone through that 3 times now, and it hasn't gotten easier." "It was faster this time, though," Blythe said. Kiefer and Nikolai snorted. "And it didn't leave you on your ass this time, only your knees," Blythe continued. I smiled, sensing a sore subject when I heard one. Blythe had a way to badger you to death. She was awesome like that. "Shut it, woman," Kiefer growled. "Now cook me something to eat. Suddenly I'm fucking starving." She said. "What do you want?" "Meat." "What kind of meat?" "Good meat. Manly meat," he teased. Blythe raised her brows. "Steak? Chicken?" she asked. He shrugged. "Anything, as long as it comes from an animal that has legs." "I'm out of everything but eggs," Nikolai said. "We haven't gone to the grocery store since you left." "Well, fuck," Kiefer said. "Guess it's breakfast. What about bacon?" Nikolai shook his head. "That's gone, too." "I know how to make pancakes," I offered. Kiefer nodded. "That'll be okay, I guess. Do you cook any good?" I shrugged. "Better than Blythe." A dish towel hit me in the face, and I laughed. "Well, it's the truth," I said. Blythe stuck her tongue out. And I started cooking. Blythe at my side, offering to stir or add ingredients when I needed her to. "So, tell me what happened today. You said in your message that you were attacked," Kiefer said, taking up a spot at the counter. Nikolai sat down beside him, and they discussed what had happened earlier in the day. "You think it was her uncle?" Kiefer asked, gesturing to me. "No. It had nothing to do with him. I don't think, and everything to do with her uncle's cronies," Nikolai said. "They clocked me the minute I got out of our territory, so they at least tracked us to our line but couldn't see any further past it." Well, that's just fucking perfect, isn't it? Kiefer growled in frustration. Chapter 8. The strongest walls are not made of stone. They are made of brave men. Fact of life. Brooklyn. I tiptoed out of the bedroom that Nikolai had stashed me in hours ago. My eyes darted first left, then right, as I slowly eased out of the door. I froze when my cat followed me, but breathed a sigh of relief when she continued down the hallway in the opposite direction of where I was going. I couldn't sleep. In fact, I was so not sleepy that I could probably stand to burn a few 100 calories. And I had just the weight to do it as I eased down the hallway towards Nikolai's room. I pushed the door open on a silent swing, straining my eyes to see inside. I couldn't, so I slowly moved towards the bed and kept my hands out in front of me to stop myself from taking any headers without seeing them first. A table bumped into my right knee, and I cursed softly. "Shit," I whispered, nearly silently. "I was wondering when you'd finally get in here," Nikolai said, amusement tinging his voice. I squeaked. "God," I gasped. "You just scared the crap out of me." He chuckled darkly, and suddenly I was yanked down. I sprawled ungracefully across a very hard body, and instantly went soft as I burrowed my face deep into Nikolai's neck. "You were waiting for me?" I asked softly. "Mm-hmm," he rumbled. His chest vibrated with his words, and I nearly moaned. "Then why didn't you come to me?" I asked. "I don't want to push you," he answered. "Push me into what?" I pushed. He sighed. "We both know where this is going," he answered honestly. "We're just waiting for you to get ready." I swallowed thickly, went up on my elbows, and stared down at where I thought his face was. "I am ready," I said nervously. His strong, thick fingers burrowed deep into my hair. Then I closed my eyes as his lips met the sensitive skin of my neck. "You sure?" he asked. I nodded, and he growled in reply. "Good," he said. "I don't think I could have held out for much longer. Your visions are killing me." I blinked. "What?" I asked. I felt his lips curl into a smile against my neck. "You've been projecting visions at me, and they all center on me and you. Most of the time we're naked," he answered. I gasped. "What?" I asked. Had I done that? Holy shit! I'd, of course, had daydreams about him, but never in a million years would I have thought that I was projecting those visions out towards him. I don't know what to say," I stuttered. He chuckled. "Not your fault. I needed to teach you how to handle them first. Without the knowledge, you'll just keep doing it unwittingly. But I found that I quite liked the visions, and I didn't want you to freak out without being in the right mind frame first," he said. I sighed a breath of relief. "Good," I said, leaning my head down to his. His lips whispered against mine, baby soft. "You smell so good," he growled. "You always do. The scent of you clings to me, making me think about you even when you're not here," I admitted. "My mind never strays far away from you." "That's how I want it," he admitted, both of his hands moving up to my face to hold me in place. Then he really was kissing me, deeply, sensually. I moaned into his mouth, eyes closing in rapture as my tongue played along his. "God," I breathed. "No, just yours. Nikolai." "Your mate," he said as he pulled back, then went in for more. My hands went underneath his shoulder blades, and I curled my fingers until they were resting on top of his shoulder. My panty-clad pussy was resting on the solid expanse of his belly, but I could feel a faint prod from his lower half at the bottom of my thigh, and my body responded to it. "We need condoms." "I don't have any," he moaned, dropping back away from me. His head hit the back of the headboard, and I winced. I didn't think this through very far," I admitted. "Me neither. I thought with us not having them here, it'd be easier for me to stay away from you. Not to take that final step until you were ready," he explained. I bit my lip as I counted days inside my head. I'd had my period and had finished it just 2 days ago, making me think that maybe it wouldn't have any repercussions if we did it right now. Tomorrow we'd get condoms. Tomorrow, I decided. I moved lower, scooting until I was between his legs, and my mouth could reach his nipples. I ran my tongue along the small, tight peaks, letting my teeth nip the bud every few flicks as I did. "Shit," he hissed, letting his fingers tangle in my hair. I switched sides, repeating the process. His hands tightened in my hair, fists clenching and unclenching, as he tried valiantly not to direct me where he wanted me to go. "What do you want, Nick?" I questioned. He growled. "You. I want you. I want you on your back and your legs around my shoulders. I want you on all fours, with my dick in your ass. I want you on your knees with my cock in your mouth. I want you every which way I can get you," he answered abruptly, tumbling me to the side so he was on top of me. "But mostly, right now, I want to be inside your hot, sweet pussy so bad I can taste it. Unfortunately, I can't fucking have that." When he started to get up, I wrapped both of my legs around his hips and pulled him closer until the cock in question ran along the length of my pussy. "Then take me," I ordered. He hissed through his teeth. I can't do that to you. What if—" He stopped when I pressed my hand over his mouth. "My uncle's proof that we don't have forever. I can't live like that anymore. I want you. I want this. We'll deal with everything else later," I insisted. I could feel the stillness in his body, practically see his mind working as he tried to work out what to do. And, in the end, he chose me. "We're so fucked," he said, then pulled my panties off of me with one vicious yank. I jolted with the force of it, my legs falling wide as he sank his hips between mine and rubbed himself along my exposed sex. The hard ridge of his cock was somewhat frightening, but he quickly made me forget about it when he shoved my shirt up over my head and latched his mouth onto my breast. I arched, trying to get him to take more of my breast into his mouth, but he pushed me down by placing one giant hand on my stomach. I moaned. Seemed like I was doing a lot of that, but I couldn't help it. He was making me feel things I wasn't used to feeling, which meant my brain wasn't processing like it was usually capable of. "Nikolai," I pleaded, "please." I yanked on his hair to get him to move, to do anything but torture me. But he either didn't care that he was torturing me, or he didn't realize it. Either way, I was on the verge of getting vicious. Luckily, he stopped the delicious torture and moved down my body, only making me realize that he was swapping one torture for another. I bit my lip so hard that I drew blood the moment his lips latched onto my clit. I'd never had that done before. Hell, I hadn't had half the things he'd done to me tonight done before in 4 sexual encounters. I was practically a virgin to all things sexual, except for the actual act itself. And the feel of Nikolai's tongue darting in and out of my entrance had me gasping for breath. "Oh, fuck," I breathed, closing my eyes as he started to play a finger lightly up and down the crease of my ass, not quite peeking into that deep, forbidden place, but teasing me with the possibility. "Has anyone ever had you here before?" he rumbled against my clit. I shook my head on the pillow. "No," I moaned. "Good. I'll be the first," he growled, "and the last." I agreed wholeheartedly. How anyone would ever leave this man's bed was beyond me. I wasn't naive. I knew he wasn't a virgin, but he would have had to practically kick me out of his bed to get me to leave if he gave half his other conquests this type of treatment. A sharp slap on the side of my ass had me gasping, and my eyes opening wide. Then my heart rate picked up as I looked around at my new world. I wasn't seeing in color, per se. I was seeing in shades of colors. The room around me was a deep, solid, purplish black, while where Nikolai was between my thighs, and colored in shades of orange, yellows, and reds. "Don't think about me with other women," he said, stretching his tongue out to flick just the very tip of my clit. I swallowed and nodded. "What am I seeing?" I asked, concern evident in my voice. "I don't know," he growled. "What are you seeing?" He ran his tongue up the inside of my thigh until he reached my hip bone, then nipped me sharply before moving back up again. Colors. Different shades of colors, I explained breathily. He was now at my tits, which he glided over with smooth, single-minded focus. Infrared. I can make myself see heat signatures. And obviously, you've picked up on that power too, he explained. I closed my eyes, suddenly not caring about anything but the way it felt to have his cock lined up at my entrance. "You're sure?" he asked. I nodded, biting my lip as I did. "Yes," I hissed. He didn't waste any time thrusting inside. He filled me only halfway before he had to back out, then wasted no time thrusting back inside again. My man was anything but a procrastinator. "Fuck," he breathed. "Fuck, yes. You feel so tight around my cock." I bit my lip, trying to keep the wail that wanted loose out of my throat. He leaned down and pressed his lips against mine, giving me my first taste of me. It was salty and a little bit sweet, making me deepen the kiss. He hitched one of his arms underneath one of my legs and held it in place while he started to really thrust hard inside of me. In and out, in and out. Solid strength and sinewy muscle meeting the softness of my ass and thighs. I gloried in the way my pussy stretched for him, stretching around him like I was made to fit him and only him. I would have never thought it possible to take such a large cock into such a tiny entrance, but Nikolai proved me wrong as he finally bottomed out completely inside of me. His wiry pubic hairs rasped deliciously against my engorged clit, making the moan finally slip free of my lips. "Yes!" I yelled. "Harder!" He gave it to me harder, filling me up and emptying me almost as fast as I could think it. In and out, hard and tight. My pussy clamped down on his invading cock, and suddenly I was no longer in this world anymore. I was skyrocketed to some alternate universe where only orgasms of this caliber existed. "Yes, oh God, yes!" I shrieked. Nikolai grunted, his cock twitching as his own release followed mine. He cursed as he tried in vain to pull out, but my pussy was having none of it. It seemed to cling to his dick, refusing to let it go for anything. He filled me up, hot spots of cum filling me so completely that I wasn't sure I could ever get completely free of him. He growled, then collapsed on my chest, giving me his weight as his strength left him. I held him, wrapping my arms around his neck as I breathed in his scent. My heart rate calmed, and I finally allowed myself time to think. "We're bad," I said after a while. He chuckled and took me with him as he rolled, allowing me to come to a rest directly on top of him. "Yeah, we're bad," he agreed.
Chapter 9. Cut myself shaving and all I have are Hello Kitty Band-Aids. My balls look silly. E-card. Nikolai. My brother gave me a smirk as I walked into the kitchen the next morning. "You missed our sparring session," he murmured around a sip of coffee. I grunted. "Sure did," I agreed, walking around the kitchen island to the coffee pot and the coffee cups above it. I pulled out one that said, "I'm a bear without coffee," and filled it up to the brim with hot, refreshing, life-altering coffee. "You look almost happy," he surveyed. I shrugged, even though I was that. Happy. I was so happy I could barely breathe without letting out an excited chuckle. I was acting like a 15-year-old girl, but I'd been waiting for last night for long, long months. "So, you want to make that up now or later?" he asked me. I looked at my watch. "Now. I have some work I need to do later this afternoon," I explained, leaning my hips against the counter in much the same position as Kiefer had taken up. He nodded, sipping his own coffee. "So why are you here so fast?" I asked. "Wasn't the purpose of this to have some time away from here because it wasn't safe?" He sighed and placed his coffee cup on the ground. "I tried, I really did, but I couldn't stay away. My mind was screaming at me that it wasn't safe for you or me, for us, not to be together. So I got the shit I needed figured out with the archives, then got back," he explained. "What about Mom and Skylar? Pharaoh?" I asked. I guess I should have thought more about this last night, but I'd been preoccupied. Now, though, it wasn't lost on me that they weren't here. I left them in Alaska at the new reserve, Kiefer answered. My brows rose in response. With who? I asked. He grinned. The boys? I laughed. Derek, Ford, Alaric, Jean-Luc, Ian, and Dorian were the boys he was speaking of. They were a rough bunch of dragon riders that had formed a tight-knit group with Kiefer and I. We were now what you would call a motorcycle club in the real world, but in our dragon rider world, they were my brothers. The men that I would trust with my back, and my mate. Speaking of my mate, I sensed her before she actually showed in the open doorway. I turned to stare at the entranceway and smiled when I first caught sight of her. What's with that look on your face? Kiefer asked. Oh. I watched as Brooklyn, in only one of my T-shirts, walked around the counter and walked straight into my arms, hitting me and making me nearly spill my coffee. She buried her face into my arm and sighed. Good morning, I rumbled. Morning, she murmured. You want some coffee? I asked. She shook her head instead of answering. A sound from the doorway had me turning to see Blythe, in much the same state as Brooklyn was in, walking in like she had lead weights tied around her feet. She walked straight to Kiefer and buried her face into his chest. I shared a look with my brother, one of commiseration and happiness all jumbled into one. So what are you ladies up to today? I asked. I'm taking Brooklyn down to the hospital and introducing her to the staff, Blythe answered. Honey, we don't have any staff at the hospital yet. Who are you going to introduce her to? Kiefer asked, sounding confused. Blythe blushed, burying her face into his chest again without answering. You're going to see Angus, Kiefer guessed. Ah, that made sense. Angus used to be my father's bonded dragon and had lost a wing trying to protect my father from dying. He hadn't been able to do it, and Angus had been a bitter dragon ever since. Or at least, he had until Blythe had come into the picture. Blythe was carrying a king inside her womb, and the moment she got close enough to Angus, the baby and Angus had bonded. It had been a surprise to us all. That never happened, not even with Kiefer. Angus was a cantankerous old bastard, and the only person that had been able to get through his thick shell was Blythe. But I wasn't so sure that she needed to introduce Brooklyn to Angus just yet. Blythe, I started. Brooklyn pinched my side. Ouch! I shied away from her touch. What was that for? I asked as I rubbed my side to relieve the burn. You can't tell me what I can and can't do, she said, and I want to go meet him. She said he was lonely. I tightened my mouth. He's not lonely. He's a jackass. Brooklyn covered my mouth. Shh, she hissed. Blythe said he could hear really well, and I don't want him to hear you and eat your face. I snorted, sticking my tongue out to lick her hand. She squealed. Ew, she said, rubbing her hand down the shirt that was covering her thighs. I grinned. I've got to do a little work this morning, and it'll probably take me into the afternoon if I'm lucky. If I'm not, it'll be this evening. If not, into the night. It's a new account, though, and I need to do the first part myself before I pass it off to my team, I said. Her brows furrowed. You have a team? She asked in confusion. I grinned. Yeah, I do. Kiefer snorted. I think what she's getting at, bro, is she doesn't know what exactly you do, Kiefer supplied helpfully. I frowned. I know you own a computer business that does stuff with computers, she admitted. I nodded. I own a computer business, I told her. Kiefer and Blythe both snorted this time. I sighed. He owns Dragon Techware, Kiefer supplied. Brooklyn gasped and turned around, her mouth open wide. But that's the biggest software company in the world, she cried. I grimaced. And the government is trying to sue you, she continued. The government is trying to sue you? Blythe and Kiefer asked in unison. I brought my fists up to my eyes and rubbed as if that'd help with the tiredness. It didn't. I'm not being sued by the government. They're pissed because I refused to do business with them, I explained. You refused the government? You can't do that, Kiefer said. You'll bring attention to us. I turned to glare onto my brother. When have I ever, and I do mean ever, brought anything to our doorstep? I asked. When we were working with Dad when we were teenagers, you hacked into the school's computers and changed everyone's grades that you hated to 50s and below. The school came to the shop to question you, Kiefer said. I shook my head. They came to question me because I was on the computer team and thought I might be able to help them solve it. They weren't here because of me, per se. Brooklyn and Blythe giggled, causing me to give each of them a wink in turn. You were just mad because I changed your grades too, I said. Kiefer glared. Fine. I sighed and took a sip of my now lukewarm coffee. They wanted me to limit who I sold my software to. They were upset that everyone had access to the kind of programs that they had to pay a small fortune for, and they were politely requesting that I stop selling. And when I refused to do that, they offered to buy me out, which I declined. Now they're trying to sue me over some bullshit excuse that won't hold up in court. My lawyers don't even think I'll need to show up in court for it. Kiefer pinched the bridge of his nose. Since when did all of this shit start? He asked with a barely contained amount of control. A couple of months, I said. I wasn't going to lie to Kiefer. It wasn't my fault that he was exceptionally unobservant. It was just my luck that my brother fell in love and stopped shoving his nose into my business every chance he got. Let's go spar, Kiefer said. I find that I need to let off a little aggression. Blythe and Brooklyn took that as their cue to go get ready, and Kiefer and I headed to the training room that was nearer to his side of the estate rather than mine. So you didn't tell her that you develop weapons, I noticed, Kiefer said. I grimaced. She had a lot to take in with the whole mating thing. I find that most people are intimidated by all of my businesses, so I try not to throw it all out there at once if I can help it, I explained. Kiefer nodded as he held the door to the gym open for me. The gym had the familiar blue mats ranging from one side of the place to the other, except for on one side where all of the weight equipment was located. So, Kiefer said, now that we're alone, why don't you tell me what's bothering you? I walked over to the bench that sat along one wall and dropped down onto it, picking up the tape and lining my hands and knuckles with it. Couldn't break any knuckles, or skin anything today. I had too much shit to do to deal with any of that. Not that it would last for long, but just in case, I took precautions. Kiefer didn't bother. I looked over at the door to the gym one more time before I turned back to Kiefer. They found us too easily. The moment I got out of our territory, it was another 15 miles into the heart of Dallas before they caught up with us. And it wasn't because they were waiting. They were actively searching for us, I said. 1, how did they find us so fast? 2, how did they know when to look? 3, if they were somehow tracking us or waiting for us, how did they conceal themselves? Kiefer gestured for me to stand, and we started to spar, not actually going all out yet, but just warming up. This was something I'd missed since he'd been gone. I used him to keep my skills up, seeing as he was just as deadly as I was. We both had a different set of skills, and each of us mastered different fighting styles. Then each of us would fight the other, and we'd learn new skills to adapt to either type. I'd become lax since he'd left, and I could see it mostly in the way my breathing was faster, and my heart rate was skyrocketing. Getting slow, Kiefer taunted. I'll show you slow, old man, I said, ducking and feinting to the left. He reacted, dropping his shoulder, and I took advantage by throwing a punch to his face. Fuck, Kiefer growled, as blood poured from his nose. He didn't react other than that. He was easily keeping up with me, even though he bled like a stuck pig. We were going at each other hard, and I was going blow for blow with him when I suddenly dropped to the ground as agony burned up my leg. I was held there for long moments as I tried to get my wits about myself, and I knew instantly that something had happened to Brooklyn. Motherfucker, I wheezed. Kiefer offered me a hand up, and I hastily stood while yanking up my pant leg. There, at the base of my ankle, were 2 twin marks where what looked like 2 sets of fangs pierced the bony part of my ankle. Motherfucker! We gotta go, I said hurriedly, hobbling as I limped out of the gym. What happened? Kiefer asked. I think Brooklyn was bitten by a snake, I uttered hurriedly. Kiefer blanched. That was one of the drawbacks of having land. With land came snakes, and with snakes came the potential of getting bitten. I ran through the pain, making it down to the pond even as I listened to Kiefer hanging back because he was trying to make Skylar understand what was happening over the phone. I made it down to the pond in time to see Blythe running towards us. She froze when she saw me, then turned around and started running back toward the pond where I could see Angus crouching down next to Brooklyn. Brooklyn was crying. Dark streaks ran down her cheeks from where her mascara was running with her tears. It hurts, she said. What happened? I asked as I made it to her side. You'll be okay. I know it hurts right now, but the healing will start to take place. The dragon's magic will help heal the body, but it only repairs. If there's something that destroys the body's cells before the repairing can begin, then there's more at work there than a dragon's magic can handle, Angus said. Kiefer nodded. That's what Skylar said too. We'll have to take her to the hospital, Kiefer agreed. Shit, I said. What could get worse? You know that saying that says it can always get worse? It's something that nobody should say aloud. Why? Because if you do, then there's a possibility that it can indeed get worse. I think that snake was being controlled, Blythe said, by something similar to a dragon rider. Controlled by what? Kiefer asked. Then realization dawned on me. The purists couldn't find us, couldn't pierce through the veil to get to us. But animals could. I'd made sure of that with my own 2 hands. I felt sick to my stomach at having put my mate and family in jeopardy. They're working with fucking dragon riders? I asked in shock. Are you fucking kidding me? Kiefer rubbed the bridge of his nose. How do you know it was a dragon rider? Kiefer asked Blythe. Well, it had to be something because that was no ordinary snake, Blythe said. Slithered right past me from clear across the field. Angus clocked it before it even started moving and stepped in the way. The snake moved fast around Angus before he could even react, heading straight toward Brooklyn like it was a homing missile, angling for one person and one person only. Brooklyn. What happened to the snake? Kiefer asked as I slowly scooped Brooklyn up into my arms. Angus ate it. Brooklyn smiled for the first time since I'd arrived 2 minutes ago. I leaned down and kissed her head, turning around to see Perdita land not but 5 feet from us all. Let's go, she said, offering her tail to me. I nodded and walked towards her, climbing up her tail like one would a hill. She helped us to her back, and we rose at the same time Declan, Kiefer's dragon, landed beside him. He and Blythe rose almost as fast as Perdita and I did. Wait, I said, halting our forward movement. If the Purists really had something to do with this, we can't just go flying in there without a plan. They're going to be ready for us the moment we cross over the border. We need to put up a veil, I said to Perdita. Perdita shook slightly, vibrating with pent-up energy as what I said penetrated her rage-fueled brain. You're right, she agreed. I could no longer see Kiefer anymore. He had the ability to cloak himself. My power wasn't such as his. I could cloak to an extent, yes, but it was nothing like Declan and Kiefer could do. Perdita, however, had learned to adapt, and she could make anyone see what she wanted them to see, which was why, in the next moment, she made it seem like we were nothing more than a bird flying through the air. All right, I said, let's go. The ride to the hospital was quick and efficient. At one point, we passed over the border where the land seemed to disappear, and I thought I saw movement below, but I couldn't be quite sure. We went to the furthest hospital in hopes that if the Purists did bring forces to the hospitals, then they'd check the closer ones first. Perdita landed at the helipad, and I had to thank my lucky stars that we were able to land there, since a helicopter followed right behind us. I waved to Kiefer as I went in, and he flashed only briefly to me before he disappeared once again, set to recon the building in hopes that no enemies followed us, as well as to prevent any from coming in if he could. I walked straight into the ER and moved up to the first person I saw, which happened to be a security guard. Sir, I said. The man turned, surprised at me just showing up. Then he blinked at me as I held a getting more incoherent by the second Brooklyn in my arms. Yes? He asked, moving out of his little office. My wife was bitten by a rattlesnake, I offered without preamble. He blanched. Come with me, he said, directing me to a big brown door. Brooklyn didn't protest being my wife. What she did protest, however, was me trying to place her on the gurney. When was she bitten? A doctor asked after the security guard led him into the room. About half an hour ago, I admitted, although I knew it wouldn't look like it was only a half hour. The wound was already healed. What wasn't healed, however, was the poison slowly seeping through her veins. I'm not seeing an entry wound, the doctor said in bafflement. I closed my eyes and concentrated, fabricating a wound on her leg like the one I'd seen earlier, and the doctor hissed once my illusion hit his mind. Ah, I see it now, said the doctor, then turned to me. What kind of snake was it? I opened my mouth to tell him, but Brooklyn beat me to it. A 6-foot-long diamondback rattlesnake. The doctor blanched, but nonetheless relayed the information. Nancy, we need antivenom, he called to a nurse. I leaned down until my forehead was touching Brooklyn's. I'm sorry, I said roughly. She picked her hand up and let it rest on my face. It's okay, she said. You didn't do anything. How true that statement was. I didn't do anything, mostly because I hadn't known that I'd need to prepare for that kind of threat. Now, though, I would prepare. They wouldn't slip past me that way again. All right, Mr. A woman at the front of the room said. I turned. Visago. If you'll come with me to fill out this paperwork, I held up my hand to stop the woman. I'm not leaving right now. You can ask me in an hour or so, then I'll give you whatever you want, I said, trying not to sound rude, but coming off that way anyway. The woman smiled congenially. That will be fine. Antivenom is expensive as hell, Brooklyn said, and I don't have insurance. I snorted. I got you insurance a day after you came to stay with me, and as for the money the antivenom will cost, that's not an issue. I'll have that money before you can even spell billionaire. She looked at me with wide eyes. I suppose we never really got to talk about that part of our relationship, did we? She asked, holding her arm out as the nurse put an IV into her wrist. I shook my head. No, not yet. But it doesn't matter. What's mine is yours, I offered. She grimaced. You know, I have a degree, and I passed my boards, and I want a job, she said stubbornly. I suppressed a smile as I watched the nurse that the doctor had yelled at earlier hook up multiple IV lines, more than I'd ever seen run into a person before. The nurse followed that up with a bag of filmy-looking liquid in a clear bag and hung that up connected to the first large bag. "It's called a piggyback," Brooklyn said, seeing where my attention had gone. I looked down at her. "What?" I asked. "That smaller bag will run first until it's completely empty because it's higher than the big bag. Once the smaller bag is finished, then the bigger bag will resume," she informed me. "Ah," I said, even though I technically didn't see. I was too busy watching as the filmy liquid dripped into her veins, one tiny drip at a time. "How long will it take to know if there's been any damage?" I asked the doctor. He shook his head. "Days, hours, I don't know. It shouldn't be too long, though. Diamondback rattlesnakes are very rare, but since you got her into the hospital within 2 hours, I don't expect any complications." "What kind of possible complications are there?" I asked, watching as Brooklyn's eyes slipped closed. "Common symptoms include swelling, severe pain, tingling, weakness, anxiety, nausea and vomiting, hemorrhaging, perspiration, and eventually heart failure," he said. "But like I said, it's very likely that nothing will come of the bite." I breathed a sigh of relief. "What did you give her?" I asked. "A sleeping medication to calm her down and relax her. We don't need her heart pumping any more because she's anxious. We need her calm and relaxed to give the antivenom the chance to work," he explained patiently. "This would be a good time to go get her paperwork taken care of. We'll need to know if any allergies, whether there's a possibility she could be pregnant, and old medical records. Anything you can think of would be helpful and useful information." Shit. Pregnant? No, she couldn't be pregnant. She was on the shot. She'd mentioned that, hadn't she? Or had I made that up? Only thought she'd said that. There was no way she could be pregnant. But that didn't alleviate my fears. I knew nothing about her medical records before I met her. Literally, I knew nothing. Not whether she broke her arm, nor if she ever had the chicken pox. "All right," I said. "I need to make a call first, though." He nodded. "The registration clerk is the first door on your right once you reach the end of the hallway." I nodded and leaned down, giving Brooklyn a soft kiss on the lips before I exited the room, stopping right outside the door to call Blythe. "Hello?" Blythe asked urgently. "Hey, they got the antivenom started, but they're asking medical history, and I don't know anything about it." "She had surgery when she was 18 for a broken arm. She has pins in her left tibia," Blythe said instantly. "She's not on any medications, and she's allergic to Vicodin." "All right, thank you," I said, and hung up. I caught the first nurse I could find and told her that Brooklyn was allergic to Vicodin before I went down to registration and filled out paperwork. I was in the middle of the fourth form when the whole hospital exploded in a flurry of activity as a Charlie Brown was called over the loudspeaker above my head. "What's that mean?" I asked the registration clerk. "That there's a combative patient," she answered instantly. "Nothing to worry about." My brows rose. Something told me not to let this go, some hidden instinct. "Something's going on," I relayed to Perdita. "There's nothing going out here, Nikolai. How's Brooklyn?" she asked, her smooth voice calming some of my fears. I finished up the last form in my hasty scrawl and walked out the door, immediately spotting where the commotion was coming from. I was just in time to see Brooklyn's prone body disappear around a corner with an orderly in green scrubs pushing her away. I hurried towards her, wanting to know where they were taking her, and was held up by the combative patient. I managed to push past, but only in time to see the orderly cross into a bank of elevators at the end of the hallway and the doors close behind him. No Brooklyn in sight. What the fuck? Chapter 10. "Calm down, Mr. Mechanic. I'm just here for an oil change. If I wanted to know all about the other things wrong with my car, I'd turn the radio down." Things not to say to an auto mechanic. Nikolai. I started opening doors and began to get worried once I'd opened the fourth door, not finding her. Brooklyn's missing, I thought to my brother and Perdita. "Haven't seen her out here. What happened?" Kiefer asked. "Some orderly took her out of her room. I followed, but by the time I got to the hallway, the orderly didn't have her and was getting on the elevator alone. I can't find where he dropped her off." My heart was pounding as I opened the last door, only seeing a laundry chute and a linen cart. "The floor's empty," I said. "There's no sign of her." I hurried back to the room, hoping I'd somehow been wrong, but when I got there, she wasn't there either. I walked back into the hall. "Where'd you take her?" I asked the first nurse I saw, pointing into Brooklyn's now empty room. She frowned. "Nobody took her anywhere." And with those words, I knew we were in deep trouble. I ran my hands through my hair. After a thorough look through the hospital, I was officially about to throw up. "I can't find her," I said desperately. "We'll find her," Kiefer promised. It had been over 2 hours since I'd lost her, and my mind was practically screaming at me to find her now or it'd be too late. Did you find any more on the fucker that sent the snake? I asked. Blythe shook her head. No, Angus was looking by his own means using the forest animals, and he couldn't find anything. Fuck! I yelled, pulling my hair. A soft hand on my bicep stilled my thoughts, and I looked down into Blythe's eyes. Try using your bond, she said. I closed my eyes. I did. They gave her some sleeping meds right when I left the room. It made her go under quick, and I haven't been able to hear her in my head for well over 2.5 hours now, I explained tensely. Shit, she whispered. I closed my eyes and tried again, just in case, and found myself in a basement. I blinked, looking around, and realized that I was tied to what looked to be a laundry bin. I looked around, my stomach roiling, when I realized I was in a bucket of dirty linens. Oh, gross, I whispered, except it wasn't my voice. It was Brooklyn's. Nikolai? She asked. I'm here, I said. She blinked. You're not here. You're missing. I'm trying to find you. Look around and let me see what you see, I ordered her. She did, looking around the room and showing me the massive washing machines along one wall of the concrete-lined room. The other side held the dryers. The back wall was covered in tables where there were stack after stack of clothes. Shelves lined the middle of the room, and not one single person was there. Where was everyone? Where is everyone? Brooklyn echoed my thoughts. I don't know, I said, whisper soft. She tested the bonds around her wrists, finding out quickly that they were tied too tightly to get any wiggle room at all from them. That pipe above your head has a bolt in it. Rub the cord along the edge of the bolt, I ordered. She did as she was told, and I watched her struggle, hoping that the antivenom had time to work before she started to get her heart rate up again. She bit her lip in concentration and stared at the bolt, working for well past 10 minutes before she saw the first fray in the cord. Got it, she said, renewing her effort when she saw the progress she was making. With another 4 minutes of vigorous rubbing, the entire thing popped loose from her hands and she was able to stand. Okay, now what? She asked. Hide, I urged. She dove out of the laundry basket and ran across the room, climbing into a huge machine, closing the door softly behind her. The man that entered was the same man I saw leaving with Brooklyn earlier, and it was then I realized how he'd gotten her out without me seeing. He'd dropped her down the laundry chute. We were lucky she wasn't dead. Brooklyn's heart pounded, and I jolted out of my in-between state, startled to see Kiefer directly in front of me, looking me straight into the eyes. Fuck, I said, jumping up. Where are you going? He asked, following me back inside the building. Laundry room in the basement, I rushed. Kiefer didn't follow me. Not that it surprised me. He would watch my back, but only from afar. Right now, the air that Blythe was carrying was more important than Brooklyn, me and the whole world combined. If it came down to a choice between Blythe and Brooklyn, it'd be a terrible, no-good choice. I would literally have to force myself to think with my brain and not with my heart. But my heart would win, every single time. Because Brooklyn was my mate and would always come first, even if it meant the end of the world. I rounded the last corner of the maze of hallways that winded their way down to the basement, and I stopped at the door and listened. When I heard nothing, I pushed open the door and was immediately assaulted by a goddamned wolf. All I saw was a dark silhouette coming at me with white, gleaming teeth. Fuck, I cursed, putting my arm up when it lunged for me. The wolf's teeth dug into my forearm viciously, tearing and breaking the skin with a vengeance. Brooklyn cried out, obviously feeling my pain, and I focused even through the haze of pain. The dog was protecting whomever was in here, the man that had taken Brooklyn. The dog, wolf, whatever the fuck he was enraged, and animals didn't just get enraged like this one. They had to be provoked, and me coming through the door wouldn't elicit that kind of response from this animal. No, he had to be controlled. My mind automatically went into survival mode, throwing out wards and visions all at the same time. My vision went into the hypersensitive ultra-red mode that would help me see in the dark as the wolf dropped off my mangled arm with slow, precise movements. And I saw the man crouched down next to a laundry hamper almost too easily. I could also see the form of Brooklyn hiding in the furthest washer with the door closed. Her head was covered by her hands and her breathing was erratic. I morphed the illusion to a form of mental torture, giving him the illusion that he was tied down, even though he wasn't. He dropped to the floor, as did the wolf, and they laid there like babies placed in their cribs. I walked over to a roll of twine that was on a table in the middle of the room and walked to the assailant. Once I reached him, I reared my steel-toe-covered foot back and kicked him straight in the temple. He passed out cold. My stomach roiled from the jostling the movement had caused my arm. I was afraid to look at it. Nonetheless, I tied him up anyway, ignoring the pain, not taking any chances at all with Brooklyn's life. Once I was done with him, I walked to the wolf. Taking a chance because I didn't like hurting innocent animals, I let the illusion fall to pieces, ready to throw it back at him if he moved at me wrongly. He didn't. He stayed down, whimpering and looking up at me. I reached over towards the wall, feeling for a light switch. My hand hit the switch and I saw the wolf lunge. He didn't lunge for me, though. He lunged at the man that I'd thought was unconscious. He obviously wasn't, because he was now on his knees. He didn't get far, though, before the wolf, and yes, it sure as fuck was a wolf, hit him like a battering ram. The man went down onto his back as the wolf went for his neck. I threw the illusion out, not wanting to lose my witness or the information I could get out of him, and the wolf ceased immediately. This time I kept the illusion up while I picked up the man, grimacing at the pain in my arm, and tossed him into the laundry basket. I followed suit with the wolf, laughing when the breath left the man, and walked to the unit in the corner where Brooklyn was still lying. She wasn't surprised to see me, though, as her eyes lit on me. I raised a brow, wondering how she'd been able to slip through my illusion, and promptly found a 135-pound woman in my arms, knocking me back a step. "You're okay," I said. "Your arm," she said worriedly. I held on to her, even though I knew she wanted to look. "Let me look," she ordered. "Perdita, come to the back entrance and get us," I said. 10-10, Captain." I rolled my eyes. "Did she just say 10-10? Brooklyn asked. I nodded. She doesn't understand what that means. She tries, though. I gently placed Brooklyn down on her feet, and she winced, only slightly. "Okay?" I asked. She nodded. "It still hurts, but I think it's okay." I dropped to my knees and inspected her leg, amazed that it didn't look like a thing had changed. The bite was no more, and her leg looked completely normal. "Shit," I said. "Shit." "What?" she asked worriedly, leaning over to look down. "There's nothing there. God, I was so worried," I said, moving back up. "I think Angus was wrong. I think that Perdita's powers did help you, kind of like why I heal so fast. It just doesn't work like the healing does because it's a toxin and not a physical injury. I want to say you'll be fine." She nodded. "That's what I've come up with as well. I'm lucky." I agreed. She was. Very much so. "Let's go. I have some questions I want to ask the man that took you, and the longer we stay here, the more possibilities we have of getting caught," I explained. She nodded in understanding and limped slightly at my side, following me to the laundry basket. "Do you think that's hurting him?" she asked, looking down into the basket. The wolf had a large clawed foot planted against the man's face, and deep red marks were starting to form from the rough handling of the man. I don't give a flying fuck if it's hurting him or not. What I do give a fuck about is him waking up before I've gotten him secured, so let's go, I said.
Brooklyn. We moved, him with one arm pushing the huge cart, and the other arm wrapped around my waist. I gave him more of my weight than I ever intended, and limped out of the basement. He pushed into an alley 2 minutes later, and I gasped when the first thing I saw was a massive dragon snout. "Shit," I said, my heart pounding in surprise. "You did well," Perdita said. "No freaking out, no crying, no girling out at all." I laughed and walked forward, gasping when a dragon appeared directly beside Perdita with Blythe and Kiefer on his back. "Jesus," I said, gasping in a shaky breath. "Can't y'all warn a sister?" Kiefer blinked. "What?" he asked. Blythe snickered and scooted off Declan's back and walked up to me. Once she was within reaching distance, she grabbed me up in a strong hug and started to cry into my shirt. "You're getting my boobs wet," I said, patting her back awkwardly. Kiefer and Nikolai snorted. Blythe laughed and hugged me tighter, rubbing her face along my breasts. That was the thing about a best friend. They made your other friends and family question your sexuality. And I could see interest flare in Kiefer and Nikolai's eyes as they took in the scene. I said to Blythe, "Could you stop? You're giving the guys something to think about that they'll never be getting." Blythe snorted and let me go, walking over to Kiefer and burying her face between his pecs, doing the same thing she'd just done to me, only less successfully, seeing as Kiefer had pecs and not breasts. "I got a man for the guys to question," Kiefer grunted. "I'll bring them home. They're obviously needed more here than there anyway. Plus, they've been bitching to come home since the moment we left," Kiefer grunted. I vaguely wondered who guys were, but decided to question it later when I had a better hold on my ability to keep my eyes open. I was fading fast now that the adrenaline wasn't pumping through my bloodstream to keep me awake. I dropped listlessly, and Nikolai caught me and placed me up on Perdita's back. Perdita curled her tail up to rest at my back, giving me a makeshift backrest that I leaned against, while Kiefer, Blythe, and Nikolai studied the wolf and the man in the basket. "Do you think the wolf will bite?" Kiefer asked. Nikolai shook his head. "I don't think he wanted to bite me in the first place. As soon as the hold the guy had on the wolf broke, he turned on the man instead of on me," Nikolai explained. "I'm going to take her home and make sure that she gets taken care of and then set free." Chapter 11. Waiter's gonna wait. Alligator's gonna alligate. Hater's gonna hate. Potato's gonna potate. Sorry, I forgot where I was going with this. Text from Brooklyn to Nikolai. Brooklyn. We rode most of the way to the compound in silence. Kiefer and Blythe were riding directly beside us, and there was a third dragon I'd never seen before on the opposite side of Kiefer. Nikolai explained that Declan's dragon was mated to another dragon. Her name was Story. She was absolutely beautiful. I could quite clearly see the love between the two dragons, and it made me smile, all the way up until the point where a field of cows came into view. It didn't happen all at once. We were just riding smoothly along until suddenly we dipped. I gasped and grasped Nikolai's hands, leaning back to keep from falling forward and tumbling to my death. Nikolai grasped me around the waist and pulled me more firmly into his hold, sighing in exasperation. "What's going on?" I asked worriedly. My question was answered in the next moment when Perdita took one final plunge before her massive clawed feet reached out and grasped one of the cows in the field below us, then lifted right back up in the air. I gasped in surprise, watching as the two other dragons at my side followed suit. Each of them picked up a cow in their clawed feet and raised back up in the air. "What are they doing?" I asked worriedly. Before Nikolai could respond, Perdita did some sort of throw. The cow went airborne, quite a way above our heads, and seemed to stay suspended for long moments of time before Perdita launched herself forward and ate the cow all in one single gulp. I gasped. I vaguely heard the sound of Blythe crying out in alarm, and turned my head in time to see Declan and Story follow suit with their own cows. "Holy crap," I said in awe. I'd never really put much thought into how the dragons ate, or what they ate for that matter. I'd never seen Perdita eat before, and to be honest, never really had a desire to do it again either. "Well," I said as we passed through the barrier to the Visago lands, "that was interesting." The barrier started to tingle on my skin, ticking down the nerve endings of my arm, legs, and spine. Nikolai felt the shiver and pulled me into his arms, mistaking my movements for being cold rather than the discomfort of passing through the barrier. I patted his hand. "I'm not cold," I explained. "It's the barrier." "The shield?" he asked, an odd tone in his voice. I nodded. "Yeah," I confirmed. "What's wrong with it?" he asked. "It sends shivers down my spine," I said. I could feel his apprehensiveness. "You felt it?" he asked in confusion. "We haven't gotten to it yet." I was frowning now, too. "Well, what was the thing we just passed then?" I inquired. Perdita was listening, and she added her input now, too. "Maybe it was the heart she felt," Perdita offered. "The heart?" I asked. "Perdita, can you take us by the heart again?" he asked. Perdita banged hard right, as I felt the familiar buzz of something over my skin, letting me know that Nikolai was letting Kiefer know telepathically where we were going. Except when I felt the barrier again, it wasn't the heart we were at. "This," I said. Perdita landed by a fallen down oak tree and gently lifted her tail so Nikolai and I could get off without having to jump the whole way to the ground. Nikolai helped me down, and I shivered again once my feet hit the forest floor. "Here," I said. "Whatever's right here is making my heart shiver." I looked up to Nikolai's beautiful face and frowned in response to his frown. What? I asked. The heart is over 200 yards away, he said. There's no way you'd feel it until you got within its own protection shield. His explanation made me nervous. Then what's right here? I asked. He looked around and let me go to explore. Where do you feel it most? He asked. I started walking first in one direction and then in the other when I felt the feeling growing fainter. This way, I pointed. Nikolai stayed at my side. Perdita stayed at our backs, and we walked another 50 yards when the feeling of utter wrongness started to wash over me. I can't go any farther, I said. He said, taking his own step forward. He didn't seem to have the same problem as me as he moved forward, as if whatever was weighing me down like a wet blanket didn't affect him in the slightest. He kicked rocks over, shoved bushes to the side, and genuinely made a mess of everything in his way, but instinctively stayed away from the one thing that I could feel the cause of my shivers emanating from. The stump, I said, pointing. Check the stump. He frowned and looked around. Where? He asked. I pointed to the stump. He looked down and scowled. What do you see? He asked. It was my turn to be confused. You can't see it? I asked. It's right between your feet. He shook his head. Concentrating, I focused on what it looked like to me and projected that image out to him. It was like me showing him what it looked like by playing a video of the scene straight from my eyes into his brain. He inhaled deeply, then dropped to his knees. Weird, he said. Is what you're feeling bad shivers or good shivers? Perdita stepped up to where Nikolai was crouched down. He kept his eyes on the stump, though. With one hand, he started to peel the bark away. Something broke off. Not good or bad, I guess. It's just making me feel like cold liquid. Something is pouring through my veins, I explained. He said. Perdita was the one who started acting weird. Drunk, even. She swayed first one way, then caught herself. She overcorrected, then swayed back the other way before rolling completely over. She started to writhe on the ground. What in the world? I said. Then an explosion of light poured through the dimly lit forest, and I was thrown 10 feet backwards until my back slammed hard against the tree. It felt like it was cushioned, though, almost as if I slammed against a mattress rather than a tree. Nikolai was still in his same spot, staring at me like I was a demon coming up from the pits of hell. The picture I'd been projecting of him cut off abruptly, and he was left staring at his hands, which were around something that he couldn't see. I, on the other hand, could see perfectly. What the fuck? I drawled, looking in awe at what Nikolai had exposed. What? He asked worriedly, freezing. It was good he did too, because suddenly, the tiny little things, the size of a hamster, started pouring out of the hollowed-out shell of the tree stump. Nikolai froze when they started to climb up his hands. Don't! I cried, still in his instinctive reaction to brush them off. What the fuck is it? He asked. I hesitated. I don't know. Show me, he demanded. I frowned and sat up, crawling on my knees until I was directly across the log from him. Once settled, I stared in awe at the tiny little pixie things. Then I projected the image to him. He froze, his hands falling limply onto his knees, palms up. Holy shit, he breathed shakily. Oh, holy shit. What is it? I asked. Tell me what it is. He swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing as he did, and croaked as he tried to speak. He cleared his throat, licked his lips, and then tried again. They're fairy dragons, he said. Fairy dragons are the smallest of all types of dragons, more like pets than actual dragons, fierce and loyal. They've never been on this side of the pond before. Perdita rolled onto her back and started to scoot across the forest floor like a large dog. What's she doing? I asked. Nikolai breathed out shakily. Fairy dragons are so rare, so blasted rare and true, that they bring out the good in almost everyone, he explained. I don't really know what she's doing, but I'll be sure to ask her once she's back to normal. Perdita looked like she'd imbibed on enough alcohol that she was punch drunk. It was actually kind of cute. What's their story? I asked, giggling when one of the pink dragons, and they were pink, brat pink, jumped up from Nikolai's arm to his shoulder. Fairy dragons grow up to be the size of a house cat, he said, shivering when one of the dragons started to curl herself into a lock of his hair just behind his ear. But they're so rare that no one really knows anything about them. There are a few articles about them in the archives, but they just cover the basics on them. What I've gathered is mostly they're social creatures that show up when someone worthy is brought forth. Those that can see them are worthy. So I'm worthy of what? I asked. Their loyalty, he said with a shrug. But they're not on me. They're on you. He shook his head slowly. I don't know. I really don't. My head started to ache from holding the picture in my head for too long. Then I sighed. I have to let the picture go, I admitted. My head hurts and I think I need to lie down. Then I let the illusion go and sighed with relief when my head stopped throbbing almost instantly. Nikolai stood, and the tiny dragons stayed on his shoulders, clinging to him like little spider monkeys. Do you still have that shivery feeling? He asked. I pursed my lips and thought about it. No, and yes. They've turned more to tingles of awareness now, I said. It's almost as if they were trying to make me find them, but now that they've been found, they're content to just let me feel that they're there. One dragon broke off and launched itself from Nikolai's shoulder to mine, and I gasped in surprise at the warm, gooey feelings that shot through me. Is this what you're feeling? I asked. He scrunched his eyes up and focused on my mind, then nodded. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. It's kind of emasculating, if I'm being honest. I laughed. The dragon on my shoulder rubbed my chin like a cat would. I think we should take them back with us, I said. 30 minutes later, we finally arrived back at the manor. The fairy dragons had climbed into the front pocket of my zip-up jacket, as well as made themselves at home in my hood. There were 10 of them in total, but only one really seemed to be truly mine. The same had happened with another. The thing had stayed curled up in the hollow of Nikolai's arm, in between my body and his. And the moment we touched down on the lawn of the manor, 2 other dragons broke off from my pocket, one from the left and one from the right. It wasn't until we were in the kitchen that I realized where the 2 had gone. One was on Blythe's hand, crawling up the sleeve of her arm, and the other was perched on top of Kiefer's head. Both of them were frozen. What? What is it? Blythe asked. None of you can see them? I asked. They shook their heads. Fighting back the headache I knew would come, I pushed my mind at them once again and gave them a real-time picture of what was surrounding them. Fairy dragons, Kiefer breathed. I smiled, looking down at the cute little pixies. What else do y'all know about them? I asked the group in front of me. Blythe reached out and ran the tips of her fingers down over the cute little winged creature on her shoulder. I just read about these little guys in the archives, she said. Aren't they supposed to show when all 3 suns come into their power? She asked. I could have sworn that was what I read. Silence filled the room, and it wasn't lost on me that it wasn't an easy silence. It was heavy. Then both men started talking rapidly back and forth about prophecies and what was to come. It also said something about the Dragon Keeper, Blythe continued. The one that holds the heart in her heart or something like that. I saw Nikolai's head whip around. He was staring at me. Or at least his eyes were pointed in my direction. But Nikolai wasn't home. He was in his head, thinking furiously. When I tried to concentrate on his thoughts, to ascertain what he was thinking, he shuffled through so much information that I couldn't make out a single thing he was thinking. So you're the Dragon Keeper? Kiefer asked. I always thought that was a man. "We haven't had a dragon keeper in well over 100 years," stated a man I'd never seen before in my life that came in through the living room, startling me so badly that I gasped. And suddenly, every single fairy dragon was in attack mode, making a dragon wall in front of me and the newcomer. "I can see that y'all need to be introduced," Nikolai said. "Jean-Luc, this is my mate, Brooklyn. Brooklyn, this is one of our fellow dragon riders, and a brother of the dragon's warriors." Jean-Luc stopped in front of me, not seeing the dragon wall, and tried to offer me his hand. His advance, however, was stalled before he could make it within a couple of feet of me. "What the?" he said, pulling his hand back. Blood welled on one knuckle as he stared in confusion at the air in front of him. "And I guess I should also tell you that you're looking at the Dragon Keeper," Nikolai said humorlessly. Jean-Luc brought his bloodied knuckle to his mouth, and only then did I extend the illusion to envelop him as well. By this time, my head was absolutely pounding, and I was only able to hold it long enough for Jean-Luc to fall back into a defensive position after seeing the dragon wall of flesh in front of him before it all faded away. I could tell the moment everyone in the room could no longer see them, because they all slumped slightly where they were standing. "I guess I walked in on a part of the conversation that obviously needed more explanation," Jean-Luc croaked, looking around the room in awe. "I've been telling you not to butt your fat head in for years," another man said as he came into the room. "Now, what I'd miss." Jean-Luc was a tall, dark, and handsome man. Then again, all of them were handsome. Ford, Alaric, Jean-Luc, Derek, and Dorian were all talkative and friendly. They were also the epitome of best friends. When you thought of brothers, these guys were what you pictured. Then there was the real brother of Nikolai and Kiefer. Pharaoh didn't act like he wanted to be there. Something about him just screamed, "Leave me alone," even though he was in the room. The other man who didn't seem to fit was Ian. He was the one in the corner, a deep, brooding feeling wafting from him. He had dark eyes, a scowl set in stone, and a set of arms that could easily break me in half if he had half a mind to try. Dark, scary-looking tattoos took up the majority of said arms, snaking and curling around each contoured muscle like it was alive. But it was his eyes, though, that let me know that he wasn't truly a bad person. That, and the pink fairy dragon that was perched on his shoulder. I knew he knew it was there, too. He could see it. Nobody else could, though. They could feel them, though. Each and every one of the fairy dragons I'd brought home were now paired with various dragon riders. Everyone in the room had one, including Mr. Grouchy Pants, a.k.a. Pharaoh, Kiefer and Nikolai's brother. "Why do you think we can't see them?" Blythe asked. "Do you think I have to do something worthy, like push this kid out to get them to let me see them?" I shrugged. "I don't really know." She pursed her lips. "You're not being very helpful tonight." I snorted. "I know just about as much, if not less, than you do. So what exactly do you want me to say here? I'm learning right along with you." She growled. "This kid is giving me indigestion, and I want to eat a cow," Blythe grumbled. "Like a literal cow? Or a steak?" I asked worriedly. "A steak, and a hamburger, and some ribs and brisket," she qualified. "The last time you had ribs, you threw up because the barbecue sauce was too thick," I said. "Remember?" She glared at me. "It was gross," she said. "Like literally, I threw up because it was poisoned." I rolled my eyes. They landed on Ian again. "Why is he over there by himself?" I asked. Blythe followed my gaze, and she shivered. "I don't know," she said. "When I first got here, Kiefer told me to stay away from him because he wasn't stable." "How's he not stable?" I asked. "Like mentally unstable or traumatized unstable?" "I don't know," she said. "I've asked Kiefer about him, but I never really get any answers." I said. My eyes caught movement out of the corner of my eye, and I watched as Ian walked out of the room without a backward glance. But he moved deliberately, as if he was being careful of the dragon on his back, confirming that he was more than aware of just exactly where that dragon was. I'll be right back, I said. I have to use the little girl's room. She said, her eyes falling on the food that Kiefer had just brought into the room. On the plate was a huge-ass steak, and nothing else. He set it down in front of Blythe, then walked away. "What the fuck was that?" I asked. She shrugged. "I think the baby talks to him." "Weird," I said. "What does he say?" She shook her head. "I don't really get much on that subject," she answered. "And I thought you had to go to the bathroom." I glared, then left, waving to Nikolai as I exited the room. He winked at me, then lifted his beer up to his mouth as he turned back to the man he was talking to, Derek. Derek apparently had been in a coma not too long ago, and he was still pretty lanky due to that. He looked like he could easily stand to gain at least 25 to 30 pounds. And Nikolai's sister stood at the bar, shooting the man inconspicuous glances during her conversation with another man that belonged to the Dragon's Warriors Alaric. I walked out of the room, my eyes searching before I'd even gotten all the way into the hallway. I found Ian a lot sooner than I thought I would. He was standing in the kitchen in front of the fridge, offering the dragon on his shoulder a marshmallow. "You can see him," I said excitedly. "Her," he said. "And yes, I can." "How?" I asked, walking closer with no regard for personal space. I had a problem with that, and I was working on it. In the meantime, I hoped that the people I did it to didn't care. "I named her," Ian said darkly. "That's why I can see her." I blinked. "How did you know to name her?" I asked questioningly. He shrugged. "I didn't." The man was full of embellishments. Not. I said. "Can you see the others?" He shook his head. "No, only this one." I said again, turning to look outside as I took a seat. Ian didn't say anything more, and I didn't ask him to. We sat there in silence as we looked over the lawn. The 3 ice dragons that seemed like they'd grown in the last day alone were playing in the swimming pool that Kiefer had turned to ice in front of my eyes. They were having a grand old time, and about 5 other dragons belonging to the other dragon riders in the house sat and watched them. "What'd you name her?" I asked. "Daisy," he answered shortly. "Do you mind if I sit here?" I asked. "I'm a little overwhelmed, and for some reason you're making my head feel better." He grunted. "Do you know why that is?" I questioned him. He sighed. "I'm a healer," he answered. I blinked. "You're a healer?" "Are you going to repeat everything I have to say?" he asked. I scowled at him. He sighed again. I seemed to be getting that reaction from him a lot. "I get my healing powers from Mace." At my questioning look, he said, "My dragon." I nodded, not saying anything to encourage him to continue. "I can heal just with my presence," he explained, "and go even deeper by touching you." When my eyes widened, he shook his head. "No, I will not touch you." "Damn right you won't, Ian," Nikolai said. The headache started again at my temple, then spread back into my skull until it was pounding once again. "You give me a headache," I said, not totally lying. He frowned. Then his expression turned to understanding. "Touch her," he ordered Ian. I laughed. Ian didn't move. Nikolai glared at Ian. "Touch her? Please," he grated out through clenched teeth. Ian sighed and touched his pointer finger to the middle of my forehead. My eyes crossed as I tried to see the tip of his finger. Then my headache started to slowly disappear until I no longer had it. "Wow," I said. "That was better than ibuprofen." Ian grimaced. "Ian doesn't like calling attention to his abilities," Nikolai explained. "Kiefer and I are the only ones who know that he can do it." "Ah," I said. "Any idea why my headache keeps coming back?" "When you talk," I wanted to add. "You're blocking him," floated through my brain from Perdita. My eyebrows rose to my hairline. "I am?" I asked secretively. "From what?" "I think you're blocking him from your emotions and your head, but I can't really tell because you're blocking from me too." I only get bits and pieces from you, which is what I'm assuming Nikolai is getting as well. I just know what to look for when someone is blocking, and you're doing it." I pursed my lips as I thought about what she'd said. I wasn't intentionally blocking him. Really, I was just being me. What would I have to block from him? Ian and Nikolai spoke about possibilities, and I thought about others. I did it so long and intently that I hadn't realized that Nikolai had asked me a question. "What?" I asked, when the silence became deafening. "Are you ready to go to bed?" he asked. Ian got up and walked out the back door without another word, and I watched him curiously. "He's not very social," I observed dryly. "No, he's not," Nikolai agreed. "And you need to be careful with him." I blinked. "Why?" Nikolai thought about it for a long moment before he said, "You just do." I wanted to roll my eyes, but he was being completely serious, so I decided not to argue. For now. Chapter 12. Did you happen to me, or did I happen to you? Because I want to know which of us has the shitty luck. Brooklyn's Secret Thoughts. Brooklyn. My muscles strained as I held onto the headboard with both of my hands. My eyes squeezed tightly shut as Nikolai took me slowly from behind. And when I say slowly, I mean so slowly that I wanted to yell at him to speed up. Alas, Nikolai was in charge, something he told me no less than twice already since we'd begun. My eyes crossed as he pushed into me so deep that I had to bite back a curse at how good it felt. There was a house full of people, and both rooms on either side of us were filled. Kiefer had thought it best to make sure all the dragon riders were under one roof, meaning all the other rooms, including the one I'd been previously occupying, were now occupied. But these people had supersonic hearing thanks to their magical abilities from their dragons. I buried my face into the mattress, gasping for breath as he pulled all the way back out. With infinite slowness, he filled me once again. I was so full, so very full. "Please." "Please what?" he asked. "Please, I need more," I said, keening. His version of more wasn't my version of more, but I couldn't say his version of more didn't have me feeling like I'd been stuck into an electrical socket. His thumb brushed the tight ring of my asshole for a second time, and I involuntarily pushed back, giving him permission. He took it and ran with it. His thumb swept down and gathered the wetness that had gathered at the base of his cock, thoroughly coating his thumb before he brought it back up and slowly pressed it inside. I came. I could not come. There was no stopping it. The new sensation, paired with the way he moved his cock in and out of me, had me coming so hard that I most likely cut the circulation off to his cock. He didn't seem to care that he was about to lose the appendage. His mind was too focused on the dirty talk he was speaking in low, crooning words. "You want me in your ass?" he asked. "Want me to make you mine everywhere?" I nodded into the pillow. I must have lost my fucking mind. I've never once wanted anal sex. In fact, I've never once even thought about that with anyone else. Anyone else but him. With him, I thought about it each time he took me from behind. That naughty little voice in the back of my mind kept yelling at me to ask him to do it, and I'd wanted it badly. One finger turned to two in between one breath and the next, and I bit the pillow, Edward Cullen style, and screamed as my orgasm, that I'd thought finished, reared its head again. "So tight," Nikolai said, scissoring his fingers. "You on my cock here, woman?" I nodded. "Yes, please." He rumbled his agreement, but didn't pull his cock out of my pussy, only stretched me even more, something for which I was thankful for long moments later when he finally pulled out of me. The tip of his cock met the tight ring of my ass, kissing the entrance just slightly before he pulled back. I cried out, pushing my hips back to meet him. He slapped my ass. "Hold on, baby. I need lube," he said, soothing me gently once he'd spanked me. I turned my head on the pillow to watch as he leaned over of the bedside drawer and pulled out a small bottle of lube with a red lid on it. My eyes lit on the lettering that read, "Warmin' Gel," and I moaned. He laughed at my reaction, pouring a generous amount onto the palm of his hand and fisting his cock in a tight grasp. He worked the lube onto his cock, making sure to line and coat every inch of his member before he took the bottle of lube and squirted a generous amount onto the tight back hole. My asshole puckered as I shrank back. The lube was cold but quickly warmed when Nikolai took the head of his cock and rubbed it in, pushing himself back and forth over the hole, teasing me. His fingers took some of the wetness that was surrounding my hole and slowly moved it inside of me. It was only then that the warmest part of the warmin' gel started to really make itself known. I felt like I was burning from the inside out. "Oh God, oh God, oh God," I chanted as he filled me, 3 fingers wide. "Relax," he said, smoothing his free hand over my backside. Relax? Did he realize what he was about to do to me? Had he any idea of the anticipation I was feeling right now? Yes, he did, which was why he chuckled when he got a load of my thoughts. The head of his cock met my entrance, and I breathed out, slowly pushing outwards like I'd read in my romance novels. It worked. The head of Nikolai's cock slowly filled me up. There was a small twinge of pain, but Nikolai had done a wonderful job at making sure I was prepared. Once the head was fully lodged inside my ass, the rest of him followed, filling me up so full that I wasn't sure I'd ever be the same again. "God, you're so tight. You should see what you look like all stretched out around me," he growled. I could imagine. "Show me," I ordered. An image filled my brain, and suddenly I was not only experiencing him fuck me, but watching him fuck me as well. I got to feel how it felt for Nikolai, as well as what it felt like for me. It was like an inferno that took off inside of me, and I never stood a chance. Not one single chance. He took me then. No more slowness for him. He pounded away inside me, knowing that it didn't hurt. I watched as my ass rippled each time his hips met my butt, relished in the way my asshole stretched around his invading cock. He was watching me take him, and soon he couldn't hold on to his hard-earned control. He lost it, and I closed my eyes as the picture he was sending me was lost as well. He moved, splitting my insides as he pumped away. His balls slapped my pussy each time he pushed into me, and I couldn't take it anymore. The orgasm that took a hold of me wasn't normal. Not ever had I experienced this feeling before. I don't know if it was because of the use of a different hole, or the way we were so interconnected, but it was an out-of-body experience not just for me, but for him as well. He roared as he came, and I screamed along with him, no longer caring who or what could hear me. I screamed so loud that my throat hurt. My hips ached at the way his hands clamped down around them, and when he came, I felt it all the way in my heart. His hot cum filled me up to the brink, splashing inside of me with such force that I could feel it. My fingernails dug into the backs of his thighs as I held on for dear life. He growled out his release, giving me everything he had to give, and then some. Long minutes later, we both came down from that high, panting and sated. How do you know I wanted that?" I asked, licking my lips. He turned his head on the pillow, giving me a raised eyebrow. "You're a projector," he said. "Everything you want is plain as day in my mind when I'm fucking you. I just never actually did it because I wasn't sure you were ready. If we were ready," he admitted. I blushed. Was I? Had I given him all of my fantasies? And was I embarrassed about that? No, I wasn't. But I wanted the same in return from him. I flushed. He laughed softly, his chest shaking my face as he did. "Don't worry, woman. I want you and you want me. There's no shame in that," he said. "Plus, it makes it infinitely easier on me to get you to come, to know what you want, to give you what you need." he sighed. I'm sure every man wants that built-in knowing like you've given me, and I can't say that I'd never willingly give it up, even if it did embarrass you for me to know it all. My body ached as I pushed up to my hands and knees once again, and then crawled out of bed to go clean myself up. It was definitely a different experience, but I knew that I'd want to do it again sometime. Maybe not right now, but soon. Very, very soon. Chapter 13. Of course you can trust me, unless it's alone with cake. Brooklyn's secret thoughts. Brooklyn. Life went back to normal, and I say that lightly. Mostly because my new normal was different than my old normal. We were able to come out of the sanctuary as long as we had at least 2 dragon riders in our party. It also didn't happen as often as I'd like, and I hated asking because it meant that someone had to drop what they were doing because I wanted to leave. I took up a job with Blythe on one side and Skylar, Nikolai's sister, on the other. Over the next few weeks, more and more of the dragons came home, which meant the staff that had been let go had started to slowly trickle back into their previous jobs. Of course, this was only after they were put through an extensive truth sense by John Luke. John Luke was able to get anything out of anyone, except for the man who'd attacked me at the hospital and made an animal attack Nikolai. Speaking of that pesky wolf, it was now Nikolai's shadow, his best friend. It was a big beast, but it was becoming common for me to see the two of them together. Nikolai's fairy dragon, Percy, was also always with them. They, along with Perdita, had become as thick as thieves. It amazed me that such difference in the food chain could get along as well as they did. But the 4 of them managed it. Speaking of Percy, he came fluttering up to me and landed on the bed beside my hand. I was currently treating a training injury that Dorian, another dragon rider, had suffered as he'd fought with Ian. In fact, anyone who had the balls to fight with Ian ended up getting hurt. Kiefer and Nikolai were one of the only exceptions, but it wasn't often that anybody deigned to work with Ian. He had a perpetual bad attitude and didn't like anybody. I wondered why he was there, and it had been something that I'd been asking Dorian when Percy had showed up. "What's going on, Percy?" I asked the little dragon. The dragon didn't talk. He spoke in my head like the other dragons. But it was so natural, like I was talking out loud to anybody else, that I didn't notice that nobody else heard him. "There's a fight in the yard between Nikolai and Kiefer." I blinked at what Percy said. "He's what?" I asked. "Why are they fighting?" Dorian straightened, wincing only slightly. "Who's fighting?" Dorian asked worriedly. Blood was pouring down his side from the sword wound that Ian had given him. I'd been in the middle of cleaning it when Percy had flown in like his tail was on fire. "Kiefer and Nikolai," I said, pushing him back down. "You're not going to go out there?" he asked. I shook my head. "No," I said, "not until I get you ready for your stitches." He ignored me and got up, easily pushing me aside. "You've received a local anesthetic and pain reliever," I said to him. "You won't know if you're doing any damage because you can't feel it." My words fell on deaf ears as he walked out the door, grabbing a folded-up sheet on his way out the door and pressing it to his side. I followed behind the stubborn man. Every single one of the dragon riders I'd come into contact with were exactly the same. Hard-headed, stubborn as hell. Badasses. Blythe caught up with me once I'd made my way about 3/4 of the way outside, her pregnant belly leading the way. She was enormous, too. At a little over 6 months pregnant, she was easily twice the size of normal. Not that anyone would actually say that to her. She was sensitive. If I hadn't done the sonogram on her myself, time after time, I would have said she'd be delivering a freaking toddler, not a small baby. But the baby was growing to size. She was just carrying big. She hurried to my side, coming from the prisoner's ward, and most likely going to get her ass spanked when Kiefer found out where she'd been. "Did he say anything more?" I asked. Blythe and I, as well as Skylar, traded off going into the prisoner's ward, or just room number 8 that was the furthest away from the rest of the general population. The prisoner was named Merrick Brown, a dragon rider turned enemy. Not that I really thought of him that way. He was actually a pretty intelligent guy. Until you tried to ask him why he'd done what he'd done. Then he clammed up like a clam. He was also fucked up beyond belief, and not healing at all. The wolf bites he'd sustained on top of something else that had been done to him before he tried to take me, combined with no healing powers whatsoever, meant he was really fucked up. He had broken bones on top of broken bones. He wasn't healing correctly, and no one could figure out exactly why. And when he was asked, his mouth was as tight as one could be. "Not a word," she said. "I can tell, though, that he wants to, which is why I keep going back in there. I hope that he's ready to talk, but he never does. I can't get him to talk either. I've noticed a pattern," I said as we pushed out the door. "Oh?" We walked out into the courtyard where games were usually played, but today served as a makeshift fighting circle. There were about 30 people there, milling about as they watched Kiefer and Nikolai fight. And it wasn't just any fight. This was a no-holds-barred, I'm gonna fucking kill you kind of fight. In other words, normal for Nikolai and Kiefer. In fact, this was at least a once-a-week occurrence since Kiefer had come home 4 weeks ago. "Yeah," I said, crossing my arms over my chest. "Have you ever tried to ask him about his family?" She pursed her lips. Yes, I have." I nodded. "And when he closed up, was it by choice or by force?" She opened her mouth to reply, but just as suddenly snapped it shut and placed both hands on her hips. Her eyes were facing forward, and she was looking at the fight between Kiefer and Nikolai, but not actually seeing it. "Shit," she said finally. "Shit." I nodded. "I've had a discussion with Nikolai about it, and if my guess is correct, that's what they're fighting about," I guessed. Blythe pursed her lips. "That shithead is so freaking stubborn-headed," Blythe growled. I snorted, and then her eyes went wide. She grabbed my hand and pressed it to her stomach, and my eyes widened to resemble saucers. "The fuck is this?" I gasped. She shook her head. "An elbow? A knee?" I giggled, jumping up and down. "I won!" I exclaimed loudly. "Fuck you, Kiefer Vasago. You owe me $500 and a trip into town." Kiefer's brows furrowed, but he was too busy trying to beat the snot out of my mate. I moved my hand to the other side of Blythe's belly and concentrated, practically willing the baby to move. And I did something. Something incredible. I gasped as my mind disappeared, and I was suddenly transported into something. I opened my eyes. They were hazy, like I was underwater. And the area around me wasn't dark, but nearly. It was like I was in a hole with light shining through a blanket. I looked at my hand, and it was most definitely not my hand. It was way too small. And my knees were up by my chest, and so was my ass. Not my ass, someone else's ass. A tiny ass, but an ass nonetheless. "Sweet baby Jesus," I whispered to no one in particular. I wasn't sure anyone could even hear me, or see me. I reached out with my hand and touched the other hand. There were 3 that I could see, one of which wasn't mine. And I realized then where I was. I was in Blythe's stomach. "Oh, holy shit on a stick," I said. "Oh my God." I was being super intelligent, but I couldn't get my brain to work right. "Can you hear me?" I whispered. The babies didn't react. And yes, I said babies. "Woman," Nikolai whispered in my brain. "What are you seeing?" I didn't know how to let him know what I was seeing. It was obvious speaking wasn't getting through, but I tried telepathically anyway. "I think I'm in Blythe's uterus." There was a long, silent pause, and then Nikolai replied with, "That sounds interesting." I think I'm somehow doing this in reverse of what you do. Can you do it too?" I asked. There was a moment of silence, and then a frustrated reply. "I can't. What did you do?" I thought about what I did, sending him what I'd done exactly. Then he was there too. "You can see?" I asked. I don't know whether we were occupying the baby's mind, or just using her eyes. I didn't know any of it, but I could tell that the other baby, the boy, didn't like it, Not at all. "They're twins," I whispered. "Settle down, Dragos. We're just making sure you're okay," Nikolai's voice whispered. The baby boy settled down, staring at us, the girl, in suspicion. But he wasn't actively freaking out anymore. We were pushed out when both of our hands left Blythe's stomach, and we were left standing there with a confused-looking Blythe, a pissed-off and bloody Kiefer, and the rest of the onlookers staring at us. "What?" Kiefer said, slightly breathless. "The fuck was that?" I grinned. Then I pushed what I'd seen into his mind. He froze. He stared off into space, his mouth going slack. And then he paled as he got to the part where he saw 3 hands. Then impossibly more when he got to the part where Nikolai joined us, and we pissed the boy baby off. "Twins," he said roughly. "Oh, fuck." "Twins?" Blythe asked. "What are you talking about, twins?" Nikolai did the same thing that I was doing for Kiefer, and Blythe swayed. Nikolai caught her before she could hit the ground. But, I had a sonogram," she wailed. "There weren't 2 in there." "Apparently," I teased, "one was hiding." Blythe flipped me off. "Shut up." I grinned. "Congratulations, Daddy and Mommy. You're having twins." "I hope you choke on a dick," Blythe said, patting her stomach. "And you do know, right, that twins are determined by their father's genes, not the mother's. You could be having twins yourself." "I'm not pregnant," I denied. "And shut your mouth." Blythe bared her teeth at me like a feral kitten. I bared mine right back. "Well, at least we're not the only ones," Kiefer said. We both turned to him. "What are you talking about?" I asked. He pointed to the both of us. "We were fighting with our fists. Y'all are fighting with your words. Same thing," he said. Blythe punched him. "No, it's not the same thing. We're fighting because we're trying to relieve stress. Y'all are fighting because y'all are stupid and don't want to listen to what the other thinks," Blythe shot back. "And what?" Kiefer asked. "Does he have to say that I don't already know?" "How about the fact that the prisoner you have in the infirmary isn't able to talk, yet you continue to treat him as if he can?" I said sharply. Kiefer froze. "You say can't," Kiefer said. I nodded. "He can't." "How do you know?" Kiefer challenged. I started walking back towards the hospital, knowing that he'd follow. He didn't disappoint. As I made my way back into the infirmary and into the prisoner's room, I stopped beside his bed. "Hey, you," I said, tapping his shoulder. Nikolai's arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me back so I could no longer reach the man in the bed. Merrick opened his eyes, and when he got a load of the entire freaking compound in his room, his eyes flared.
Chapter 14. When someone asks you if you do any dangerous sports, saying, "Sometimes I disagree with my woman," is not a good answer. At least, not if your woman is in the room with you. Note to self. Nikolai. His eyes flared, but he didn't look alarmed. He looked reserved, almost expectant, and defeated. I looked over at my brother to see him holding his sword in his hand, flexing and unflexing his hands as he did so. Merrick's eyes didn't miss that either. In fact, they followed the movements. Hope flared in his eyes. He wanted us to kill him. Why? Then I started to look at him. He hadn't been hooked up to a heart monitor since the first couple of days we'd had him here, and those he'd spent unconscious. As soon as he'd woken up, he'd been taken off everything but the IV that was still running antibiotics through his veins, antibiotics that he shouldn't need, because he was a bonded dragon rider. Everyone who was a bonded dragon rider had powers, and Merrick wouldn't have them if he wasn't bonded to one. But where was his dragon? Why, in the time that he'd been with us, had neither my brother nor I thought of that? "Hook his heartbeat up to the monitor," I ordered my mate. She did, taking 3 sticky pads from a drawer beside the bed and placing them on Merrick's chest before hooking up some wires from the monitor to them. The moment the wires were in place, I got a good look at Merrick's racing heartbeat. And by racing, I mean it was flying. It was way too fast. "Kiefer," I said to my brother, "where's Merrick's dragon?" Kiefer's brows furrowed, and then his eyes widened. Merrick's heartbeat picked up once more, and something like pleading came into his eyes. That would have normally been one of the first things I would have asked. Kiefer trailed off, and his brows furrowed. Merrick's eyes closed in relief, and I finally understood. He couldn't talk about it. Not just about who he was and whom he worked for, but about everything. "Get Ian in here," I ordered. I'd known that the majority of the men were behind us. All but Ian, anyway. I heard, more than saw, Alaric leave. He walked with heavy footsteps compared to everyone else. Maybe it was because his feet were bigger than everyone else's. Hell, I didn't know. But I always knew when it was him coming. "Everyone else out," Kiefer ordered gruffly. The room emptied of everyone except for Blythe, Brooklyn, Kiefer, and me. Oh, and the man in the bed who couldn't move. He was there to stay. "Ian can heal him and search whatever he has in his mind." Kiefer trailed off when he saw the look of pure panic in his eyes. "We won't hurt you," Kiefer growled in frustration. That was a lie. We would if the end game was near. Ian's prodding was coarse at the best of times. He could do healing as long as it was something on the outside of the body just fine. The intricate stuff tended to be a little rougher on the person on the receiving end of his gift. Ian showed up long moments later, with the cold clinging to him. A rush of wind followed in his wake, and I shivered when the cold hit me. Blythe scooted closer to me to allow Ian to pass her, and she stayed when we watched in horror as Ian slapped his hand down on Merrick's chest and then proceeded to exorcise him. Or at least that's what it looked like. Merrick's body bowed up off the hospital bed like his chest was connected to a string. "How much do you want healed?" Ian growled. Kiefer looked at Merrick with dispassionate eyes. "Just enough to see what's going on in his head. Then we'll see about healing him completely once we know more of why he's done what he's done," Kiefer ordered. Those were the words of a true leader. It was more than obvious that Blythe was surprised by the callousness, as was Brooklyn, though. They were both trying to hide it. I knew my woman, though. Knew what she looked like body-wise when she was pissed, and man, was she pissed. Ian rocked back on his feet long moments later, and Merrick's body fell onto the bed with a hard thud. My body tensed at remembering all the injuries he had, but the harder I looked at the man, the more amazed I became. I'd known that Ian was a healer. He'd told me himself. However, I'd never actually seen him do it. The worst wounds on Merrick's chest and neck were now lightly pink, showing almost perfect healing. His breathing was deeper, and his heartbeat was steadier. "What did you find?" I asked when Ian never turned around. The veins on Ian's arms stood out in stark relief as he fisted his hands. Then he turned, and the pain in his eyes was obvious. "You okay?" Brooklyn checked, taking a few steps forward. Ian held out his hand to stop her. "Don't," he ordered. She blinked, freezing. "You're hurting!" Blythe stepped forward as well, and it was only then that Kiefer and I stopped them before they could move any further forward. "Ian takes the pain onto himself," I explained, "and it hurts him to be touched for a while after. Give him a little bit." She shrank back at the mere mention of him taking on the pain. He'd done that for Brooklyn, and she would have never let him do it had she known that he was going to have her pain. That wasn't right, and it wasn't right to ask of him either. "What kind of effect does it have on you?" she asked. His jaw clenched. "The same thing it would have on the person I take the pain from. It takes about an hour to push out of me," he answered through gritted teeth. "What did you find out?" Kiefer asked. Ian's eyes narrowed. "His dragon is being held hostage, as well as about 5 other people, at the same compound Nikolai took Brooklyn from," Ian said, panting lightly once he was through. I gasped. "Who else does he have?" he asked. His eyes slid away from me, and he gave a look to Kiefer that clearly said, "Not here." I was about to ask what was going on when Merrick's back bowed again and he started seizing. "Put him to sleep," Ian said urgently. "Give him a sedative." Blythe ran for the med cart while Brooklyn ran to raise the bed rails on his bed. It wouldn't do to have Merrick falling and breaking a bone after he was just healed. "What's going on with him?" Blythe asked once she returned with a syringe. She depressed the plunger and injected the meds into Merrick's veins via the IV. Merrick instantly calmed. "That's the side effect of using my powers," Ian said, sounding tired. "Causes seizures and shit." I whirled around and glared at Kiefer. "You knew this was going to happen?" Kiefer shrugged. "We weren't getting anywhere the easy way," he said unapologetically. I narrowed my eyes at him, but Ian chose that moment to pass out. He hit the floor so hard that I was worried he'd broken something. He'd fallen well, though, his head landing on my feet rather than the concrete floor beneath them. I crouched down and rolled him over to his back, checking his pulse. "He's fine," Kiefer said. I growled. "Nikolai," Brooklyn said through clenched teeth. "If you care for your brother at fucking all, you'll get him the fuck out of here before I kick his ass." I wisely said nothing as to how improbable that was, and grabbed my brother by the collar and started ushering him outside.
Brooklyn. "Fucker," I muttered under my breath. "He's protecting me," Blythe said softly. I looked over at her where she was checking Merrick's blood pressure. "I don't really give a fuck," I said. She flinched. "I know it's harsh," I said, "but you need to get him under control. He can't put his people at risk to save you." "When's it going to be too much?" I asked. "What if next time it's me?" She didn't have anything to say to that. And frankly, neither did I. Chapter 15. Never tell someone that their butt looks like an elephant's, even if you mean it in a nice way. Words to the wise. Brooklyn. "I'm not really convinced y'all are bikers," I said to Nikolai. Nikolai rolled his head in my direction. "What makes you think that?" he asked. I sat up and grabbed the pillow that was beside my hand, pulling it into my lap and leaning forward slightly on the bed as I addressed him. "Well," I said, "y'all don't dress in leather other than your vests when you leave the estate." I flicked up a finger. "You don't act like bikers." Second finger. "You don't ride your bikes all that often." Third finger. "And y'all don't give off that whole biker-esque feel." Nikolai raised a single eyebrow. "Who are you to dictate what a biker does and doesn't do?" he asked. "And how many bikers have you known in your life?" I snapped my mouth shut. "Well," I smiled. There was Sons of Anarchy, after all. I felt like an expert. He grinned. "We're going on a fun run next week," he said, leaning back in his computer chair. As he did, he propped one foot up on the bed and made it lean back even further. He linked his hands behind his head and stared at me. "What's a fun run?" I asked. "It's just a fun ride. We have a destination in mind," he said. "But sometimes we go further than that." He shrugged. "Just depends on our mood." "You're going by yourself?" I asked warily. He snorted. "Like I'd leave you here by yourself," he said. I narrowed my eyes. "You don't think I can take care of myself?" I questioned him. "It's not a matter of you taking care of yourself," he said soberly. "It's a matter of people knowing our weaknesses, like Merrick did." "You know as well as I do that Merrick couldn't control what he did," I said. "And Merrick was dead, practically. He wasn't dead yet, but he would be, soon according to Ian. And Merrick's sister and dragon were missing in the meantime. He had to die knowing he wasn't able to save them." Nikolai raised his hands and tiredly rubbed them over his eyes before he ran his hands through his hair roughly. "I know. God, don't you think I know that?" he snapped. I raised a brow at him. "Is there something bothering you?" I asked. He sighed. "I don't like that you're spending more time with him than me," he admitted. I couldn't help the laugh that escaped my mouth. "I freaking work there. What'd you want me to do?" I asked. He stood up and started pacing. "I don't like the way he looks at you. I don't like the way he can hide what he doesn't want us to know. I don't like the way he can get you to do whatever the fuck he wants you to do, either," he snapped. "Is there anything you do lack?" I snapped back. He glared at me. "What?" I asked. "He had no control about telling you those things due to the gas he had on him," I said. "You're really going to hold that against him?" Nikolai shrugged like he could care less what Merrick did and didn't have that was keeping him from speaking. "You're annoying me almost as much as your brother did today," I muttered darkly. Nikolai snorted. "You're being childish," Nikolai snapped. I rolled over and glared at my mate. "You're kidding, right?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, I'm not." I lifted up onto one elbow. "How?" I asked. "Am I being childish?" The fight Kiefer and I had this morning had been pretty big. I wanted to go out to the store for more supplies. He said no, then refused anyone to take me. I hadn't left this godforsaken place in well over a month, and I was getting claustrophobic. Nikolai sat up as well, not liking that I was above him with that much venom in my words. "Kiefer has hundreds of people that depend on him," he said. The feelings of one woman don't outrank the well-being of hundreds. And you need to stop thinking with your heart and start using your brain. Because, like it or not, this is your life now." He got up and left, leaving me a large amount of time to think on his words. Was I being childish? I didn't know. And I'd pissed off my best friend today, too. So I couldn't really talk to anyone right now. Fucking perfect. I was walking down by the lake when I saw the big dragon, Angus. "Hello, pretty lady," Angus replied. I smiled despite my bad mood. "How's it shaking?" I asked him. "How's what shaking?" he asked in confusion. I smiled. "How are you?" I amended. I couldn't really be sure because, to be honest, I wasn't good at reading dragons still, but I could swear he smiled. "I'm fine, little one. You obviously are not. What's wrong?" he asked. I sat down on the bench that had been moved down close to the water for my best friend. A best friend that I'd pissed off because I'd pissed her husband off. So I explained that I'd pissed everyone off, not leaving anyone out. "So, was that childish?" I asked once I'd finished. "Let me get this straight," he said. "You asked Kiefer to allow someone to take you to the store so you could get supplies. Supplies that you wouldn't tell him about. Then you yelled at him in front of 5 people, one of whom was his wife. Do I have that correct?" It sounded bad when he put it like that. "I wanted to buy Nikolai a birthday present," I said huffily. The dragon rumbled out a laugh. "And you couldn't just order it online like everyone else does?" he asked. I shook my head. "I feel like I can't breathe," I said. "I've been trying for weeks to order it online and it's not in stock," I mumbled. "I've run out of options and I really want to get it for him." I dropped my head into my hands and shivered in the cold night air, silently berating myself for not grabbing my jacket in my haste to get out of the stupid mansion where everyone seemed to be in every room. "Your first mistake was going about it the way that you did," Kiefer said from behind me. I jumped, then dropped my head, sighing. Shit. "Your second mistake was yelling at me in front of the others. I will take a lot from you since you're my brother's mate, but I'm not going to take you yelling at me in front of them. It makes me look weak, something which my brother told you the last time you raised hell, seeing as I was listening when he did," Kiefer continued. I gritted my teeth. "Your third mistake was saying that in front of my wife. She may be your friend and owes a certain loyalty to you, but she's my mate. She's my other half. She's co-ruler to me. She can't be seen arguing against me, just as you can't. You're a princess now. It's time to act like it," Kiefer finished. By the time he was done, I was clenching my fists so freaking hard that I didn't have any feeling in them. Whirling around, I glared at Kiefer. "Easy with what you say," Angus whispered through my mind. "Control your anger. State your case. Tell him what you feel, but don't make him feel stupid." I was beyond rational, however. I was into the irrational state now. "Kiefer, do you know what it's like to be imprisoned?" I asked. His eyes narrowed, and I couldn't be sure if it was due to the setting sun or the fact that he didn't like my tone. "No," he said. I nodded. "And do you know what it's like to be told what to do and when to do it?" I persisted. He shook his head. "I've been king and a prince my whole life," he admitted. "It definitely isn't something that I've experienced." I nodded again. "What about the basic amenities? Have you ever had to deal with power outage?" I asked. He shook his head. "The sanctuary has backup generators, and we have for a very long time now. Why?" I ignored his question. "When I was 4 years old, I got my first job. It was beating the rugs out at my parents' place. There was a line of them that stretched over 30 feet long. I did it for 5 hours a day after I did my schooling," I told him. He cocked his head. And it was then I realized that Nikolai was there too. I knew he wouldn't let Kiefer yell at me. He'd let him explain what he felt he had to, but he wouldn't ever let Kiefer hurt me. My feelings were a different thing, and I hated that Nikolai was siding with Kiefer on this. He'd held back some, staring at what was going on. I turned back to Kiefer. When I was 8, I graduated from the rugs and moved to the kitchens, where I cooked the morning, noon, and evening meals, as well as bake the next day's bread for over 100 other people, I explained. I was one of about 4 girls that were in my age group in our Amish community. So, for 16 years, I followed order after order and worked my ass off, all because I was a girl. And I left because I was told to leave. But I didn't go back. Do you know why? I crossed my arms, glaring at the man that was now my king, even though I'd never sworn any fealty to him. I did a woman's work. I did what I was told. I went where I was instructed. I read what I was given. I was a fucking slave, I hissed. And now here I am, a fucking slave again. I go to sleep when I'm supposed to, since the lights are turned out at a certain time because I share a fucking house with 15 other people. I work where I'm told because I'm needed. I don't leave because I'm told I can't. I haven't been able to order a single fucking thing off of the internet because of some blackout to my account due to somebody out there looking for a way in at me. I'm being paid by my mate for services rendered because whomever is supposed to pay me doesn't. And to top it all off, I am now mated to a man that takes the side of his brother rather than his mate. I was good and pissed now. In fact, I wanted to throw something at both of their faces. My shoe, perhaps, since when I looked around that was the only thing I could see that would make an impact. I didn't, however. Instead, I pulled what little courage I had left and volleyed one final blow at not Kiefer, but at my husband. I left that place because I knew they were going to marry me off to a man that had already told me he would brook no disrespect to his family or mine. I was to obey him, no matter what. And so I left, because that's not how I wanted to live my life, I snarled. And look where I am, being dictated what I can and can't do. By you, by him, and who's watching out for me? No one. That's who. Because even my own fucking best friend takes the other side. With that, I gathered the darkness around me, something that I'd learned from Perdita, and I disappeared. Well, seemed to disappear. Really, I just sat on the picnic table. Shit, Nikolai hissed. Shit. Shit was right.
Nikolai. She's right, I said to my brother once we were back inside. Just give her time to cool off. She'll see the error of her ways, Kiefer muttered dismissively. I didn't think she would. In fact, I thought that this was worse than ever. Usually she was a pleasant buzz in my brain, a hum of awareness. Now, nothing. She'd disappeared into the shadows, a trick that I'd shown her because she'd asked. Now I was staring at where she'd been with worry. Perdita, where is she? I asked. If anyone could find her, it would be Perdita. Although she couldn't always see through my veils, she always had a hint of where I was. I don't see her within 200 feet of where I am. Why? Perdita answered quickly, sounding distracted. She was mad at me and disappeared into the shadows, I answered. I'll keep an eye out for her, but she can't get off the property without me knowing, and if she needs time, let her have it. You're suffocating her. Words that Brooklyn had practically spat at me moments before. Wonderful. I kicked the dust at my feet, annoyed that I'd done exactly what she'd accused me of. I'd taken my brother's back out of habit. We'd been together for a very long time, and we'd promised to always have each other's back. However, here I was, taking his back over my mate's, and I'd seriously pissed her off. I watched the darkness for the next 2 hours, and I wasn't really truly worried until the first hint of dawn started rising over the trees in the backyard. That's about when my heart started to speed up. Perdita, I need you to find her now, I ordered. Perdita took a few seconds too long to answer me, and I screamed at her in my head. Perdita, I need you to find her, I bellowed. I don't know why I was all worried about it now. I'd been standing here for 2 hours without any hint of worry. Then all of a sudden it was just there, and it took me a few long moments to realize why. Because I was feeling her panic. Brooklyn, I cried, hoping she'd answer. She didn't. So I closed my eyes and concentrated, trying to use that same thread I'd used weeks ago when I'd channeled her in the hospital basement. And I found her, but I couldn't see anything. "Where are you?" I whispered aloud. The blackness shifted and I saw what looked like brake lights, from the inside, not the outside. "Shit," I hissed. "Shit!" I was too scared to break off from her, so I mentally shouted for Perdita to relay the information I'd just discovered to Kiefer. And I prayed, because this time I wasn't sure that everything was going to work out quite like I wanted it to.
Chapter 16. I love you more than you deserve, fucker. Brooklyn's secret thoughts. Brooklyn. My body hit the floor with a solid thud, and I jolted in pain. My elbow hit the concrete with a loud smack, and I knew instantly that it was broken. White, hot pain rolled through my vision as I rolled over and vomited as the pain washed over me. "Tire up," a familiar voice ordered. A familiar voice that I hadn't heard in a very long time. I forced myself to open my eyes and stared at my brother, Charles. "No!" I croaked. My brother smiled, showing his crooked teeth that glowed yellow due to not taking care of them. The last time I'd seen him, he'd had a beard that reached down to his nipples. Now it was shorter and came to just about shoulder level. However, everything else about him was the same. He hadn't changed at all in the years since I'd last seen him. "Surprised to see me?" he asked. I nodded. I was surprised. "Get her tied up," he snapped again. And it was then that I saw the men in the room around me, and the other tables, and the cage. Shit, there was a dragon in the cage. A beautiful brown and white one that resembled more bronze rather than brown the longer I stared at it. That must be Merrick's dragon. Speaking of Merrick, I looked over to the wall where I'd heard a body hit the ground shortly after us getting into the room that we were in, and saw him lying on the ground, blood seeping out of his ears, nose, and mouth. My heart hurt. Not because he'd attacked me, but because I could clearly see that he'd had no choice. He literally could not do it, and it had cost him. Big time. He was dying. I could tell. And I knew he'd brought me here under protest. The blood where he'd fought the pull proved it. He'd slipped me a note that I'd read by the brake light glow, and I'd clearly seen the letters he'd quickly scribbled onto an old receipt from a supply order. He'd said only a few short words. There'd been another guise that I hadn't realized was there. Nor had Ian. One that was sort of a ticking time bomb. If I wasn't brought to the compound where the man said to bring me, who I now knew was Charles, then he'd kill him. After he killed Merrick's sister. And then he'd practically forced him to do it by taking complete control of his body, which I knew couldn't be done by anyone other than another dragon rider. And Merrick had fought it. He'd fought it so hard that even his eyes were bleeding from his attempt not to deliver me to my brother. He'd been willing to let his sister and dragon die to make sure that I lived. But in the end, he hadn't been strong enough. I wasn't sure anyone could be. Not against that kind of power. My eyes went to the other two tables where a man and a woman lay. The man only had eyes for the woman, and the woman looked at her brother with a broken heart. I could guess what was going on here. The man on the table was probably the other dragon rider that had forced Merrick to do his bidding, and the girl was probably Merrick's sister. An impossible task if I did say so myself. The man had wanted his mate to live. The woman had wanted her brother to live. The brother had wanted what was best for everyone. "Look around," my mate instructed me. I couldn't, though, because in the next instant I was yanked up by my arms and my elbow screeched in protest. I could practically hear the bones of my arm grinding together at the move. I'd almost managed to block the pain out due to some weird healing power that I knew I got from Nikolai. Now, though, it was as if it had happened all over again. Any healing that had been done to it while I was lying on the cool concrete was abruptly halted by my rough treatment. I screamed as white, hot lightning shot up my spine and vomit surged up my throat. I emptied the contents of my stomach onto the man at my side. coating him from chest to shoes and everywhere in between. I was dropped once again, and I took the moment to open my eyes and look around, pushing the pain brutally away with sheer force of will. Force of will that I'd borrowed from Nikolai in a desperate move to not only save myself, but the others in the room with me who also didn't have a choice. Easy, Nikolai's ripple through my mind said, making me calm slightly. I've got you. I took everything in through a pain-filled haze. The room, or should I say cabin we were in, was a one-bedroom open-styled floor plan. One side of the large room was the kitchen, where we were currently located. The other side housed a bed and wardrobe, as well as a bathroom behind a curtain. The single window that led to the outside showed nothing special. An old curtain hung partially over the old glass. Trees were beyond the glass, lining the entire view. Then I continued to survey, even when I was picked up once again. This time by a different set of men, not including the man I'd puked on. My eyes finally went to the lone door, and I was glad to see that it had glass, allowing me to see out. And as they moved me closer to the front door where the hospital bed lay, I got a good look outside the window. Excitement coursed through my veins as I saw the water tower. To most, it wouldn't be that significant. However, this one had a huge Dallas painted on the side in red, white, and blue lettering. It had been special to the city, having been donated by an old war vet that had left all his money that he'd been able to save in his lifetime to the area of Dallas where he'd grown up. He'd requested that the money that he'd donated be put to good use on something that would benefit the entire community. And since they had needed the water tower, they'd bought it. Then had declared it Teddy Reed's water tower. Got it, Nikolai said. I need to talk to Kiefer and the boys, but I'll be back. Then, just as suddenly, I was once again alone in my head and able to concentrate on my immediate surroundings again. I deliberately ignored the table at my side, but now I finally gave in to my sick curiosity and looked down at the instruments on the smooth surface. I wasn't going to torture you since you're my sister after all, my brother said, but you've pissed me off today by not following directions, so now you'll do what I tell you to do and like it. Do you understand, sis? I wanted to slap him, but the special part of me that hadn't known I'd existed, i.e. control, stayed with me long enough for me to take whatever medication that he'd just given me. I wasn't picky about what they'd given me. Nikolai and I had had a long discussion on what would happen to my body now that I had special healing capabilities. Anything such as Motrin or Tylenol would likely affect me for only a short period of time. Nikolai's sister was working on a way to lengthen the effectiveness of the drugs, because when someone got hurt and needed to be sedated, whomever was having the procedure done on them repeatedly got knocked out by physical means because they couldn't make them stay still any other way. Are you even fucking listening to anything I'm saying? My brother snarled, pulling my hair back so hard that a fistful of hair was in his hand as he shook his fist in my face to show me. I shouldn't have done what I did. I should have stayed calm. I should have let Nikolai do what he needed to do. But I didn't. I reared back with my legs, then sent both straight into his chest. It hit his breastbone with a crack, and I very clearly made out the sound of ribs breaking. I was thankful for my boots that I'd worn. I'd intended to go for a small walk around the lake, and due to the rain we'd had the previous night, I'd prepared for the possibility of mud. I'd worn them out of deference to my mate, who continually said I needed to be more careful about the mud, that a good pair of boots would likely save me from a snake bite if it ever came down to it. I'd worn them, even though they were incredibly uncomfortable. They'd proved to come in handy now, though. Almost out of reflex, I closed my eyes and started concentrating. My head started to pound as my body became more aware of the pain I was in. However, my attempt to use my veil had worked, and I disappeared from sight only moments later. Rolling to my feet, I gritted my teeth against the pain in my arm and moved to the door, freezing when a man stopped in front of it, blocking my exit. She's around here somewhere, the man said. You need to get up off your ass and find her. That was directed towards my brother, stupid asshole. I was happy to see him still writhing in pain on the ground, almost gleeful, in fact. "Seriously?" the man asked. "What do I pay you for?" Charles grimaced in pain and lifted his knees up under his torso before pushing up to his haunches. "Kill her," he said gravely. "Fucking kill her. She's ruined my life. She doesn't deserve to live." How in the hell had I ruined his life? I took a step backward and stepped wrong, bumping the small table at my side. My hand automatically went out to stop the lamp from falling, but it was the one that had been broken upon my arrival, meaning I screamed. Letting the lamp drop to the ground, I limped, slightly hunched over to the side of the room, directly behind where my brother had managed to get to his feet, albeit pitifully. My brother looked around the room frantically, almost as if he was waiting for me to beam him over the head any second. And technically I would have, if I had something to use. I wasn't sure I could lift anything at this moment in time. Instead, I sank down to my butt, letting my back slide against the wall until my backside met the cool tiled floor. "Listen, Robert," Charles said, a slight wheeze in his voice. "She's not going to leave, not with knowing who all is here. Let's just get the good stuff started. She'll show herself when she sees what we're doing. She's a nurse. Don't they take oaths or something?" I gritted my teeth and let my head fall down to my knees, my broken arm dangling uselessly at my side. "Fine," Ugly Robert said. "I've got my stuff right here. I'll take the guys off of him, and you can see how to do it for next time." My eyes widened in shock as they walked over to Merrick and picked him up by the arms, half dragging, half carrying him to the kitchen table that was only a few feet from my face. I swallowed bile as they let his body flop down hard, its head hitting the table with a soft thud. He was beyond feeling it. His eyes weren't even open, and I was fairly sure he was only a few minutes away from death's door. "Why are we taking this off of him?" Charles asked. "Wouldn't it be easier if we let him die like this?" "He won't die with the gas on him. It'll keep him alive just by the magic in the power object," Robert answered, lifting up Merrick's shirt and showing off the tattoo that was on his left side. "I weaved words into the ink forming the image. Once the image and ink are gone from his skin, he will be able to die if you choose for him to." I leaned forward, curious how they were going to get rid of it. I wasn't left wondering. Seconds after the thought crossed my brain, Robert pulled out a wicked-looking blade, then slashed the skin right off of Merrick's side. The tattoo disappeared with the skin, and what was left was just a gaping hole from hip to ribs. Blood welled, and the muscles of Merrick's side were exposed by the horrific act. "There," Robert wiped the blade off on Merrick's back. "That should be enough. I want my money." My brother pointed to the box that was on top of the kitchen counter, and Robert went directly to it, stopping only long enough to check that there was indeed money in it before he left, closing the door to the cabin softly behind him. Something about the way he left so abruptly had me wondering why. Why, when he'd spoken about his plans with my brother and then abruptly left, meant there was a motive behind the act. I didn't know what, but I knew better than to show my hand. I would wait, no matter what. Nikolai would be here soon. I knew it. I could feel it. My brother hissed, staring at Merrick. Then he scanned the room. "I'm gonna fucking torture him until you show yourself," Charles growled. Then he did just that. And he didn't stop at just Merrick. He started in on the other dragon rider, and Merrick's sister when torturing him didn't work. Sickened, I prayed. "God, please hurry, Nikolai," I pleaded. But he didn't answer. And the worst was proven yet to come. 30 minutes later, I'd had enough. I couldn't take it anymore. My arm was healed enough that I could now wiggle my fingers without screaming in pain, and I couldn't let Charles hurt the woman anymore. I pulled out my badass, letting her off the chain. And when I say off the chain, I mean it in the worst way possible. I wasn't proud of what I did next.
Chapter 17. There are two kinds of people without beards, boys and women. I am neither. Jace, Duck Dynasty. Nikolai. To say that I was out of control was an understatement. Anything and everything that I was ever taught was thrown out the window when I realized my mate was gone. So, as Perdita flew me over the cabin on my second flyby, I made an instinctive decision. "Get me onto the roof," I said, noticing the large chimney. "How do you know this is the right place?" Perdita chimed into my chaotic thoughts. "It's like a buzz under my skin. I just know." As we flew, the buzz became stronger and stronger until I felt her, I explained to her telepathically as she hovered over the roof. Before I could reply, the screaming started. I practically flew down the chimney, coming to a thudding stop in the black dust-filled bottom, coughing slightly as I tried to look around. The fucking fireplace was huge, and I could stand up all the way and still see everything that was going on, and more. "Brooklyn!" I bellowed, not seeing her anywhere. I did, however, see a man on the floor, screaming for his life. Merrick. Choosing to prioritize rather than freak out, I bolted for Brooklyn, scooping her up in my arms and burying my face into her neck. She pushed off of me, though, and went to Merrick, pressing her 2 fingers to his neck and checking his pulse. She looked at me grimly. "He's not good," she whispered. She took a wad of paper towels off of the counter that was a few feet away from her hand and pressed them to Merrick's side. "Don't hurt him," the woman pleaded. "Don't hurt him." Brooklyn blinked, her brows furrowing. "What the fuck is going on here?" Kiefer roared from the doorway. Nobody moved. The ones on the tables couldn't. This whole thing was so fucked up. Where was everyone? "Nobody in the vicinity but the ones in the cabin," Perdita relayed. "You," Kiefer said, pointing at the woman. "Speak. What's going on here?" The room went silent. "It's my brother, please," she cried. "He didn't have a choice." "What are you talking about?" Kiefer said through gritted teeth. "Who are you talking about?" The woman gestured. "Him. Merrick. He's my brother. Please." The woman had tears pouring from her eyes. She looked terror-stricken. "What's your name?" Jean-Luc asked, shaking him slightly. "Desi," she said, voice breaking. Desi shook her head. "He forbade me to do anything," Desi whispered hollowly. "I couldn't have helped even if I tried. He's my brother. He gave me an order, and his word is law no matter how much I wanted to disobey it." I looked over at Merrick, seeing his breathing uneven and coming in pants that were getting slower and slower. "We need to get him home to Skylar," I muttered, hurrying over to the bed. "Don't move him," Brooklyn whispered. I think we just need to get him to his dragon. He can fly him to the heart. I think that's the way to do it." I blinked. "What?" I asked. Brooklyn started talking, even as she urged me to help her move Merrick. I took the hint and grabbed the end of the sheet while Desi's boyfriend, the other dragon rider, Tony, picked up the last corner. "I heard my brother talking," Desi whispered. "Charles was hurting Tony." She looked guiltily at the man beside her. "As he was working him over, he kept talking about stealing hearts and how he was going to become a rich man with the ability to heal anyone he wanted to. I didn't understand, not at first, but this is my best guess. If what he says is true, I think that's the only way we can save him." "The closest heart is about an hour's ride from here. It's the one just off of our property," I said. "You're not bringing that man back onto our property," Kiefer growled. "He's tried to kill you twice now." "He didn't have a choice," Brooklyn said, pointing at Kiefer. "Back the fuck away." Kiefer didn't budge, and Brooklyn let the sheet drop and charged up to Kiefer. "If you don't get out of my way," she hissed, "I'll shove that stupid fucking cane up your ass. Wide in first." I looked down at the cane in Kiefer's hand, then back at my mate, who rarely had a bad thing to say about anyone, then raised my eyebrows at Kiefer. "She has a point," I said. "That tattoo is gone. Something happened here that he didn't want. Look at him." Brooklyn bared her teeth at Kiefer, who didn't back down from her angry stare. "I'm thinking of not just you, but my whole sanctuary. We can't bring them into Dragon Rider territory. We can't vouch for any of them." "Then we'll stay here. You take him. We will keep," Desi pleaded, her voice filled with desperation. Kiefer gritted his teeth, his mind working 100 miles an hour. I knew his dilemma. He had more than just us to think about. He had a mate at home that was pregnant, a threat that he knew nothing about, and 4 unknowns that could possibly kill all that he loved. He was just being protective, and I didn't know who to side with. Turns out, though, that Brooklyn could take care of herself, which she proved in the next instant. One second Merrick and Brooklyn were there, and the next second they weren't. My vision blurred, and then I was privy to the same thing that Brooklyn was. She'd weaved her own illusion to help get Merrick help. "Good girl. Help me," she whispered. "Help me now." I looked into her eyes, studied her face, and then nodded. This was the time. I would either choose her or Kiefer. I picked Merrick up, cradling him like an overlarge newborn, and walked out the door. I witnessed magic that night, saw the amazingness of it before my eyes. Merrick's dragon, a shiny pale bronze dragon the size of a small tractor used to mow acres upon acres of hay, stood proudly by Merrick's side. It was then that I realized that the dragon was taking in just as much healing power as Merrick himself. I hadn't realized that the ride was as far away as it was, but the longer I watched Merrick and the dragon, Sasha, heal, the more I realized that we must have been further than was safe for even Perdita to go. You need to tell your brother where exactly you are, or he'll keep hounding us until he finds us, and I don't really want to deal with the fight that I can see coming. Tell him and be done with it, Brooklyn growled for the 4th time. I narrowed my eyes. If he comes here, he's going to try to stop you and me, I informed her. She shrugged. It's already done, she said. I looked from her to Merrick and back again. You think he's going to be okay? I asked, leaning forward slightly to study the other man. He isn't bleeding anymore, so that was a good thing, right? Yes, Perdita said telepathically. Your brother has found you. I looked up just in time to see Declan and Kiefer land on the soft forest floor beside us. Kiefer didn't attack like I thought he would, though. Instead, he calmly slid off the dragon's back and crossed his arms as he watched whatever healing was happening with Merrick and his dragon happen. I took the others to the sanctuary, he said, and I would have brought Skylar with me, but you never answered. Brooklyn snorted. I sent a glare in her direction. What exactly are you thinking I'm going to do here? Kiefer asked my mate. Brooklyn looked up, and her eyes narrowed. What do I think is going to happen? She asked. How the hell would I know? Everything that I've wanted since you've gotten back has taken a back seat to what you wanted. My best friend, my mate, they all deferred to you, and I'm tired of coming second best to the people that used to put me first before you showed up. As Brooklyn spoke, she leaned forward and poked Kiefer in the chest, pronouncing each word with more and more force until her finger was sinking into the soft jacket Kiefer was wearing. You done? Kiefer asked. Brooklyn hissed at him. Kiefer's frown cracked, and suddenly a smile overtook his face. You're good for this family, you know, he said. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Brooklyn asked in confusion. Sorry that I haven't tried harder to get along with you. You're one of mine now, and I'll do my best in the future to listen to you before I choose what I think is best for you, he promised. I threw one arm around Brooklyn's shoulder. You'll excuse us for a moment? I asked my brother. I didn't wait for him to tell me yes or no. Instead, I just walked away with Brooklyn as she dragged her feet. We were about 30 feet away and out of hearing distance of at least my brother when I turned Brooklyn to me and stared at her, studying her tired face. You're okay? I asked her worriedly. She held up her hand. I think it's healed, she answered. Are you okay? I looked at my own hand. The flash of pain I'd felt earlier when Brooklyn had broken her arm was a distant memory now, but it still hurt to think that she'd been in pain and I'd had no way of preventing that hurt. Yes, I said. I'm fine. She nodded. I'm still mad at you, she promised. I nodded this time. I'm sorry, I said. I shouldn't have chosen my brother over you. I'll offer no excuse. She sighed. I know exactly why you chose your brother over me, and I agree with it, she admitted, but it doesn't help. I've gotten a taste for freedom, and I don't like having it denied to me. I pulled her into my arms, letting my lips rest on her forehead for a long moment before pulling back to look into her eyes. There's always going to be a threat to us, to you, I told her. She frowned, and when she would have spoken, I stopped her before she could. Listen, I said. When she nodded, I continued. Every day will be a constant struggle, I informed her. When there's that many people under the same roof and in the same immediate area, tempers are bound to flare, so you'll have to try your hardest to work with the others there, even my brother. She nodded. And when you have a problem that you can't solve, I'd like you to come to me. Talk it out with me before you go about trying to fix it on your own. Like today, I said. She winced. I was just trying to get some air, she said softly. I know, I informed her, but that's another thing. You're going to have to get used to having security. If not me, then a dragon escort. Anything. But you can't be left alone. You'd be a huge pawn in this war against the purists. She grimaced. You'll need to choose, I said. Your freedom, where you're able to do whatever you want, or this place. I hesitated. It's not always the best place in the world, but there'll be no better place that has a greater group of friends that care about you enough to take absolutely anything for you. Even a bullet. You know I can't leave. You were the one who explained that I'd die if I was away from you, she muttered darkly. I smiled at her obvious irritation. I never said you'd be getting rid of me. I'd go with you, of course, I said softly. We can live out of the public eye. If we moved to a different state, it'd be likely that nobody would even know who I was. Her mouth dropped open. You'd leave this place? She asked in stunned disbelief. For me? I smiled at her. I'd give my left nut for you. Is it so hard to believe I'd give up my sanctuary for you? I asked teasingly. Her eyes narrowed. That's disgusting. I laughed, then shrugged. It's the truth. I don't want you to give up your left nut, she sighed, turning fully to face me as she said what she had to say next. I'm not even asking you to always side with me over your brother. All I'm asking is that you at least give me the benefit of the doubt. If I tell you I'm going stir-crazy, we need to fly out as soon as possible. I stared at her, studied her face, and then nodded. I can do that. I will do that, I amended. She smiled then and walked into my arms. Her body felt right as I wrapped my arms around her shoulders and pulled her into me. She rested her hand over my heart, and my arm trailed down her arm to her forearm where she'd broken the bones earlier in the day. Are you okay? I asked softly. She let her head fall back as she stared into my eyes. I'm better than okay, she answered. I had a lot of thinking to do while I was waiting for you to get there, and I didn't like what I saw. I blinked. What do you mean? I asked worriedly. What did you decide? Was that panic in my voice? I didn't like the tightness in my chest or the way my breathing seemed to stall as I waited for her to reply. I saw my life. 2 different paths I could take. She hesitated, and I lifted my hand to run down the side of her head, smoothing her hair down so I could see her eyes completely. Go on, I urged. She swallowed. I had 2 choices, she answered. 1, I could leave, test out the theory of whether or not I would die without you. Despair rose inside my body, but her next words calmed that roiling storm. Or I could suck it up and be a big girl, she continued, as if she was unaware of the havoc she'd caused inside of me. Her look said she knew what her hesitations were doing to me, and she smiled. Something eased in my chest, and I knew which decision she'd come to without her even saying, because she suddenly opened herself up to me, letting me feel exactly what was going on in that head of hers. Everything that I ever wanted to know about her was suddenly revealed. What it was like for her as a child, what she wanted most in life, what she loved, what she hated. Everything was there for the picking, and I had to gasp as all the love she felt for me suddenly poured through the mating bond that we shared. Jesus, I whispered, going down to my knees. I couldn't help but do that. It was as if the strength I had to stay upright suddenly fled, leaving me with nothing else but the love I felt for Brooklyn in my heart. I stared at her, then I gave it all back to her. I gave her my hopes, my dreams, my wants and needs. I gave it all to her, just like she'd given to me, and I watched as her eyes lit up with each new memory or thought. By the time I was done, she was crying, and it took everything I had not to join her. Men didn't cry, though. Brooklyn! Kiefer suddenly cried. Oh, my God, he said in pain and fear. We have to go. Now! I was up and running towards my brother before I'd even realized I was moving, Brooklyn directly beside me. My eyes went first to Merrick and then to Kiefer. What's going on? I asked him. I couldn't see any signs of Merrick being in distress. In fact, he looked even better now than he did a couple of minutes ago when I took Brooklyn off to the side. Kiefer's eyes, though, were wild, and I knew instantly it had everything to do with his wife. What is it? Brooklyn asked worriedly. Is it Blythe? Kiefer nodded almost out of habit. His clenched hands at his waist, though, told the real story. He was in pain, or at least his wife was in pain. Tell me what's going on, Brooklyn ordered, snapping her fingers at Kiefer. She's in labor, he said, his voice cracking on the labor part. Okay, Brooklyn nodded. Take me with you, and I'll go to her. Nikolai, take Merrick back with you. Wait, Kiefer held up his hand. Do you think the heart will help her like it helped him? Brooklyn looked thoughtful for a few long seconds before she shook her head. No, I don't think so. The heart healed Merrick, but it didn't take any of the pain. I could feel the distress rolling off his body as he laid there. Kiefer nodded and then walked straight to Declan, offering his hand down to my mate without another word. Brooklyn ran up to me, gave me a quick kiss on the cheek, and then ran back to Declan, taking Kiefer's hand. Once she was in position, Declan lifted off with a powerful flap of wings, and then his cloak was in place, and I could no longer see him. I looked over at Perdita, then to the side of her where Merrick lay next to his dragon. Then, without another word, I walked over to the dragon rider and picked him up in a fireman's carry over my shoulder. I laid him over Perdita's shoulders in the next instant before turning to his dragon. Can you follow? I asked her. A series of images flew into my brain, and I startled in surprise when I realized just how young Merrick's dragon was. Only the ones that were too small and young couldn't voice their words, and this one, although it looked older, did the exact same thing as the little ice dragons at the sanctuary did. Stomach knotting, I got up and voiced my order to the big beast. Follow me.
Chapter 18. Brooklyn. The screamin'. My God, would it ever end? Seriously, Blythe growled between clenched teeth. If one of you doesn't shut him the fuck up, I'm going to levitate out of this bed and show him what pain really is. I watched as Nikolai finally took pity on his brother and put him out of his misery by knocking him out with his fist to Kiefer's temple. Nikolai! Both Blythe and I squeaked in outrage. Nikolai blinked. What? He asked, blinking owlishly. My mouth opened and closed like a guppy. I think, Skylar said, that my sister-in-laws are upset over the fact that you cold-clocked Kiefer. Blythe and I nodded, but then Blythe's stomach tightened as another contraction started to roll over her. It's too soon, she moaned, her arms banded tightly around her belly as she started to pant for breath. I looked at Skylar. Neither of us said what we were thinking. It was incredibly too early for the babies to be born. In fact, at this point in time, the babies may not survive. We didn't have the same capabilities as Dallas's busiest hospital did. If we were lucky, we could get the babies there in time. Likely, though, we wouldn't. Although we were close by a Dragon's flight, we couldn't just go flying up to the helicopter landing on the hospital's roof and demand attention. Not after the last time we'd gotten fined out the ass and told not to ever do that again. Oh, and threatened with lethal force. That was a biggie, too. We'd have to stay and hope for the best. Pulling Nikolai to the side, I stared him in the eyes so he could read the seriousness in mine. Listen, I said to him, drag him to that chair over there. Calm him down and shut him up when he wakes up. Seriously, this is going to be quick and dirty. He needs to keep his shit together, okay? Nikolai nodded, and we both turned at the same time when a scream erupted from Blythe's lips. I patted him on his hand before I left, giving my full attention to Blythe. Her eyes were scared, and she was looking at me with fear. It'll be okay, best friend, I whispered to her. We're made into frickin' dragon riders. Conditions couldn't be any better than they are right now. She nodded, wanting to believe me, but I could tell she didn't. We both knew what happened to babies that were this early. They were literally 2 months and a few days premature. That was 8 weeks. That meant each baby was 32 weeks and 3 days. Full term was considered 37 weeks, and they were 5 weeks shy of that. And to top that off, they were smaller because they were twins. The lungs were what developed most fully during this time. Although everything was formed, the surfactant that made the lungs stay inflated wasn't working efficiently yet. That was the main worry. There were others, of course, but the lungs were the main worry as of now. We wouldn't borrow trouble, however. We need to do a sonogram to see how the babies are positioned, Skylar said to Blythe and me, completely ignoring the whole room of people. John Luke and Ian were in the back of the room, partially closed off by a partition that blocked one room off from another, as they watched over our newest sanctuary occupants. The rest of them were in the living room, break room off of the main area, where the patients were held. Needless to say, there was a lot of commotion going on. A groan from the seat beside the bed had Blythe's attention moving to her mate, while I brought the sonogram machine up to her bedside. After a quick setup, Skylar took the wand and did her thing, while I watched the screen anxiously. I breathed a sigh of relief when I saw that the first baby was head down. We'd worry about the second once the other one came out. Okay, I said, my voice obviously portraying my relief. Who do you want to check you? Her mouth pursed. I guess either way it goes, it'll be uncomfortable. How about we just take turns? How about you first? It'll make our friendship stronger. I laughed. Yeah, I said, having my fingers up your hoo-hoo will make our relationship stronger. I'm sure of it. After donning gloves, I quickly checked her. You're at 9 centimeters, I told her. Once done, I washed my hands and asked, How long have you been in labor? She shrugged. About 4 hours now, I guess. At first, I wasn't sure that it was for real. I'd had a lot of lower back pain since I found out I was pregnant, and it's all lower back. Every bit of it. She growled when the pain under question flared again, her voice going tight with agony. Can you give her any drugs? Kiefer asked. His voice sounded much more like himself. I don't have anything that I think is safe enough to give her that won't affect the babies as well, Skylar said. I thought I'd have a few more weeks to get the things we'd need. What don't you have? I asked worriedly. Anything, Skylar admitted. I have blankets and towels, but I don't even have a suction bulb. It's all on order, but it's not set to arrive until a few weeks from now. I looked over at Nikolai. Can you make a trip to the store and get some things? I asked. He nodded, his eyes going to Kiefer, then back to me. I saw the warning for what it was. If he wasn't there, Kiefer very well might go a little crazy. I nodded, letting him know I could handle his brother, and he left without another word. Isn't he going to wait for what I tell him we need? Skylar asked. I'll tell him. It'll be faster, just in case Blythe goes faster than either of us anticipates, I told her. She nodded, not questioning me or my decision, and went back to studying the monitor. I'm not a baby doctor, she admitted. I'm very rusty on what needs to be done, so you'll have to help me. You've had training for this as well, and I'm going to depend on you to be the check to my balance, okay? And that's how the next 4 hours went. Nikolai arrived back in less than 2, his arms filled with sterile packages that I wondered how the hell he'd found. My guess was he'd gone up to the hospital and lifted it right from under their noses. It was all hospital grade, and not one item looked to come from the grocery store, but a major medical supply chain that supplied hospitals with their supplies. I didn't bother asking, though. I'd leave that for a later date. I think we're ready to push, Skylar said, fear leaking into her voice. I reached down and grabbed her hand. We can do it, I promised. And we did. We delivered the boy first, and the girl within 5 minutes after that. However, nearly instantly, we realized that they weren't going to be okay. Both of their lungs were very underdeveloped. The boy was worse than the girl, and both babies were sitting in their father's arms as they struggled to draw breath. I was holding an oxygen mask over the girl, while Ian was doing the same for the boy. You'll have to let me hold him. I can keep him here long enough for you to take me to the hospital, Ian said, his voice serious. I could tell Kiefer didn't want to let Ian have his child, but in the end he did what was best for the baby. Kiefer placed the small boy into Ian's arms and took the tiny girl into his arms with the portable oxygen around her little face. We all started to walk to the dragons that were crowded around the compound's hospital. Even Angus, the little boy's paired dragon, was there. He was usually a lot more antisocial, but in this instance, he was every bit as concerned as everyone else. And also the most useless. At least that's what he was thinking. Angus had suffered a loss the day Nikolai's dad died. Both dragon and king had gone down. And although the dragon hadn't died like the king had, he might as well have. He was useless with only one wing. He was surly, angry, and he hated anything that had to do with a purist. He was best by himself and didn't make any excuses for his behavior. Right then, though, I saw the devastation in his eyes as he watched Ian, Kiefer, and Nikolai mount. Take care of them, Kiefer said. My eyes widened as I looked back at Angus, whom the order had been directed to, and nearly smiled. Angus, now full of a purpose, nodded his head in understanding and acknowledgement. I will, my king. Then they all took flight, and I watched with my heart in my throat as they took off with the future king of dragons and his baby sister. I dreaded walking back into the hospital room where Blythe was. I knew she was crying. Hell, I was crying. But I did it anyway, despite the foreboding that followed upon my heels. I met Skylar coming out just as I was about to go in, and froze at the look of shocked terror on Skylar's face. What is it? I asked the moment I took stock of her features. She's bleeding out. I blinked. But, I stammered, she'd been doing fine. I went into the room to find Blythe so pale I could practically see the life draining out of her. When did this happen? I asked urgently, running up to the bed and grabbing a hold of Blythe's hand. Blythe's head rolled to the side. Make sure you take care of them, she whispered brokenly. No, I instantly denied. You'll take care of them. I don't want them. She smiled softly. Then her eyes closed, and she lost consciousness. We have to take her to the heart, I urged, pulling the blankets off her and throwing them to the floor. Skylar helped me, careful to leave the bag of fluids going into her in place. I thought we couldn't die, I cried. I thought we were immortal. Skylar and I kicked the brakes off of the gurney and pushed her quickly out of the room. Merrick, his eyes glossed over with exhaustion, stood in the doorway of the entrance to the outside, watching us. I've got a ride for you, he said, his voice rough. Merrick had thought ahead. Sasha wasn't able to carry that many people, not in her weakened condition. Hell, we were all weakened. He looked about ready to fall, but I didn't help him. Not only did I not have time, but I didn't think he would appreciate it. I came outside once again to find Angus outside, and standing next to him were a couple of horses without saddles. I didn't even question where they'd come from. I just ran up to one, used the mane to grab hold, and swung up into the saddle. I'd have to ask myself later how I managed to do it, because the horse had to be at least 15 hands tall, and I was fairly sure the horse was wild. I'd never seen any horses here. Horses and dragons didn't get along. But right now, I didn't ask questions. I smiled as Angus lifted Blythe up off the gurney with his tail, offering my hands out for her. He placed her somewhat gently into my arms, and then I gave a thumbs up to Skylar, who managed to mount the other horse using the gurney as a step stool. Then they were off, praying the whole way that everything would be okay.
Chapter 19. When people ask me which is more important to Brooklyn, food or love, I don't answer, mostly because she's eating. Nikolai's secret thoughts. Nikolai. And you said the mother gave birth at home? The nurse asked Kiefer for the 15th time. Listen, lady, I said none too gently. She's on her way, trust me, but my brother has a helicopter that he used to get her here, and there's only so many we can fit into the belly of it. The nurse looked at me with anger, upset that I'd been so rude to her, but I couldn't find it in me to care at that moment in time. I was pissed off, scared, and nauseous. Not to mention we'd been away from the twins for well over 30 minutes now, while we were peppered with question after question regarding our involvement. Something's wrong, Kiefer said to me when the nurse finally left. I turned to him. What? I asked, sitting forward in my chair. Is it the babies? He shook his head. No, it's Blythe. What about her? I asked, somewhat confused. When we'd left, she'd been fine. She'd actually been a rock, in fact. Kiefer shook his head. I don't know, I just feel it. Here. He pointed to his chest, right where his heart beat below his hand, and I suddenly had the same odd feeling. Except I knew Brooklyn wasn't hurt. I could feel that she was upset, though. Could practically hear her breathing as it accelerated. Call her, I said, handing him my phone. He was about to take it when the nurse who'd taken the babies earlier called his name. Kiefer Vasago? Kiefer turned to me. Call her and figure it out. Then he was gone, following after the woman who had taken his children away from him. I could see the indecision in his eyes, the desire to be in two places at once. However, Blythe had Skylar and Brooklyn. The babies didn't have anyone. He had to be here. I didn't, though. I stood and started running down toward the stairs with my phone to my ear. Ian caught me at one point, his heavy bootsteps following closely behind me as we took the steps 2 and 3 at a time. The phone rang and rang, and my bad feeling went from bad to terrible. What's wrong? Ian asked as we met at the top of the steps. I pushed through the roof entrance door, tossing a veil around the both of us to fool the video cameras when they heard the roof alarm signal and slammed it shut behind us. Something's wrong with Blythe, I said, hurrying to the roof. Perdita met me even before I called her, and Mace, Ian's dragon, did the same. We both mounted and were flying away without another word. Do you know what's wrong with her? I asked Perdita. Blythe's bleeding, from what I can tell, she said. Bleeding didn't sound good. Not at all. And when I saw the state she was in when I landed at the Heart for the second time in less than a day, I wanted to cry. She wasn't good. What's wrong? I asked the moment my feet met the cold earth. She won't stop bleeding, Skylar said. I've given her everything that I can, but she won't stop. Not even the Heart is helping. We watched in horror as Blythe's laboring breaths stopped. Nothing. Not even a breath left any of us as we watched Blythe's body turn cold. Then everything around us exploded. Kiefer. I was standing next to my baby girl's incubator when I felt Blythe's life slip away from me. 1 second she was a soft hum around my heart, and the next thing she was just gone. I didn't really know what happened next, but power burst out of me, and every single living soul within a 500-foot radius was affected. I sent that power down my bond straight to my mate's heart and forced it upon her. She didn't protest. She couldn't, because she was dead.
Chapter 20. Things I will not judge you on: sexuality, religion, or race. Things I will judge you for: not signaling while driving, how you treat others, and what direction you place the toilet paper. Fact of life. Brooklyn. The room we were in was wide. White walls, white ceiling, white bed, white linens. Where the hell was I? A moan from my side had me turning painfully to face the other occupant of my bed. "I can't feel my phone," Nikolai said. I giggled, then my head exploded with pain. "Ow!" I whined. "What happened?" The bed shifted on my other side, and I gasped, turning to see who else was in my bed. "Blythe?" I asked. "Why are you in bed with us?" A moan from her and from someone across the room had me sitting up in confusion. Then the door opened, dragging my attention from the other bed in the room housing Skylar. "Glad to see y'all are all awake," Ian said with annoyance. "I can't keep fucking doing this." "Doing what?" Nikolai and I asked at the same time. "Jinx," I whispered roughly. "You owe me a Coke." My mouth felt like I hadn't partaken of a liquid in about a week. He snorted. "Taking care of y'all. It goes against the grain," he grumbled. "And I've had to do it for everyone that's a fucking dragon rider or somehow bonded to a dragon rider." "Why weren't you affected?" Blythe moaned. "Because someone had to take care of y'all, and I had the least to give according to Kiefer." Ian shrugged. Blythe gasped, standing up on the bed and staring at Ian with sudden terror. "My babies!" she asked. He held up his thumb in the universal sign of, "They're good." "Thank God." She sank to the bed. "Why am I naked?" It was then we all looked at Blythe, who'd hastily taken the sheet from the bed and wrapped it around herself. "Because it was either take it off you or leave you in blood, so I chose to take it off of you underneath the blankets, but thanks for the show," Ian jeered. I tossed the pillow at him that was under my head. "So what happened?" I asked, checking to make sure I had clothes on. I did. Nikolai rolled out of the bed, coming to his feet like a panther. "Fuck, but I have to pee. How long were we out?" he asked, walking to the bathroom. Then he proceeded to pee for at least 7 minutes, maybe longer. Blythe and I looked at each other, and a grin played in our mouths. "My head hurts," Skylar said in protest from the other bed. "Why are we in the sunroom? My hands feel like they're nailed to the bed." The funny thing was that they were above her head as she looked at them in front of her face, opening and closing them into fists, trying to work the circulation back into them. "It was either the sunroom or straight outside," Ian boomed. "My powers work best during the light of day," he said. "And Kiefer decided to heal every single one of the babies in the NICU as well as you." His eyes were pinned on Blythe. "What?" she asked. "What are you talking about?" "From what I can gather, which isn't much since I haven't seen Kiefer yet nor spoken to him, is that he healed you," he answered her. "He felt your life force slip away, and he drew almost every ounce of power from nearly every person that's connected to him. And then he funneled that into you." We all blinked, but Ian continued before we could ask him anything more. "When he had the excess that he didn't need, he gave it to all the babies that were in the NICU. They're calling it a divine miracle," Ian said, tossing a paper onto the bed. On the front page headline it read, "Christmas Miracle. All babies ready to go home, happy and healthy." "Holy cow," I said, leaning forward. "They're all okay?" I asked. Ian nodded, then picked up a TV changer and pressed the big red button in the middle that turned the massive thing on. I didn't remember any TV or beds being in here, but that was a question to save for a later time. They've been running a continuous loop today about all the babies and their parents' stories, he said, stopping on Channel 3. How long were we out? Nikolai asked, his arms crossed over his chest. 4 days, he said distractedly. 4 days? Blythe shrieked, climbing out of the bed and running away. I need to go see my babies. Then she was gone, a long white sheet trailing in her wake. You're taking her, right? I asked Nikolai. He shrugged. Guess I'm going to take about 15 people. Hope Perdita's ready to be a pack horse, he teased. I think not, Perdita replied primly. You'd be lucky to get me about 2 feet off the ground at this point. Your king zapped me just as good as he zapped you. Nikolai smiled, and he grabbed my hand to lead us into the main part of the house, then even further to the bedroom that he and I shared. It felt like years since we'd been in the room, even though it was less than 5 days ago. You want the shower first? He asked. I gave him a look, one that said I clearly didn't want the shower first. You want me to take the shower first? He guessed wrong again. I shook my head. Then I stripped off my clothes and walked into the bathroom, turning the shower on, then stepped back and waited for it to heat. It didn't take long, and by the time my feet were hitting the cool tile, I could feel Nikolai's heated gaze on me. Better make this quick, I said huskily. She won't wait long. His hands went to my hips, and he didn't waste any time, picking me up around the waist and impaling me on his cock. It was an impressive show of strength, as he supported me with his upper body alone. I moaned and threw my head back, my long hair tickling my ass as Nikolai pumped into me roughly. He took me at my word, making it quick. In the next second, when I felt his orgasm start to rise, mine followed. The push and pull of his cock as it dragged deliciously along the walls of my sex had me bracing for my orgasm before I'd even had a chance to enjoy the feel of him inside of me. Hurry, he said roughly against my neck, his tongue snaking out to run along the length of my throat. My hands clenched in his hair, and I started to squeeze my thighs around his trim waist to help slam myself even harder down. Then, like a tsunami to my soul, my orgasm rolled over me, pulling Nikolai under with me. He growled and latched onto my neck with his teeth, holding me in place while he pumped me so full of his release that I could already feel it leaking out of me. Long seconds passed as we stayed tangled together, our breathing returning to normal. You're so fucking beautiful, he said against my neck. I clenched around him, causing a growl to erupt from his throat. You guys, Blythe said from outside of our bedroom door. I want to meet my babies. Stop fucking or I'll chop y'all's privates off. Chuckling, he pulled out of me, and I immediately waddled to the toilet to ensure no leakage got onto the carpet. You're so messy, I muttered to myself, grabbing a wash rag from the top shelf in the closet and wetting it down. I looked up and saw the hot pink box of my tampons directly in front of me, and I froze. Son of a bitch.
Epilogue. My life is a blonde moment. Nikolai's secret thoughts. Nikolai. I looked over at my mate warily. Something was wrong, seriously wrong. 1 second she'd been happy, and when she came out of the bathroom she was anything but. Can you please tell me what's wrong? I asked her. She glared at me, and I sighed, turning my gaze back to the hallway we were walking down. Do you even know where you're going? Blythe asked me. I nodded. I hacked into the news feed of the hospital before we left, I said. Checked everything out. The NICU is right off the first floor. And lo and behold, it fucking was. We rounded the corner just as the doors opened and a man with light brown skin and a woman with fiery red hair came out, 2 car seats clutched in their arms. I can't believe we're doing this, the woman said excitedly. I just can't believe it. The man nodded, his eyes wide and scared as he walked past us. It's been 4 months, Amy. I don't think I'll know what to do with myself on my lunch breaks anymore, he said as he pressed the elevator doors. I looked over at my mate and smiled. It was worth it, she said softly. I nodded. It was. If I had to do that once a week, it'd be worth it to see the excited smile on the faces of the parents that got to take their kids home when they never thought it'd be possible for them. "I'm sorry," a woman in pink scrubs with small feet prints all over them said. "We're only allowed to have parents in here." Blythe raised her hands. "I'm a parent." Her eyes zeroed in on Blythe, taking in her hair and clothes, then she smiled. "I'll bet you're the one with the hunkalicious man, aren't you?" she asked. Blythe nodded, her face blushing slightly. "Yes," she said, "Kiefer is definitely that." The woman nodded and took her hand. "You can all come," she said. "Normally we'd never be able to do this. The NICU is a very special place where the littlest of our people come to get better. Any germs could be fatal to our babies." She took a breath. "But today every one of them is going home. On Christmas, at that." Blythe slowly started to cry, and I reached for her shoulders, looping my arm around her on one side and pulling Brooklyn in on the other. "He looks good like that, doesn't he?" Blythe whispered. I looked at my brother. He was sitting in a rocking chair, shirtless, with both of the babies on his chest. His eyes were closed, but the instant the words left Blythe's lips, his eyes snapped open and locked on Blythe's. "Shit," Brooklyn said. "I always feel like I'm intruding on them when they get like this." I laughed and walked forward, pulling Blythe, who couldn't seem to make her feet work. Blythe's watery smile took over her face once we were close enough to touch. "Oh," she breathed, bringing her hand up, but stopping just short of touching either baby. "Shoot," she said, pulling her hand back and turning to find the antibacterial dispenser on the wall. Once she was lathered up to her armpits, she shot both of us a glare, then went back to her babies. Brooklyn laughed, and I took the chance to pin her to the wall as we both sanitized our hands. "You're not telling me something," I said softly, eyes inches from hers. She bit her lip. "I'm," she whispered, "late." "Late?" I asked. "Late for what?" She just kept staring, and it was then that the realization suddenly dawned. "You're on birth control," I said, narrowing my eyes. She nodded. "I am," she confirmed. "Well, stop taking it," I ordered her. "I can't exactly just stop taking a shot," she informed me, "but I don't have to get it again." I nodded firmly, leaning in until my forehead touched hers. "I'm going to be a shitty father," I said. "I like quiet and order." She snorted. "You can kiss that goodbye," she informed me. "You already have 2 babies about to be in the house with you. Now you'll have 1 more." "How late is late?" I asked her. She shook her head. "I don't know. A long time," she said. "I haven't had a period since the first week I was with you." I pursed my lips. "Make an appointment with my sister," I ordered. "We can do it when we get home," Skylar said excitedly from beside me. I turned my glare on my sister. "Don't you know the meaning of privacy?" I asked her. She nodded. "Sure do," she said, "but you didn't ask for privacy. In fact, I only followed you to the germ shit," she said, pointing to the wall behind me. I sighed, long and loud. "You're pregnant?" Blythe asked from behind us. I looked over my shoulder to see not just Blythe, but Kiefer as well, staring at us with excitement. "Seriously," I said, "this hasn't even been confirmed yet." "But you think it's true, so it is," the nurse offered her 2 cents. I turned my eyes back to my mate. "Seriously?" I asked her. She patted me on the arm, then went to Kiefer, expertly picking up the baby from his chest and cradling the little life to her heart. "So is this the girl or the boy?" Brooklyn asked. "That's the girl," Kiefer told her. "How do you know?" Blythe asked. "Because she's wearing a pink hospital bracelet," he said, indicating the smallest bracelet I'd ever seen, "and the boy's wearing a blue one." "Oh," Blythe said, relieved. "They look exactly the same." "Except for this one is 2 times smaller than yours," Brooklyn said teasingly. I nodded. "Your boy is a porker," I agreed. Blythe shot a glare in my direction. "Where's Farrell?" Kiefer asked, looking around the room. My brows furrowed. "He left with you, Kiefer," I told him. Kiefer's eyebrows bunched up. "No, he didn't." "Yes, he did." "Boys," Brooklyn sighed. "He can't be far." "He's not at home. I haven't seen him since he left with Kiefer," Skylar said. "I saw him mount his dragon and leave with you, Kiefer." "Well, then where the fuck is he?" Kiefer growled. "Language," Blythe snapped at her husband. Ian. "Listen to me, and listen to me good, you little piece of shit," I said through clenched teeth. "You're going to go home, you're going to clean up your act, and you're going to fucking stop acting like a spoiled brat. You're going to get your brothers and sister killed. Is that what you want?" I asked Farrell. Farrell didn't speak, his throat working but the words not coming out. Of course, that could have something to do with the fact that my forearm, corded with muscle, was pressed against his windpipe. Or it could be because I'd beaten the absolute shit out of him. Either way, he had a good reason not to be speaking. Did that help his cause, though? Fuck no. I was tired of playing these games. Why? I asked him, finally letting him go. Why what? He asked. Because I fucking wanted to. Yeah, I said. And where did that get you? I looked over at the body behind him, staring at the young woman that had been shot dead. A bullet hole straight to the heart would do that to a person. Go home, I ordered him. I'll take it from here. He left without another word, and I hunkered down next to the dead girl's body. She used to be Pharaoh's on-again, off-again lover. I'd come many a times to haul his ass home, and this was always where I was led. This time, though, I knew there wouldn't be any more coming to get him. This was the last time. I didn't care if the little fucker did save my life. My debt had been repaid, over and over again. And as I brushed a piece of hair off the girl's face, revealing a pure beauty that Pharaoh didn't deserve, I wanted to weep. She looked like my sister, a sister that I hadn't seen since I was 10 years old. Maddie had been 5 years older than me when we'd been split apart after our parents died. She'd gone to a nice home where her foster parents loved her, and I'd been put in the system. Which was good that I had, because it probably wouldn't have gone as well as it had when I'd gone through my transition. Someone comes, my dragon, Mace, said. Mace, always chronically late, informed me just in time for me to turn. I looked up in time to see a beautiful strawberry blonde come around the corner, seeing me hunkered over the dead woman. Her eyes filled with terror, and she screamed. I winced, and I knew this wouldn't end well. Not at all. Especially when the people of the apartment complex started to open their windows and look outside. I immediately shrouded myself, but it wasn't fast enough. The woman had snapped a picture and had run before I could even think to react. Cursing myself, I followed, but when I turned the corner of the building, she was nowhere in sight. And I had a bad feeling. A, because she had a picture of me, and she didn't seem the type to keep shit to herself. And B, because my body was tingling like a live wire. This concludes Dragons Need Love 2 by Lani Lynn Vale, narrated by Mason Lloyd and Kendall Taylor.